Okay, morena tātou katoa. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the hearings. Welcome to our guests who are going to share with us some views on our long-term plan. We're really excited to have you here today. We're going to start the meeting with our karakia, which is on the screen. Let's pray. Kia inui tātou. Tuea e ranga, tuea e raro, tuea e roto, tuea e waho, tuea nai kai mahi o te kaunihere o kirikiri roa, whae te iti kahurangi, kua u, kia mau, kia ita, haumia, huia, tākia. Thank you, everyone. Now, just a few apologies, just a few bits of business before we get into the meeting. We've got apologies for Councillor Tauriki just for today. Councillor Naidu-Rofe to leave a little bit early, both on council business. I have not received any apologies. Maxine will remove those. Sarah will second them. All in favour? Carried. Confirmation of agenda. The agenda is all just about the hearings and the submissions today, so I'm so moved. Angela, oh, thank you. All in favour? Declaration of interest, if there are any. I don't think there would be. Okay, no, thank you. All right, so here we are then. So I'll just say a few words in opening, but not a lot, because it's not my time to speak about the long-term plan. It is, in fact, the public's time to speak about the long-term plan at this point. But I want to broadly say and put on record a big thanks to the submitters who took the time to write short or long submissions on so many points. What we're here to do today, and we will, and you know, people often say to me, is it a waste of time talking to you? Will you actually listen? Well, I think what the biggest waste of time is not ever making a submission and not making your voice heard. So once you make your voice heard, I can assure you that I and most of all of my colleagues, most likely, have read every submission and been through them. And now this is the time for submitters to really flesh out some points that they have on the written submissions that they already made. I don't think I have to say this in front of these two nice gentlemen, but you know, the certain amount of behaviour expectations both sides. Councillors, we need to be fully paying attention to our submitters while they're speaking, because they've taken the time and effort. And yeah, the members of the public, not talking to the two that are in the room, really, but we also expect reciprocal respect both ways. And questions, we're really tight for time, super tight for time, because we have so many. It's a good problem to have. If the speakers leave some time, there will be a few questions. We'll not be accepting any preamble into the question, so it'll be straight to the question. Questions are for clarity. Questions are not political questions. They're just to make sure you understood a point that the submitter may have said. That way we'll get through the day, and of course the time for debate and robust discussions is a little bit later. So thank you. Welcome. Good morning.
James is just going to do a quick...
James, are you doing something before we start? Are you? Sorry, apologies, people.
Kia ora koutou, ko James Clark toko ingoa. I realise you're here to hear from the members of the community and not from me, so I will keep my comments very brief. So over the next 3 days, we're going to hear from just over 150 people to talk us through their submissions on either the long-term plan consultation or the DCs and growth funding consultation. It's fantastic we've got so many people coming to speak, but I think it's just important that you bear in mind that that represents about 5% of the total number of submissions. So verbal submissions are great for adding points of detail, adding a bit more colour, gives you a chance for any questions of clarity, but just make sure in terms of thinking where the overall balance of sort of feedback lies, your best reference point for that is the Submissions Insight Report, which we talked you through last week and shared with you on page 37 of Diligent. Similarly, the Local Government Act is clear that all submissions, however they're presented, must be sort of treated equally. So I'll just caution you against overly sort of weighting towards verbal submissions, but I don't want to take away from the 3 days. It is a really good chance to hear from people direct what they're thinking. At the end of the 3 days, you'll have a sort of final opportunity to ask us for anything that you want to see reflected in the deliberations report for the 4th to the 6th of June. So we will need that by the end of Friday, so we can write that report next week and have the report with you by the end of the week. That's all I wanted to say at the start, so unless there are any questions, I will leave you to start the submissions.
No questions. Thank you. Thanks, James. Good introduction. Right, now we welcome this morning, lucky first, Phil and David. Are you coming up together? No. Oh, they're doing separate?
Yes.
Separate, I hear. Excellent. Thank you.
What enough? Do I need to push something here, or am I good to go? Morena tātou, ko whamakai tokuinga. So look, I grew up in Hamilton. It's definitely my stomping ground. I'm a Waipa ratepayer these days, but work in Hamilton and spend a lot of time here still. For Power Architects is my sort of day job. I guess this is a personal submission, but it's kind of shaped by that thinking. Obviously, as an architecture practice, we're really interested in how our city functions and how we make it a better place for everyone to live. So look, I just wanted to probably reiterate a couple of points, primarily around the CBD. I think, from my point of view, growing up here, I think the CBD ultimately is too big. It's been let sprawl north in the past, and probably if the planning rules had been different previously, it might not be as big as it now is, and you might find that core CBD was a lot more vibrant if that was the case. So I guess my view on the CBD rates remissions policies is shaped by that thinking. I think it's really important that if we're looking at rates in the CBD and remissions of the DCs, not the rates. So development contributions, remissions in that CBD area, it's really important that we think about that from the point of view of how do we make the CBD more vibrant, how do we get more people in that core CBD area, and so that has to be about how do we enable more densification of that core central city area. So I guess my key points that I submitted on were really around that idea that we need to encourage dense CBD development. So that needs to be above 2 stories. 1 and 2 stories isn't really going to help our central city. It's just going to give us more of the same. We actually need to be encouraging 3, 4, 5 and 6 plus story development in the central city. Look, I think that's probably my core point that I wanted to reiterate. The only other thing I would say is around the development contributions for some of the other development areas. It's just really important that those are signalled far enough in advance that developers can take that into account when they're purchasing land, so that if you're building the full cost of infrastructure into those DCs for new development areas, that those are essentially, if there's a big cost associated with that, that's taken into account in the land value, not the other way around, where the land's already been purchased and you're then adding infrastructure cost on top of that, and that gets passed on to the end consumer. Because then the original landowner's taken their premium for a high land price, and then the consumer, the people that we want to be buying houses in our city have to pay a higher price for it. Yeah, I think that's my key points. If there's any questions.
For a minute or so. Anybody got any question? Maxine.
Kia ora. Thank you, Phil, for expanding on those points from your submission. Your submission also supports the building of the walking and cycling bridge. You haven't mentioned that today. Was there any comment that you wanted to make to us personally about that?
Probably not. Look, I absolutely support the building of it. I think it's part of the infrastructure enablement. I forget the name of the fund that So we've got a chunk of money. I feel like we have to deliver on that. It's one of these things that's been talked about and planned for a long time. most of these kinds of projects just get more expensive the longer we leave them, so just get on and do it.
That's the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund that you're referring to, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, Kapai, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Do you think there's a role for the remission policy around DCs to control the size of the CBD that you were talking? I heard what you said about CBD high rise, but in terms of size as well, do you think that's a possibility?
Absolutely. I'm not probably familiar enough with the actual footprint that those central city DC remissions apply to, but definitely defining that as you know, appropriately as possible would be really worthwhile.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's been a very clear submission. Appreciate you coming on.
Bye.
David, thank you. David
Is this on?
Benson.
Excellent.
Yep.
All right. First of all, thank you for having me today. Appreciate that. Having all of us able to speak here. I am here, as I suspect many submissions are, to talk about the proposed rates hike. And specifically, I want to talk about how we got here. To me, it seems very clear that it's the result of unsustainable development. And when I say that, I don't mean modern buzzwords or climate even. I'm referring specifically to development that costs more to maintain than it returns in tax revenue. Hamilton's growth over the last several decades, near as I can figure out from the New Zealand census, is about 50% in population, but it's almost doubled in terms of area. That is, by its, on the surface, unsustainable. We're growing in a way that outpaces revenue. Water pipes are a great example all over New Zealand. It is physical infrastructure that costs money to maintain, and as we build out less dense areas, end up being subsidized by more dense areas closer into the city. See also roads, power lines, police coverage, the list goes on. The costs of a city are exponentially blown out as we grow outward without growing upward. I was disappointed to see that in the long-term plan, there's an expectation of 50% greenfield development over the coming decades. I do applaud the other 50% of urban intensification. In my neighborhood of Hamilton East, it is not changing the neighborhood character, but is in fact making it a nicer place to live, where more and more the Waimarie community house has been becoming more vibrant as more apartment buildings have been going up and more shops have been opening up, because those things allow each other to thrive. But the greenfield development currently, with the city budget in the state that it is both unsustainable and irresponsible. There are so many benefits from limiting our growth outward, and you only need to look to pretty much any comparable city in the world these days. Even England is having green belts around their towns. The United States is putting new focus on transit. I would actually love to see policies to either create a green belt or to put a moratorium on all new greenfield development until such time as the city budget is balanced. This will help us use the infrastructure we have well and responsibly, and we can also use that to negotiate with developers to get them invested in that infrastructure, upgrading where necessary. Again, Hamilton East is a great example. The walkway leading up to Anzac Bridge is being widened as part of an apartment that is going up. I want to see more of that. That makes me proud to be a Hamiltonian. And the knock-on effects of these policies are exponential. Hamilton can make use of best practices from around the world. We have no excuse to not be researching those and finding innovative solutions where they're already working and bringing them home, applying them to our city. I think if we do that, Hamilton can be an example to the rest of New Zealand and to the world. Tēnā koe.
Very much. I do have one question. When you talk about the growth of the city outstripping its ability to have revenue to fund the maintenance renewals and so on, what do you think is the solution for that? What is the revenue solution side of that look like?
Well, it has a lot to do with making sure that we're not zoning for just single families without adding corner shops and economic activity nodes within those neighborhoods. When you have neighborhoods like I see all over in, say, Rotatuna, it's just residential and you can't even walk to a shop. That makes it very difficult to get anywhere without a car. It adds to traffic, and that time is lost productivity that could be the community engaging with itself.
Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Sorry, Jeff.
Thanks, Paula. Yeah, thanks, David. You mentioned the cost of infrastructure in Greenfield, the cost of providing that. Are you aware that there's significant cost in retrofitting infrastructure in existing areas because it's so old, and that we have severe problems in terms of how old our infrastructure is in those areas?
If I have time to answer the question, I am, and I'm also aware that the return on investment for that, especially if we can work out public-private partnerships with developers in those areas, will be much higher than the current pattern of development that has led to the current budget shortfall.
Thank you. Thank you, Steph. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming in. We appreciate it. I think next up we... Oh, sorry, we're out of time. Were we out of time? No, we weren't. We were. We've got 37 seconds. Oh, sorry, Anna. Mark Lawrence, please, if you're here. Good morning.
When I first saw your suggestion to target rates for pool inspections, it was the final straw for me. To ask me to prepay for inspections that you sometimes can't provide on time. What if we have another lockdown? What if in the 3-year period, for some reasonable explanation, you can't undertake the inspection? Will you refund the money? How can you ask me to prepay for a service that you struggle to provide now? I order my own inspections and I pay for them as a responsible citizen does, as most of your constituents are. They're usually not to schedule and often delayed. I watch the current projects around the city, such as cycleways where cars need to go, with no regard for your ratepayers as a majority. The Claudeland Cycle Bridge in Hamilton is the first major cycle ideology waste, closely followed by the extra cycle lanes in the main street, and now with entire roads being hijacked, Rifle Range Road for an example, but not by cyclists, by the massive curves you have installed for a cycling ratepayer that does not represent the majority. Founders Theatre being demolished. How many other businesses can afford to simply demolish their assets and replace it with a green space? The model you have reeks of mismanagement, lack of foresight, and an absolute disregard for your ratepayers and our assets. Here's an idea before you raise my rates. How about you tenant your empty buildings? Get as much revenue as you can from the assets you have. Or have they been so poorly maintained, despite the sustained rate increases, that you can't tenant them? Or is it simply that you're too lazy, too disorganised, and too lacking in general business sense that you simply don't do it? Is it easier to tell us our rates are going up because you have the absolute power? No other successful business operates like this. You are more than wrong. You are corrupt. You are daylight thieves cloaked in your own egos and ideologies, and you're using our money to serve your purpose. Don't expect to walk past me in the street without being given an earful. In a cost of living crisis, how dare you ask me to prepay for pool inspections that you often can't provide on time, while you let council-owned assets lie vacant and spend money on more cycleways for cyclists that don't represent the majority. Last month, the council sponsored a rainbow event at the Hamilton City Gardens, an event where children were present and an event that offered free STD checks. Look at yourselves. What are you doing to this once beautiful city? One more thing. My family home has a rateable valuation of $930,000. It was re-rated near the peak of the recent housing bubble. Are you going to re-rate it down this year, closer to its actual value, which is around $820,000? You see, the number is very important because it's a multiple of the direct general rate that you use to calculate it. That's right, 930,000 times 0.00250836. So based on the capital value you have applied, you are already getting 13% more for my property than its actual value would be. And here we are staring down the barrel of another rates increase. You are culpable in raising the cost of living, complicit in its delivery, and so far deluded that you are pitching prepaid services that you can't consistently provide as a solution for me. How wrong you are.
Thank you. It's time for a couple of questions. I have one. In terms of pool inspections, they're currently inspected every 3 years. Are you saying within that 3-year cycle there is inefficiency and you're not getting those 3 years?
Yeah, they're often not on time, which is understandable.
Yeah.
People are sick, you don't have the staff, that's fine, right? Don't build that into my rates.
Right.
It's a service that's been proven not to be provided on time, so don't pitch it as it's going to help me with the cost of living.
Right, cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time. We appreciate it. We now have Donna Barraclough. Good morning, Donna.
Good morning. Do I have 5 today?
Pardon?
Do I have 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Shock horror. Thank you. My name is Donna and I'm here today to put this council and council employees on notice. Notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. It is my obligation to read you your rights as agents and fiduciary on all debts, liabilities, obligations, duties, charges pursuant to Section 148 of the Public Trust Act 2001. As you are personally accountable for your decisions, it's inexcusable for you to ignore your rights. Hamilton City Council was registered in 2017. It has a company number 3000545, New Zealand business number 942-904-190-3582. I have no contract with you. It is my opinion that this submission process is just a box-ticking exercise for this council to state that they have consulted the public, when in fact the agenda will be continued regardless of what the public want, and the public will submit to your plan. I am here to state today that I object to the long-term plan and any other agenda under the United Nations Sustainable Goals or Agenda 2030 and beyond. Hamilton was signed up in 1992 as the UN Agenda 21 city, and it's still in place. I am here to object to 15-minute cities, smart cities, and the plan to control us in any way, shape or form, and unlawfully make us pay for the privilege. The debt you have created is the council's and not ours. Your objective to enslave us with debt will not fly. You are abusing the public and this must stop. When the staff and councillors don their pink shirts on anti-bullying on Friday, think about what you're doing to the public and stop paying pink lip service to it. What are the signs of abuse? Gaslighting, manipulation, financial abuse, stonewalling, future faking, lies, victim blaming and playing the victim, isolating, flying monkeys and enablers, smear campaigns, denying others a voice. We have been gaslit, manipulated, called names, stonewalled, future faked, lied to and seen this council play the victim. We have had our privacy violated, been isolated, blamed, shamed, and been put down. You use enablers at every opportunity, especially the cycle lobby, greenies, and the climate change ideologues. You have destroyed our personal property and devalued us and it. The most disturbing abuse is our voices being denied and ignored. This is abuse 101 and this must stop. Wear that pink shirt if you dare. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from councillors? No, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now have we got Nicola here?
Yes, she's on here.
Oh, she's online.
And we also have the two board members that are just going to move up as well.
Nicola and board members, please. Just for the value of everyone else, see if you can introduce yourself as well, and live streamers and things. Good morning.
Morning. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Richard Leggett. I'm the chair of Hamilton Waikato Tourism and have been on the board for 5 years and chair for the last 2 years. Steve Gower beside me is a board member for the last 5 years, and we have some staff here as well, I think. And Nicola online, of course. Hi, Nicola.
Good morning.
And she apologises for not being here. The change of date a month or so ago, she had a pre-planned trip, and so she's overseas. Steve and I are going to do a bit of a tag team, and Steve will start.
Many thanks for welcoming us this morning and providing time in your agenda. The previous RTO, Tourism Waikato, was disbanded in 2006. Then Hamilton and Waikato Tourism was re-established in 2011 as a collaborative partnership with yourselves, joining neighbouring districts councils of Waikato, Waipa, Otorohanga, Waitomo and Matamata-Piako. While there was a period of no RTO when Hamilton focused their attention on the V8 Supercars event, data tells us visitation, visitor nights, visitor spend and employment in the visitor sector suffered. The sector improved with the re-establishment of the RTO. Then, of course, more recently in our memories, the global pandemic severely impacted the sector worldwide. As an organisation, we are proud of the healthy state of the visitor sector now as we recover from that period.
So tourism to Kirikiriroa and the region is valuable. The data says $1 billion of tourism receipts in the year to December 31. That's for Kirikiriroa, and $1.9 billion for the region. It's $5 million a day. As I think you probably know, it's very difficult for us to determine what the additionality of the Regional Tourism Office, HWT, is. However, we believe, and I think it's conservative, that it could comfortably be 0.5% different. So at the moment we have 6.3% of the New Zealand tourism dollar spend that is spent in the Waikato. If that went to 5.8%, that would be $149 million of lost revenue. So we are talking material numbers. For Kirikiriroa, it is tens of millions of dollars. You have hundreds of millions of dollars invested in tourism facilities here, with hotels, with Hamilton City Gardens, with other attractions. The benefit of having an HWT marketing and developing and supporting those businesses is without doubt significant.
Tourism is an important contributor. The experience someone has during a visit strongly influences their perception of the city as a place to live, work, study or invest. The Mahia organisation generates visitation and new money into the city. This new money filters through the tourism organisations, through retail, through hospitality, into suppliers to the industry. And visitation creates prosperity for these businesses, creates jobs and therefore prosperity for your communities. Regions compete for visitors, events and conferences. We compete with other regions for visitors' time and money. Visitors have a choice where to spend their time and money when on holiday, and we need to make sure our region is on their list. As you will know, some of our partnering councils have followed Hamilton's lead and are also proposing funding reductions. The current proposals potentially result in around 40% reduction of our budget. This will weaken our competitiveness and dilute our messages and effectiveness. HWT is already funded lower than other regional tourism organisations. In fact, when comparing on a per capita basis, HWT is 28th out of 31 RTOs nationwide. If HWT is not funded appropriately, we will not be able to remain competitive in the New Zealand tourism sector.
So that your budget cut of 50% is 0.9% of your tourism events and venues budget. So it is small. And as I said before, given the hundreds of millions of dollars of assets you have invested in this sector, that significant cut to us of 26% feels counterproductive, to say the least. Also, we believe, well, the data says in the region there are 12,200 people employed in the tourism sector. A cut of $149 million in revenue would be close to 1,000 jobs lost. It is significant. Also, the money that you provide us is not a grant. It is a service level agreement. So effectively you are paying for services. And I would argue as the independent chair that we have a very capable team of tourism experts that would not be able to be replicated within council or in another body. Losing that expertise will be significant. So again, strongly advocate for maintaining a viable and strong HWT to market, support and develop the tourism assets that Kirikiriroa has and in the wider region.
When changes affect the visitor market, the RTO is there to provide expertise, support and guidance. When we have negative incidents, such as a global pandemic or cyclone damage, when we have positive changes, i.e. a new hotel development, investment, and when international flights return to Hamilton Airport, or assisting maximising the impact of a significant event, as in the FIFA World Cup, Women's World Cup. A well-resourced RTO is here to support the sector through these times. Current proposed funding means the RTO would not be resourced sufficiently to provide this assistance.
So as well as being there to support the industry through difficult times, we're there to market and support new facilities, new operations. So the new hotel that's proposed for the city is fantastic. They will want Hamilton Waikato Tourism promoting that hotel to fill their beds. Likewise, the new theatre that is being constructed. That will want the RTO, Hamilton Waikato Tourism, to support and help with making that viable, successful and flourishing. Hamilton City Gardens is proposing to charge people for the first time, I think later this year, working with Hamilton Waikato Tourism to ensure that visitation remains strong is going to be important. And if there were other new tourism ventures, they will be looking to HWT, and likewise if an airline decided to fly in to Hamilton, a new airline, whether domestic or international, they will want HWT there to support them. So not only are we there to market and support current operations, but we are there to give confidence to people that might want to invest in the region that there is a body that has got the expertise and ability and willingness and funding to be able to support their work. I'd just like to finish. So as I said, the cut that is proposed of 50% does question the viability of HWT. And because you are the biggest funder, other councils may follow. So it is extremely concerning, and as I said, I'm independent, but it's extremely concerning, and I think economically not sensible to be cutting the funding, which is less than 1% of your tourism events, venues funding. And I know one of my other hats I wear, I chair Auckland Transport. We have funding challenges as well, so I sympathise with the council for the challenges that you face around funding and understand that things have to be cut. But a 50% cut in a small entity that is less than 0.2% of your overall funding, that is marketing hundreds of millions of dollars of assets and facilities you have, and is likely to cause tens of millions of dollars of lost revenue, feels counterproductive.
We do have a little bit of time, and I noticed Deputy Mayor O'Leary has questions, so.
Thank you. Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Steve, for your presentation, and hi, Nicola. Have you identified what specific services you would have to stop doing if the proposal to cut you by 50% went ahead?
The board at the moment is consulting with staff. We have determined that rather than try and do a little bit less of everything, that we will most likely cut something completely, or some things, depending on what funding level we determine. But because we are consulting with staff, I'm not able to disclose what that might be. However, there will be, again, depending on where we sit, and we've got a matrix of if it's current funding, 20%, 50%, etc., what that will be. So there'll be things that are cut. Actually, my last comment is that what we are asking for is funding to be retained at current levels.
Thank you very much. And we get your quarterly reports and other things, so we'll take that into the mix with our next stage of deliberations. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
I don't think John Cameron's here, so we have next Louise Keesing. Hopefully I said that right. Did I say that right? Excellent, well done. Good morning. And you're part of the Taitua Arboretum. Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Our chairman, John Simmons, sends his apologies as he is overseas. I'm here as a representative of the Taitua Arboretum Advisory Group and the Mortimer family. My uncle and aunt, John and Bunny Mortimer, gifted the Arboretum to Hamilton City Council in 1997. 7 key principles were established for the Arboretum via the trust deed as part of the gifting. These principles are to encourage exploration, relaxation or exercise, maintain an interesting and attractive treescape, celebrate and respect the legacy, ensure healthy and well-managed trees, provide a safe place to connect with nature, facilitate learning and discovery, and encourage return visitation. In 2023, together with Hamilton City Council, the 25-year development plan for the Arboretum was revisited. The revised development plan provides direction for investment into new assets that will improve the Arboretum. My submission today is a plea to reconsider council investment in these developments. We need recognition that an Arboretum is a long-term endeavour, as embodied in the words that Bunny lived by. Whoever plants a tree in the shade of which they will never sit has found the meaning of life. Day-to-day operations and significant weather events have meant that in recent times, attention to infrastructure and enhancements for the Arboretum has been lacking. We need investment to reprioritise upgrades to existing facilities, as well as new areas to entice visitors and enhance their overall experience. Our top priorities from the development plan that align with the design principles of the trust deed include additional investment to extend the car park to ensure enough capacity to meet demand. Due to visitor numbers, the current car park is insufficient over weekends. meaning cars are parked further up Taitoa Road, creating congestion and safety issues, especially for families. Development of a memorial to Bunny and John, who developed and gifted the Taitoa Arboretum. It has been 3 years since Bunny died and 6 since John died. In fact, actually, it would have been his 100th birthday today. Plans and quotes for the memorial have been received, but the ability to progress has been restricted by lack of funds. It's particularly important for our family to respect the legacy and recognise the creators and giftees of the Arboretum by establishing a memorial within the grounds. As mentioned earlier, the Arboretum was significantly impacted by Cyclone Gabrielle and consistent rain over the last few years. We have lost many trees, most of which were mature specimens. For safety reasons, as well as managing the lifespan of some of the trees, improvements to the service roads are required. These roads will enable large machinery and trucks to access to mill our mature farm forestry stands. This is currently restricted. Additionally, this will provide access for future heavy machinery for day-to-day operations. Further developments that require investment include installation of a new CCTV system in response to security issues at the arrival area. Over the past years, the Arboretum has been subject to petty crime in the car park. Most recently, Monday this week, there was a break-in. While there is signage to remind visitors to take valuables with them, cars are often broken into. The entrance also becomes an opportunity for Freedom campers to park overnight and access the amenities. In an effort to reduce crime and create a safe environment for our visitors, the Arboretum requires security cameras as a deterrent and to capture footage of crime. Investment is required to upgrade signage to help navigate the multitude of paths which are confusing for new visitors. Inevitable wear and tear means signs are out of date and uninviting. We require easy to follow, up-to-date, clear signage. There is also an opportunity to expand the network of trails within the Arboretum, enabling access to areas that have not been available before. This also requires funding. Taitoa, while being in the Hamilton City Council's Parks and Reserves portfolio, is quite unique in that it is an arboretum, a specific place for a global variety of trees. Our understanding is approximately 1.5 million is required from the long-term plan to enhance the Arboretum. This is a heartfelt plea to reconsider your position on investment in this unique gem in the Hamilton Parks portfolio. The foundation has been laid, the vision remains, and the challenge now is to make the decision to financially resource this facility. A number of these improvements have been deferred for the last 5 years. We cannot continue to postpone investing in Taitoa. It requires commitment now for the benefit of future generations.
Thank you, Louise. Thank you very much for that. We do have time for a couple of questions. Do want to thank you for the recent field trip that many of us went on to the Arboretum and being able to see firsthand the situation that you're talking about. That was very helpful, so we do appreciate that. Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Oh, no, sorry, that was the old one.
Oh, was it old question? I do have a question. So over the years, what amount of funding have you received from council to maintain the park? The Arboretum?
Unfortunately, I can't answer very many financial questions. I think probably Luke would be a man or someone from there.
Yeah, I would be interested through John or someone to just see that what that has been tracking. I know we give resource to it, but just to see how that has been following through the years. And you presumably also have a financial plan in terms of what might be required to replace those fallen trees and those aspects that you mentioned?
Yes, yes,
So
we
if we
do, I
could
think.
see some of that, I do remember seeing some details on the trip, but that would be all, if you would.
Yes.
Any other questions? No. Thank you. By the way, just not a question, and going off, I shouldn't really do time in this situation, but I do want to say it was a huge honour to be at the memorial recently and to see the huge legacy that the family has left and how warmly people are inclined to this most amazing jewel in our city. Without your family, we just simply wouldn't have it. And we do appreciate you. Thank you. Yvonne, please.
Good morning, kia ora tātou. I see my PowerPoint is up there, but I don't actually know how to click. Okay. Cool. Thank you. My submission is going to be fairly short, possibly a bit different to other submitters. I'm not asking for more funding. I'm not here to complain about the rates rises, as I know a lot of people are. So, yeah, I'll just get on with it and hopefully it'll be slightly different. Okay. So, ko Yvonne Matthews taka ingoa. I'm introducing myself because it's relevant. It's not about my ego. I'm here today as a resident, a long-term resident of Hamilton. I'm an applied economist with a PhD from Waikato University. I've called Kirikiriroa home for most of my life, and I currently live in Hillcrest. Somehow I never found a good enough reason to leave, even though, thanks to remote working, I've done work for regional, central government, UNDP, other international organisations. So on the weekends, I enjoy taking my children to playgrounds in Hamilton, and of course the library. And I'm also working on restoring the Mangaonua gully near my home, and there's a little photo there of my current restoration area where I'm planting kaikatea. And I enjoy cycle commuting, despite being hit by a car every 3 years on average. But I made it here safely today, so fingers crossed that continues for a few more years. So next slide. So, like I said, my submission is quite short, but I have 2 key points. The first one is I want to pay more rates. And this might come as a surprise to you because I know a lot of people are struggling and a lot of people can't pay more rates. And rates are not a very progressive form of tax, and there's not much you can do about that, given the Local Government Act. But I have an idea that might help. And my second point is, my second point is just a cautionary message about using economic assessment in public decisions. Thanks. Because like I said, I have quite a few years' experience in doing economic assessments. Okay, next slide. So here's my idea, how to fund more good stuff for the city without hurting households in crisis. And I just want to say that you might have heard about our K-shaped COVID recovery. This has meant that inequality has increased, and it actually means that Hamilton now has more wealthy residents than it ever has before. And it also means we have more poverty than we've ever had before. But I'm not going to tell you it's your job to fix poverty, because it's not. We know whose job it is, and they're not very interested in doing much about it. So Stats haven't published the data yet, but when they do, it will support this statement. So for double income professional households that own their own home, rates are only a small proportion of disposable income. And we all want a nice city to live in. So how about adding a new voluntary targeted rates linked to specific incomes? So you make it easy for people. You say, let them say, yes, I want to pay an extra $100 or $200 towards This great walking or cycling bridge, I'd vote for that. Swimming facility upgrades, I'd definitely vote for that. Biodiversity enhancement, of course, I'd do that as well. Playground refurbishment, my kids are kind of getting past that age now, but I'd probably pay for that anyway. And also crime and safety measures. I wouldn't pay for more parking, but that's just me. I mean, a lot of people like parking. So next slide. So this is basic behavioural economics 101. The idea is that you make it easy for people to contribute to things that they value and like, and you link it to a specific outcome that I also value. You wouldn't use it to fund core activities like infrastructure, maintenance, or stuff that you have to do, because that's not cool. No one wants to pay extra money for that. And you provide feedback and social recognition. You might say, in the annual report, you might say something like, thanks to our generous voluntary ratepayers, we did an extra 2 kilometres of cycle trail, or we were able to complete this playground refurbishment ahead of schedule. That's the kind of thing that people would like to see. And if you want to see an example of this done really well, just look at the Give a Little website. It's really hard to visit that webpage without not donating to something. So a caveat, I don't know what the administration cost would be, but I'm sure your clever staff could work something out. Next slide. Okay. Oh, that's... Yeah, sure.
With us, of course.
Yeah, so my second point is that economic assessment, I haven't seen any evidence of cost-benefit analysis for these big projects in the LTP. So I just want to make sure everyone's aware that economic impact does not equal net public benefit, because it treats costs as benefits. And Treasury guidance says this. It says you cannot make good public decisions based on economic impacts alone. So my advice as an applied economist is, if you're commissioning economic analysis, make sure you at least ask for a CBA. There's no point in just throwing money at economic consultants to tell you economic impacts. That's not going to help you make good public decisions. Next slide, sorry.
This one?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. I just had an example, but it's probably unnecessary. Thank you. So.
Thank you for supplying the slides, because actually those are very useful for us to refer back to. We haven't got time for questions, but should councillors want to follow up one of your ideas, we do have the ability to grab hold of you. So I want to say thank you very much again.
Okay, thank you.
And, you know, I just also want to note that you've come up with solutions, and we really, really do appreciate the fact that you've thought through some solutions. We really do. Thank you so much. Joe, I think I'm on to Joe Dennehy. Did I say that one right? All right, on a roll. Thank you.
Now, a PhD that's offering to pay more rates. I hope you took her name and address. She can start now. Hamilton has given a lot to me. I founded the Rock and the Edge radio stations back in the day. After moving here from Auckland, I also started UFM, which came up with the Hamilton City of the Future logo. And the reason we did that was, at the time, Hamilton had Hamilton Where It's Happening, and they showed a picture of dancing on the court steps and walking on the wings of aeroplanes, which were two things that were not happening in Hamilton at the time. In 2017, you declared a climate emergency. The temperature since 1880 will probably have risen 1.5 degrees by 2050, which is a 10% increase in 170 years. And you felt it was an emergency. The rates are going up 16.4% a year, and it's business as usual. No emergency declared. I love living in Hamilton, so I have no choice but to pay the rates. In every other decision that I make, I have a choice. If I don't like Spark, I can go to One New Zealand. If I don't like Genesis, I can go to Meridian. If I don't like Apple, I can go to Samsung. You're a monopoly. And because of that, you have a special duty of care to your citizens. You have to change your thinking. the last time I was here, you had 800 staff, which was way too many then. You now apparently have 1,400. 75% more. They're having a laugh. My proposal is to get rid of 400 staff immediately. And I'm not joking. Twitter has 80% less staff than it had, and yet it operates perfectly well. Although I'm sure there are some people that would say it isn't operating as well. But it functions with a lot less people. Downsizing your workforce would save $30 million a year instantly. Instantly. The Hamilton Gardens lose $4.5 million a year. You're planning to raise $1.5 million in fees. And are we looking to lose only $3 million next year instead of 4.5? No, no. It'll be losing over $4 million because you're spending that money even though you haven't earned it yet. And I could be wrong, but I heard a woman on the radio just before Christmas saying they didn't even know how they were going to collect the money. So that's going to be a problem. You're planning to spend money you don't have. So I just think you councillors need to wake up. You were elected to protect our interest and make Hamilton a great city. I think that you were treated as idiots by the staff you employ. They load you up with so much reading that the fishhook is at page 73, 2 paragraphs down, when you're reading at 11:25 at night because you're exhausted. It's part of their plan. None of them are your friends. Have you seen Yes Minister? That's how it goes. That's how it goes. So I just would really like you to take another look. I'm certain that Hamilton pays way too much for power, phone, internet, cars, servicing, contractors, painters, builders, plumbers, and especially roading. Do you care? Have you checked? There are so many different ways of doing things. I've known some very intelligent people who became councillors, and it affected their brain somehow. I knew Mark Bunting quite well, and I knew Gordon Chesterman very well. Very astute business person, Gordon. His brain turned to mush within a year of working for the council. When I came and asked him why on earth he was doing these things, he said, "But Joe, my rates have gone up from 4,000 a year to 6," as if he was proud of it. He had a very nice home on River Road, and in those days I did too, but he had been a previously very successful businessman, and I think it's all the stuff that they load on you. It's information overload, and in the end you must sort of throw your hands up and think, oh well, if that's the only way to do it, that's the only way to do it. Well, turkeys aren't going to vote for an early Thanksgiving. Your staff aren't going to say, I know, we could cut 400 of us. They're probably paid by the more staff they have. So it's just a disincentive for them to think. Is that 1 minute or in now?
That is it, thank you. That's, okay. Yeah, and unfortunately we've got no time for questions, but you've made some really clear points, so thank you very much. Thank you. We have Judy McDonald next, please.
Hello, I'm probably going to entirely disagree with what your last speaker just said. There is a handout. Please don't be frightened by the number of pages. Most of it is an article from The Listener, which relates to traffic issues, which is something I will address very briefly at the end. Anyway, having been a long-time Hamiltonian, lifelong, I now live fractionally outside the city boundary. However, while I pay my rates to Waipā, which are also increasing, my daily life still revolves around the retail and service facilities provided by Hamilton, and I'm concerned by the financial difficulties facing all councils throughout the country. The issues are so severe that no amount of local cost cutting is likely to fully address them. The way the country's been governed over the past 40 years has seen vital infrastructure neglected, and local councils are faced with massive costs to maintain safety. This requires central government to change its policies significantly. I'm in complete agreement with Mayor Southgate's suggestion that government should return the GST it is currently charging local and regional councils. However, while this will help, it probably isn't enough to fix the problems.
While many of those shouting loudest about their rate increases are likely to be those most able to afford them, there are also many people who don't have a voice, who are being increasingly punished by rising costs. It is not the fault of individual councils throughout the country. It's a direct result of failure of forward thinking at a national level. And the only real cure I can see is for local and regional councils to act together to present a united front to national government and make it plain that investment is required before we have further major safety issues like Wellington's sewage leaks. However, the level of cuts being proposed in Hamilton are such that we risk creating a large, rapidly growing city with nothing attractive to hold people here and inadequate staff members to address the problems that will arise. For that reason, despite the concerns I've just stated, I support rate increases in the meanwhile until a proper solution can be negotiated. We have to keep the city functioning and make it livable. I particularly object to the proposed cuts to art funding. The arts are what keep a city vibrant. That's a word that's often bandied around by council, but currently it's being seriously threatened. The proposal to cut $90,000 in annual funding to the Meteor Theatre is short-sighted and very negative in terms of potential consequences. As one of Hamilton's many owners of a brick in the wall at the Meteor, I want to see the low-cost, widely varied productions regularly held there able to continue safely into the future. There have been some spectacularly good shows staged, often involving very talented students from Wintech's assorted art programs. If we remove that venue, we run the risk of losing those talented young people to other cities or other countries where they'll be treated better. The Meteor is unique in its ability to allow the staging of both high-quality professional productions and quirky experimental material by emerging artists. It's almost constantly in use, which reflects its value to the community. The cost of maintaining our performance venues is a drop in the bucket compared to the huge infrastructure costs facing the Hamilton City Council. Please, don't throw the babies out with the bathwater. I also support the construction of the pedestrian and cycle bridge linking the two sides of the city. This is the reason for the 6-page thing you have attached to my submission. There are many, many examples all around the world of how CBDs are reinvigorated by encouraging foot traffic and cycle access. I can't see how Hamilton is so peculiar that the same thing can't happen here. We need to seriously think about how we can revitalise our central city, and that is not by filling it up with cars and providing parking spaces for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Are there any questions? I mean, you always give us a very thorough submission, so it's very well set up. No, that's excellent, so we appreciate that. Any questions? No, there aren't any. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. No, don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. You're next.
You're up.
Oh, okay. You go. We're certainly not going to make him uncomfortable. We've got Graeme, if you're ready. We putting you on the spot there, Graeme, or?
That's all right.
Good morning. It's a while since we've seen each other.
Yeah, a bit of time. My name's Graeme Mead, a JP, and I'm a resident of Dinsdale. And I'm going to use my 5 minutes wisely, and unfortunately, if we haven't got time, I'm not taking any questions because I've had not a lot of responses lately. My submission's been tabled and sent. I presume you read it. The staff that have been made redundant and repurposed will lose their jobs, have been placed in that position by the elected councillors. Not all of you, but those of you who had voted in majorities to pass the outlandish spending regimes you decided we needed. This has cost staff their jobs. The blame lays wholly and solely at the feet of the elected councillors who use majorities that allow throwing of money about like water and a rash of spending regimes. We elected to keep our city functioning with basic needs, not show-pony builds of extravagance and budget overruns. Not once have I heard the elected councillors who voted for the stupid concepts like Ward Street, Rostrevor Street and Pembroke Street apologise for the waste and inconvenience it caused. The thought pattern that was NZTA money and not much council money was flawed by design and thought. Where on earth do you think that money comes from? Our taxes and our charges. You've let us down and not focused on the basic needs in tightening economic times. You threw a heap of money at Te Huia, building a transportation, and many are patting themselves on the back for targets meeting. What happens when there's no more subsidy of $88 a day per person? It comes from our taxes. Currently, you're seeing heaps of posts about how you listen, how you've listened to us, and how it's changed. It's time to listen now. Rifle Range Road, $3.5 million for what? 500 metres of cycle path. How many cyclists use Rifle Range Road? You have no idea, because there was never a study done before you voted to do it. No one's using it. There's no survey done west side of Greenwood Street. So why put $3.5 million into a parking lane? It defies brainness. 124 objections to the plan. 4 supported it. You listened to us as a community? Not a chance. You had these pet projects that you decided we needed. What a mess you've made down there. But you've stopped it now. The horse hasn't just bolted, it was last seen hiding. You as a majority voted to bowl ahead and spend money the council doesn't have. And now under so much pressure from the community, you've devised a traffic light system to help us make decisions. This is your fix as councillors to show new accountability. You approved $35 million overspend on the Peacock Road budget. Where did that extra $35 million come from? Every budget change is signed off by you. You have a chance to say no, but common sense budget and control went out the window. Many of you came to Dinsdale and agreed Tua Karami Road and Kalani Road needed a pedestrian crossing so the residents and children can cross safely. 4 years later, we're still waiting, but you blow $3.5 million on a cycleway 500 metres away that our community didn't want. Plus, you gave us $10,000 to clean up the roundabout. That didn't arrive either. It's gone, and no one will tell me where. You now have to make a decision. We can't wear the rates increases you're planning. 100% in the next 5 years is unsustainable. You must mandate that you'll now allow rates increase of maybe 6 to 8% a year for the next 5 years. That is the budget we as ratepayers will allow. Now go away and make it work. Tighten the belt, cut the staff, cut the costs, reduce your costs. That is what a concerned elected council would do, what you caused by not managing costs and expenses. Every cost and expense you signed off on, so you are responsible for it. You caused it, now you fix it. But don't make us pay for your bad decisions. But you won't do that. You're going to lumber the ratepayers with paying debt caused by your poor management. You've allowed the council to develop a $100,000 a day interest bill and a debt of nearly $1 billion because of your mismanagement by using majority voting to get your projects over the line that we didn't need. We as ratepayers could see it. Why couldn't you as councillors? Heck of a legacy you've left us. Congratulations on your majority thinking of the last few years and your plans to listen to us in the future. It's a bit damn late. You've taken your eyes off the income versus expenditure in horrible times where we're all suffering. You're now going to make us suffer, and in 18 months' time I retire on $800 a fortnight for me and my wife. My rates are going to be $140 a week. How do I feed myself? The only option I've got left is to sell my house and leave Hamilton. To those councillors who voted against a lot of these cost things, I thank you. I really do. You tried to stop the dumb stuff that's been going on. For the rest of you, you outnumbered them by senseless decisions and personal wants that's left us, our money as ratepayers, broke. Have a really good think about how many cycle lanes is going to fix. On Rifle Range Road, they did a study at Frankton Rugby. There were 5 bikes used the thing in a day. 3.5 million, you should be ashamed. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time. Do we? No, we don't. We don't have. We may take an early break, I think. I think we'll take an early break and he'll be back. 11:10? Yes. Did you hear that, everyone? 11, what? Who's the next one? Mr. Tamar, but he went for comfort stop, and so will we. There you go. Hey everyone, thank you very much. It was good to have it's a long day, so it's good to have a stretch, and we're grateful to those people who voluntarily brought in delicious baking to feed the brain as we go on. So thank you very much to those few that did bring us feijoas and some baking. It really was very lovely. Sorry to have thrown a cup of tea over Jeff Taylor. It wasn't deliberate, I can assure you. Halfway down me and a little bit over Jeff. Yeah. And now we'll go on to the next half of the meeting. And I believe we've got Jill next, is that right? Jill Masters? Hello, good morning.
Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak in person. I'm going to start on a positive note by saying thanks for keeping the grass long in the parks last summer. I really loved that. This is an example of common sense decision making that created a lovely environment, benefited nature, and led to savings, I imagine, in manpower and fuel. I'd love to see that sort of thinking applied across the board. Now, I'm giving this submission mainly because I'm very much against the construction of the cycle and pedestrian bridge over the south end of the river. To me, it's not at all essential at this point. So you'll see, hopefully, you've got two handouts. Please have a look at the top one. It's a report on the terrible behaviour that's happening in Mangere on a bridge that's pretty much almost exactly exactly the same in style and price to the one we're planning. This behaviour has restricted bridge access at night, and it's made a security guard necessary to install. And I imagine there's a strong likelihood that this bridge could face similar problems. Seconds from the council Facebook page. I know it's just a small gathering of opinion, but out of all the responses, all but 2 were against, and 7 of those against said simply no. So I ask if you choose to ignore the answer. If you read the comments, at some point you'll get the mood of ratepayers, the general mood on this topic. This bridge would cost Hamilton $11 million, and what I imagine is called the Central Taxpayer Fund or something like that, $26 million. Unpopular, unnecessary, and I'm not okay with it. So I've been told that I need to give some alternative spending options for the 11 million, which I know is not a cut and dried figure, but here we go. So we have several existing bridges into the city. I'd like to see the addition of railing or improving railing to protect pedestrians, cyclists and scooter riders from traffic. Parking. Council need to continue the 2 hours of free parking in the CBD. We're a country of car lovers and we all drive into the centre to shop and spend when it's easy and convenient. Parking is a crucial aspect of that. The livelihoods of so many business owners depend on customers, and the 2 hours of free parking reinvigorated the CBD. That's a no-brainer to me. Buses. Buses are also integral to any growing city. We do a really good job. The Meteor and the Comet, 2 examples of bus services that make a real difference. I've noticed the big buses travelling the city almost always empty in off-peak times. I suggest upgrading to a fleet of smaller vehicles to be utilised during off-peak hours. Leave the full-size buses for peak times and school holidays. Do a survey, work it out, look at the options, cut down on emissions, save costs in the long run. Bike racks. Please put more decent bike racks up around the CBD. There are nowhere near enough. Rubbish bins. Where have all the bins gone from the green spaces around the city? I walk around a lot. Despite some new benches, tables, native plantings, the need for bins has been overlooked. There's a terrible problem with rubbish. This needs to be fixed immediately. Arts. Staff at both the Meteor and Clarence Street theatres first-hand feel these venues are under threat from a change in funding. All modern cities need a diversity of options when it comes to live theatre. Both have a unique style of what they offer for entertainment. They're extremely well patronised and affordable. Council must prioritise protecting them because not everyone will have the money to see a show at the new regional theatre. We need to look after them. Now here's the big one. Fruit trees. Why can't we make Hamilton the food basket city of New Zealand by populating the edges of our parks with fruit trees? I've heard this is happening near the Western Community Centre in a suburb that has a few issues. These trees are thriving, cared for and intact. People are struggling to put food on the table. We have a wonderful climate and stacks of land that could support a wide range of productive trees. If the will and interest was there, I believe people would take over the care of these trees in time. Why can't we take steps now to feed families in the future? To summarise, upgrade safety on existing bridges, 2 hours free parking to keep going, more bins, more cycle racks, smaller buses during off-peak times, fund the Meteor and Clarence theatres, plant fruit trees in public parks and let the grass grow. Thank you.
Thank you, that was very well summarised. We have some time for questions. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Just wanted to confirm, so you're supportive of the proposed rate increase?
I'd have to say no comment. No comment, I mean, that's out of context for what I'm presenting today.
Okay, final question. In terms of keep the free parking, that will cost $4.3 million over a 3-year period. Are you happy for the ratepayers to pay an increase in rates to enable that?
How much increase?
It would be 0.5% per year.
Which would equal how much in terms of dollars?
Well, enough to fill the $4.3 million hole.
If you don't give me a context for the amount of the increase, I can't answer because, you know, if it's $1 a week, $1 a month, $1 every 6 months for a ratepayer, I mean, how much is it?
Well, it's $4.3 million over the 3 years.
So somebody do the maths and come back to us on that and I'll answer the question.
Okay.
Thanks.
The question was asked quite clearly, so that's fine, you got your answer. Anybody else got, no, you haven't. Anyone else got a question? No, but thank you. You clearly set out your submission and your points were well summarised and we appreciate that you took the time.
Oh, you're right. It's like, you know, Oscar Wilde, he said, I wrote you a long letter, I didn't have time to write you a short one.
Sadly, quality of writing like Oscar Wilde has disappeared in the modern day. Thanks to text, I think, you don't get the same meaning. Thank you very much. I think next we have Leon De Silva. Good morning. Good morning, Leon.
G'day. Just putting this on. Not sure why. I've only got 10 minutes and I'd like to speak about tons of stuff, but I won't because I've only got 10 minutes. So my main thing is I'm opposed to the almost doubling of the DCs, but I've been doing a bit of work in the background, emailing council, and they kind of, from what I can see, it's like, we do a spreadsheet, these are all the costs, it spits out a number at the bottom, it is what it is. So it's like, well, I don't want to waste 10 minutes arguing with something that probably won't change. But mainly this, I got the wrong page. It's when you charge the DCs, which caught my attention, which I think you're saying you want to charge them at the start or when the consent's issued, which the milestones at which DCs are required. So at the moment, basically, you get your consents, you build your project. The demand doesn't come online until you get people living in there. You don't get people living in there until you get a CCC and a 224. So you guys say, you want the CCC and 224, pay your DCs. Pretty simple transaction. Here's the DCs, here's the 224, there's the demand. That's it. If you want to bring that forward to when we get consented, it's like we've got enough problems building at the moment. I mean, I think we're officially in recession this year. We've actually been in recession for 3 years in our game. It just became official. But I'll just give you a quick example. So if you did 20 houses in Chartwell, I think in your spreadsheet it's gone from 15 grand to 42 grand per lot for a DC. So it's an extra 24 grand, 20 houses, that's $480,000. At the moment, our interest rates are anywhere between 14.5% and 16% across the development. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of that, but that's what we pay. Banks are about 10 to 11%, finance companies are more. So that's $70,000 if we pay you guys up front. So we've just been hit with $500,000 worth of costs, and it's like, it is what it is, whatever. But I don't want to get hit with another 70. It's just like a kick in the guts. So that's $550,000 on a 20-lot development. 27,500 a unit. If those units are going for 600 grand, that's 5% of the cost of the house, just going to DCs. Market's down 15% from the peak, and costs are up about 10%. So that adds to 30% on a $600,000 house. I don't know how much money you think us developers make, but it ain't that much. And you're just taking it, well, it's just disappeared. So that's why we just can't build. So whatever projections you have for your DCs going forward and you're consenting, I'd probably halve that if you're going to start bringing this in as well. Because it's just, it's not like we don't want to build. I'm actually looking forward to Plan Change 12. I think this is one of the only cities which has a subdivision minimum, like the 400 minimum. And that's why you don't see all the terrace house boys come here, like Williams Corp and Wolfbrook, because they looked at our planning rules and they went, nah, we'll go to Wellington, Auckland, Christchurch, wherever else, Tauranga. I'm looking forward to Plan Change 12, but if I can't get deals to stack, can't build anything. But this is the thing, is that if you can't show a margin, you can't get the deals to stack financially, no funder will back the deal. If you don't get any money, you can't do anything. Can't do anything, just throw the deal in the bin and we go to Waikato or Waipawa or Auckland or somewhere else where we can get deals to stack. So look, if we're going to get hit with these charges, and it sounds like we are, just don't hit us at the start. Especially if we go into a project and we do the consent and then the market changes and we have to sit on it and put tenants in there and just wait for a year or two. We don't want to carry that cost because that 70 grand is going to turn into 140 and so on. So that's pretty much it from me.
Thank you. Leon, I do have one question, if I might, so a good bit of time left over. What part does the cost that you acquire your land play in terms of affordability for the overall development, the initial purchase of land to build on? To what extent does that influence the cost of you being able to develop something?
So you're saying when we buy land, what's the individual component?
Yeah.
It's a good question. In the peak, it was getting up to 250 to 300 grand a lot, which just made it unfeasible. Now prices have come back, so we're kind of seeing, it's across the board, depends on what part of town, but and it depends on the yield. So I don't really want to put this on the record, but like the new Plan Change 12 is actually making it better for us. We can get a few more properties on there, so you kind of like the old 1,000 square metre duplex. If you get something at $1 million, it's 250 grand a lot. It's sort of hard to make it work at that. If you can convince someone to sell their land at 800 grand, even though the CV says 1.1, you can probably make it work, but you're probably not going to get the vendor to agree to that.
Right.
But if you can get 6 houses on there, and the Plan Change 12, it's $1 million divided by 6. So you just start getting
So the horizontal
your starting
density.
point's lower, so then you can sort of add in those other costs and hopefully get the deal to
So
stack.
both the horizontal density, being able to put more property on the land, and the vertical density makes it better for developers, or?
I'm not in the vertical game. We'll go 2 stories. That's it. And if we go 3 stories, it'll probably be in the CBD or somewhere like that. But I think that density, we can already make it work.
Thank you. That's very clear. Thank you, Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Leon. The water connections, they're a problem in half the city for capacity. How big an impact is that on you?
Oh, it's massive. So you basically can't develop in half the city. So I get bought deals all the time. People sort of seem to know who we are, so they come into our inbox. Great pieces of land, love to develop it. Can't, because there's no sewer. Not only is there no sewer, there's no time frame, I don't think, or maybe it's 2028 now I hear, but I don't know. So yeah, it's a massive impact. It's pretty much can't develop in half the city, half the deals we just pass on them. So it's not ideal. Plus also when you go in to buy land, if you can go in with an unconditional offer, you say, I'll buy it at that, it sort of makes it your position for negotiating that price a little bit better. Like I say, the starting point is everything for development. The deal's done on the buy because you've got to add in all these extra costs later. If you've got to go and say, I need DD because I've got to go see this chap at council to see if there's sewer connected and I need 6 weeks, 4 weeks, then they go, okay, yeah, no, you can pay what I'm asking. And so, yeah, it has an effect, massive.
Thank you. I think we have time for another question. Councillor Wilson?
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Councillor Andrew asked one of my questions, but the one I had, you commented about Hamilton having the 400 square metre barrier, as you described it, versus Auckland and others. Did the change in the district plan enabling duplexes not help mitigate that? Because in theory, you could then drop down to 150 square metres, couldn't you, in a duplex?
You go to 200. So,
200.
So a duplex on 400. So it helped in residential zones. So yes, it did help, and we were at the forefront of doing duplexes as soon as that district plan came in. But the problem is you look on your city map and all your high density zoning's pretty much chock-a-block. There's not much left. So we were forced to go out to the resi zoning. But then all the market went up, and now you're paying like 1.2 million, 1.3 million for 1,000 squares, and that's when we went to Waikato and Waipara. We're like, can't make it work. But now Plan Change 12's coming in, it's like, cool, now we can make it work again. So it's all about that starting point for the development. If we can get the cost per lot down, we can just make it work, because we're getting squeezed from the end sale prices coming back, the costs are going up. This is our margin in the middle. If we don't have the margin right, the funder just goes, nah, too risky, don't want to lend. So if we can, starting point, that's what I'm after. So don't add to the already increasing DCs by asking for it up front.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, very clear. Thank you for taking the time to come and clarify your submission. We appreciate it.
I'd like to say more, but...
Well, you know, you've got 1 minute if you can squeeze it in.
Oh, don't build that bridge. It's a waste of money. Honestly, like, it's such a waste of money. It's going to be used by perhaps 2% of people here, if not less. I'm pretty sure, and I haven't done the math, but I'm pretty sure 100% of people in the city will use the sewer. 100%. And that's occupants, guests, everyone. So fix the sewer, take the money from the bridge, fix the sewer.
Thank you. That was very clear.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All good.
Thank you so much. Next up we have Matt. Good morning, Matt.
Surnames as well, Mayor Paul, it just helps us in the list.
This is Matt Stark, for anybody who does not know him.
I know Matt. I'm just saying on the others it's helpful.
Oh, yes. I think...
If you've taken the time, it was very short. And yeah, you probably, and I don't know if it was clear, but look, for those who don't know me, I suppose I've committed to the city 13 years ago on a mission to be part of the revitalisation in the city, right? And it's quite interesting sitting here now, finding ourselves in this position as a city, because effectively we're on the same waka, going the same direction, right? And it's pretty disappointing, to be completely honest, and pretty disappointing on a few areas. And I'll go from negative to positive, so it's not going to be a bashing of any sorts, but it's pretty disappointing that we sit here when we knew this was happening 3, 6, 9, 12 years ago, right? And it felt at times from the business community, we sit back and we go, oh, we can't put the rates up by 14% because it's not palatable, rah-de-rah. And then, all of a sudden it's kind of now it's acceptable. Now, you probably think it's not acceptable that it's 19.9, but it's, you put it out there, so it's acceptable. And this is not about me, eh? This is about, I drive down Ulster Street, I drive down Norton, Fairfield, Beta, and they're going to be the ones that are affected by these decisions that you around this table are governors of, right? My wife, my kids will still have peanut butter to spread on the toast and all that sort of stuff. It's not about me. So I see us as where are the radical changes, you know? Just to say, oh, we're not going to do the bridge, because let's face it, there'll be probably protesters down there if you do the bridge, right? It's mad. So let's kick that away. That's obviously not going to happen. But like, where's the radical change? Haven't seen any of it. Of cost savings. I just haven't seen it. Like, we're still the ship cruising towards I don't know, the edge. And so yeah, I find it very fascinating, and I think from the private sector, the development community, we sit here and we want to help assist you guys and be clear on this. The submission process, you know, for I think the investment we've got in the CBD, and I don't think we should have privilege or anything special, but we do see a lot. We do contribute to a lot as a body, and to get that type of submission come out to me and everybody else to say, as a lollipop, we've got 5 lollipops. Which one do you want? Oh, and you'll read in my submission, I need to know the questions, what are we submitting on, because I can't say, oh, I don't want a library or this, because I don't know I don't have the financial details to make those decisions. So it's been a poor process on giving the public these things when we don't have any idea. And so it questions, do you actually really care about the submissions? That's where I got to, right? Because the detail was poor. So anyway, that said, we are here. We're not going anywhere. We've committed to the city, the city centre, the city as a whole, the region, and we want to participate and help make this city vibrant for all people. So I know that's big, lofty stuff, but like, we're not going away. And I want to see radical change. So as governors of our city, I look at all of you, right? We need radical change for the vulnerable, for the poor, for the people that these decisions are going to affect, and for the operators, because, you know, you take MAID, for instance, seems to be a bit of a shining light in Hamilton East. Our rates are going to go up 68% next year. Retail's at its hot, you know, challenging environment, right? And we're supporting the makers, creators, and doers, and the artisans of our city, you know, of our city that go to the world, like Duck Island and all these, you know, so many different Valari, all these things that are our shining light, kind of like our marketing piece that if we were to tell, oh, yeah, we've got this and that, and, you know, beautiful thing. But there's going to be challenges coming ahead, you know, and there will be some of them, we'll be able to carry most of them through, but at our cost. But I just wanted to paint that picture for you today and give you lofty stuff, but also, boom. But also just say, hey, we are here to help, because we want to make money, but we also want to contribute to a vibrant, beautiful, and safe city. So anyway, that's me.
Thank you very much, and we've run out of time for questions,
That's
which
all right.
is a shame, because I had one up my sleeve, and
Did
I know.
you? Spoke too much, huh?
No,
Anyway,
but
all good.
we know where to find you.
Yeah, I'm
and
sure
have
you do.
these conversations. And thank you very much.
Yep.
And we do want to thank you for the vision that you do bring to the city. We acknowledge it, and with places like MAID and other things that you've done prior, we do appreciate the impact you have on our city. Okay, so now we have John Purcell. Thank you. Good morning.
Got the slides on the screen there, that'd be good. And you've all seen the slides and bits and pieces and that, thanks. This is going to be pretty fast. Yeah, it's a massive subject, as all of you guys know when you get into things of parking and bits and pieces, so I'll rip into it. So my submission is in support of Council's intention to reintroduce on-street parking charges under a demand-responsive pricing framework. Myself, if we move to the next slide, I'm a subject matter expert in the parking industry. I'm the chairperson of the New Zealand Parking Association, a member of the Ministry of Transport Technical Advisory Panel, and I've presented at numerous conferences in New Zealand and Australia on parking. In 2012, on the previous slide, at the front you would have seen that there was a logic schematic, and I produced that as a roadmap for Chris Allen about what was going to happen with parking over the years. Phases 1 and 2 of that were completed, but many of the outcomes in the role modelling identified in phase 3 could not be supported when we moved to 2 hours free parking. Consultation in the 2017-2018 annual plan posed the question, if free parking were introduced, what would be the appropriate manner for council to recover lost revenue? In excess of 440 submissions were made, and over 80% of those identified the user pays system, which was the status quo at the time, as required to remain. At the time, I'd recommended the adoption of demand responsive pricing, and under that structure, we would have actually made more money. The turnover would have increased, so the shops get the turnover, we still got the money, and people could find a car park. The Parking Task Force requested I investigate free parking offers around the country. 6 cities responded to that. Their comments were put into a matrix of benefits and disbenefits. There was one benefit identified, and that was that the public would enjoy the convenience of just parking and walking away. The disbenefits was significant. These included free parking worked, this is from other cities that had done this around the country, free parking worked against effective transport strategies, public transport operations would be negatively affected, free parking was easy to abuse and was difficult to manage, modal shift initiatives would be hindered, and significant revenue would be lost. We've experienced all of those things. The Parking Task Force Chair made a recommendation to Council to implement free parking in the CBD. The Chair's recommendation for free parking failed to disclose the disbenefits experienced by other cities or the benefits of demand responsive pricing before that voting session. The vote resolution was narrowly carried. It was earmarked both as a trial and as an elected member rather than a staff initiative. The trial's performance review was completed by myself but was continually deferred from being tabled in front of Council. But if we move to the next slide, I've got a few slides that now that I'm not gagged, I can actually show you. So this is the request for service at Hamilton City Council. You'll notice that parking related requests for service, we're sitting at 150 requests per month. After 2-hour free parking came in, it went up to 242. Now, when people talk about people parking on footpaths and things like that, all of our parking wardens were trying to manage the abuse or the turnover in the CBD, and we had to pull them from the suburbs and that. So that's why you'll find that the complaints went up, because we couldn't do those other activities. Infringements issued. Next slide, please. Infringements issued reduced by about 30% from before free parking to after free parking. What I'm talking about here is 2 years before free parking, 2 years after free parking came in, before COVID. So none of this is COVID stuff. So you'll find that there was a significant reduction in revenue for council from infringements from the free parking. Next slide, please. This is a real doozy. You'll notice the on the left-hand side of the screen, the two years before free parking, we were earning $122,000 or more than $122,000 a month from on-street revenue, and when free parking came in, we're averaging just under $16,000 per month of on-street revenue. So next slide, please. So in the ballpark, if you sort of look at the lost infringement revenue, which was averaging $64,596 per month, and the on-street paid parking revenue of $106,550 per month, and you times that by the 79 months of the parking trial, we've lost nearly $13 million. I will modify that to sort of say COVID did happen, so there would be a slight difference there, if you know what I mean. Having said that, if we'd gone to demand responsive pricing, it would have been higher than that. So next slide, please. Was it worth it? There you go. There's, if you look at the dotted blue line, that was the CBD impact on retail spend from Market View, which is completely independent. So was wasting that $30 million worth it? I see I'm out of time, but just in summing up, the parking is an integral part of transportation activity, should never be treated in isolation. Ratepayers were against free parking. Free parking resulted in suboptimal use of parking spaces. Complaints have increased. PT has negatively been affected. Businesses have not benefited. The CBD has become congested. Free parking does not appear in any prudent parking strategy.
Sorry, John, we can read the rest of that. Very good effort in trying to squeeze it in the last seconds, but thank you for your
Yep.
very fulsome
That's cool.
submission. We do really appreciate it.
No worries at all. All of that information, I can make it available to City
Yes, please.
Transportation.
That would be the ideal way to do it. If you would, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just going to look at my list. Give me 1/2 second. Ian Bridge is next, please. Good morning, Ian.
Morning, councillors, and thank you for your time and thank you for my supporters who have come in. I've got a slideshow too somewhere. I'm deeply concerned at the outcomes of the long-term plan, the proposed long-term plan at 19.5% increase in rates. How could this be when this council just 3 years ago approved a long-term plan that had a 7% year-on-year increase? Could I have the slides up, please? It's unaffordable. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. Now, pensions increased this year, $23 a week. Single pensions, $23 a week. Put this in your mind. Hamilton City Council want $11 of it. No rebate for incomes over $44,000, and a couple's pension accumulates to $40,000. I looked at the assumptions used and they're well out of date and too high. Next slide, please. This slide is important. It compares 24, 25 out of the two plans. And you'll see there it's in millions of dollars. The rates income between the two plans have gone up 14%. Personnel, it's gone up 23%. In 3 years, personnel costs have gone up 23%. How can this be? Depreciation, 24%. Operation, professional fees, 31% in professional fees. And total operating expenses up 33%. This is unacceptable. Next slide, please. The next slide compares 23-24 this year and next year. Rates income. Rates income is going up $55 million or 21.4%. I don't know where your 19.5% comes in, but these are figures from your published 10-year plan. Personnel costs are going up 9%. Pension has got 4.6%. And year to date, March Stats New Zealand figures, the increase in remuneration is 4.1%. So with decreased staff, I would expect something less than 4% in terms of personnel costs. Again, depreciation up 19%. It's from revalued assets. I question that as an accounting practice, depreciating on revalued assets. Finance costs for next year going up 79%. Now, interest rates are stable at the moment and they will be coming down. So how can you possibly have such a high finance cost? Operating costs, 15% up when inflation's at 4%. The councillors should challenge the executive and to do better. Increases in costs are completely unacceptable and completely unreasonable. Now, shaping the city. The next slide, please. Cities where people would love to be, and they sure do, and so do others. Those people that live in the Waikato district, Waipa, Matamata, but they pay no Hamilton City Council rates. And we provide regional assets, FMG stadiums, Haddon Park, Claudelands, you know them all. All are subsidised by Hamilton City Council ratepayers, nothing from other councils. And I ask you to consider the distance from some of these centres to Hamilton CBD. Cambridge, 25k, Huntly, 29, Te Awamutu, 34, Morrinsville, 35. Compare that with Auckland, Papakura, 34, Karaka, 37, and so on. What we need is a Waikato City and District Council, a bigger council, a bigger city, so that we can share the costs equitably. It's all about equity. You need to think big. Next slide, please. Three Waters done well could be a catalyst for changing the boundaries. Wastewater, you're spending $524 million over the next 10 years at Puketi treatment plant. You've got an over-reliance on the Flagstaff pipe bridge. You don't have a plan B if there's a blockage or an earthquake or a flood, and these are topics. What's required is a treatment plant east of Hamilton, west of Morrinsville, north of Cambridge. Central City, next slide please. There should be no limitations to the increase in rates. At present these show a 5% capped for the Central City. This is not on. Premium is required for redundant infrastructure. The density leads to increased emissions, etc., etc. Next slide please.
Just about out of time. I wonder if you're able to keep the circulated slides will be given to us. Can you just make your few final points that you want to make? Because then I'm afraid we've got a whole day's worth of submitters.
Certainly.
Thank you.
You've got a capital expenditure. You've got a 30-year plan condensed into 10 years. Rome wasn't built in a day, and nor should Hamilton City. Look at the interview between Jack Tane and Simeon Brown. Doesn't have to. Three Waters doesn't have to be done in 1 or 3 years. If ratepayers can't afford it, don't spend it. In terms of debt, regional airport, $117 million you've got invested in that, and you've got a dividend of $250,000. Just 0.21%. 0.21%. That doesn't cover the cost of capital. It's time to sell it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time and also for being so thorough in putting those slides together, which will be very useful to form up our questions. So we do appreciate that. Thank you, Ian. We now have Margaret Rogers, please.
So I just want to thank you for the opportunity to present to the Council today. I'm presenting today not because I have any inclination to be political, but this has become so out of necessity. As I see what is happening in our once beautiful city, I'm concerned for the future legacy this Council is steaming ahead with, an agenda being rolled out at speed, and do not wish for this for my children and grandchildren. I am speaking up as their interests and well-being need to be protected. People won't have the freedoms that we have, and by continuing on this path, future generations have a very bleak future. Hamilton City Council long-term plan, I believe, is a blueprint of expenditure, of gross overspending and future indebtedness to my fellow ratepayers. It outlines future-proofing of infrastructure, its intention of mass overspending of unavailable ratepayer funds. Current debt at the moment is around about $1 billion, and this is looking to be $2 billion within the next 5 years. The proposed rates increase is 66% over the next 4 years, which is unaffordable for many people. If this council falters in their debt, it's up to the rest of New Zealand ratepayers to pay down debt. This is an enormous debt burden on all ratepayers across the country. This debt puts all of our properties in jeopardy. Is it true you have used our properties as equity for more funding? This is an agenda set to financially enslave the very people you are meant to serve. New Zealand is the first nation in the world to have all its local councils join the Smart Cities Council. There is an alliance bringing all 78 councils in New Zealand into Smart City membership. Their vision is to create a digitally transformed local government. This is to ensure a focus on achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Regarding the money that Hamilton City Councils are borrowing from LGFA. Is it a coincidence that LGFA rules around funding are exactly the same as the United Nations? All of these directives are therefore coming from the UN, of which we as a country should be opting out of immediately. I do not consent to living in a 15-minute prison. Constant mismanagement of monies, funds for projects and the wasteful funding of consultants, $351,000 spent on consultants lately. This council is also out of control with the number of staff that are on the books alongside the consultants. The amount that goes out in the wages is just about half of the infrastructure costs. All of these decisions highlight the willful disregard for the ratepayers for whom you are in fact working for. On that note, let's discuss the Transport Data Analysis Program that automatically monitors the Hamilton City Council transport network, in other words, monitors and surveillance watching your every move, breaching the Privacy Act and taking away any freedom of movement, leading to this 15-minute prison city concept. Whose dumb city idea was this? Another UN directive which you gleefully go along with. In addition to this, we now have traffic calming measures rolling out around the city, impacting negatively on emergency services. Yesterday, I witnessed 2 police cars airborne over the 2 speed humps around 5 Crossroads Way as they responded urgently to a call out. Not okay. Emergency services are all expressing their dissatisfaction at their inability to attend to emergencies on time. A safety audit is required for every intersection in Hamilton. The long-term plan can in fact be deferred for 12 months and should be. Hamilton City Council are rushing this process through, skipping some of the auditing processes. There are 14 other documents related to the long-term plan to go through, and we cannot do this process justice within your tight time frame. Or is that the obvious intent? I propose that a forensic independent audit be issued immediately on Hamilton City Council. From the land acquisitions, poor roading, never-ending and unsustainable rates rises and infrastructure projects that have been elements of restrictive and out of control 15-minute city objectives. You will be remembered for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very clear submission. Appreciate you coming in to speak to it. We've got Amber next. Amber Hamill.
Kia ora koutou katoa, reira te mihi ki a koutou I tipu ake o ki ngā. He uri ahu no airani, ingarani, kotorani a hoki, kei tinoho o kai kirikiri roa ko Amber Hamill tōku ingoa. I am grateful to have this opportunity to address the councillors and the Mayor today, and also the staff who I note are working really effectively and efficiently to support this democratic process. So I mihi to them also. I'm coming twice today. I know, that's great, right? So right now I'm here in a personal capacity, and later I will be reappearing in a professional capacity where I will look exactly like this. Don't be alarmed. So I don't have notes prepared for my personal submission today, but there were some things in particular that I'd like to draw your attention to. So first of all, I think the council staff are by and large working at great capacity, and I think that any reduction in staff will compromise the council's ability to deliver the services they deliver and to improve on or expand or even make more efficient the service delivery they are currently engaged with. I'd also like to note that I walked here in 15 minutes and it was awesome. Really enjoyed that. I'd like to be able to get more places in 15 minutes. I don't feel imprisoned by that joy whatsoever. I am a tenant And I note that one of the proposals in the long-term plan relates to a choice between rating and water rates. I would find it really empowering to be able to manage those increased costs relating to my property myself, rather than have this used as a tool, weapon by my landlord to increase my rent. That's a cost that I can control, and I feel like that would be a benefit to me. The substantive points I wanted to discuss relate to third spaces and community making, place making and development. I currently live in the Hillcrest Silverdale borderlands, which are fun and growing rapidly. So on the street where I live, Carrington Avenue, in the 5.5 years I've lived there, oh, someone is trying to join us online, Niall. I've seen more than half the houses, the single dwelling houses, removed and replaced with high density housing, which I 100% support. I'm delighted to have more families and folks on my street. I think that's a huge benefit to us. However, in that time, there's no more infrastructure to support us to be a community. So the library remains about as big as this patch of carpet, despite council having the premises and the lease to expand the library. It's galling to see new suburbs with excellent and really well-used library facilities, while our third space, our library, groans and has already overshot its capacity, just as we're about to have even more new neighbours to the east of us. Already thousands of people are at the Ruakura site every day, and I think we often think of community in terms of where we live, but as you will know, we also make community where we work. So it would be great to have more opportunity for us to gather. Lots of people who live in my neighbourhood are like me, migrants, and also as the footprint of our homes decrease in size, we're less able to socialise in our private dwellings, and this hugely increases our need for third spaces. So I really would encourage you to revisit this decision relating to the library. And my final point is about cycling. I really love cycling, and there's heaps of places I can get in 15 minutes on my bike. I'm super pro that. I'm also a motorist, and I am really happy to slow down to go around things like, I don't know, schools, roundabouts, other places where there are pedestrians. And I think the imposition on emergency service vehicles having to slow down to get where they're going is perhaps offset by less requirement for them to attend motor vehicle accidents relating to children riding bikes and crossing the road. So I think that's a pretty excellent trade-off, and I really support that. But back to cycling, the main reason I get in my car is to take my kid places that it's not safe for her to cycle. She's a great cyclist. She's not the problem.
Thank you very much. Amber, we look forward to seeing your reincarnation this afternoon. Thank you. We've now got Hannah Palmer and Paul Curwood, am I right? And Curwood. Good morning. You're just into the morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Our names are Hannah Palmer and Paul Curwood, and we own the property at 17 Masters Avenue in Hillcrest, next to the Hillcrest Bowling Club. We have lived here since 2022, and we would like to speak to the last point of our submission today regarding the proposed water tower and pumping station, which is to be situated on the bowling greens. And we've provided the panel with two handouts. One shows an existing designation A65 around the existing non-operational water tower, and the other shows the location of our property in relation to the bowling greens. So you can see that up there, the pink being the bowling greens and the red dot being our house. When we purchased our property in 2022, the LIM report we received noted that there were no designations adjacent to the property boundary, and I quote that was written in the LIM. This gave us a level of comfort to offer what we did on our property, given the land at the bowling club next door was zoned for recreational use, and there was no indication of impending public works. Since buying the property, however, we have heard about the plans for the water tower from members of the bowling club, and that these plans have been in the pipeline for a number of years. Following our purchase, we contacted the council, and they confirmed that there is in fact a designation adjacent to our property boundary. So we have concluded that an error was made on our LIM report, and had we known this information at the time of purchasing our property, we would not have gone ahead with the purchase. We are particularly concerned around the impacts of the proposed water tower. We have been told by the Three Waters Department here at Council, after we made inquiries, that it is to be approximately the size of the one at Ruakura. The bowling club site is surrounded by residences, and it's not a large site, such that any proposed water tower and pumping station will be mere metres away from a number of residences. For us, it will be on our western side, which is where we get most of our sun into our 1940s house, and it is where our fruit trees and vegetable gardens are. So our key concern is shading. We are also concerned about noise, dust and vibration throughout what is a prolonged construction period, as well as the noise of the pumping station when it is in operation, the lasting impact on visual amenity, and also safety should the water tower ever fail. Given there are some question marks over the designation, that there has been no engagement with directly affected residents to date, other than the bowling club, and that it will result in the loss of a community asset, we are not convinced that an adequate assessment of alternative locations for the water tower and pumping station has been undertaken. It was also next to impossible to find any information on the proposal in the long-term plan, yet the Three Waters team have indicated to us that this is a priority project, which makes us think that there may be a few residents who don't yet know that this is on the cards. We understand the need for water services for a growing city. However, we would like to ensure our voices are also heard. We request that Council looks into the assessment of alternative sites and conveys to affected residents how this process was undertaken before a decision is made to go ahead with this site. In the event that the proposal does go ahead, we would like the Council to proactively and meaningfully engage with affected residents around adequate and agreed mitigation measures and timelines. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in and sharing that. I can see that it's a very distressing issue for you, and I can assure that staff will be back in touch with you on that matter. Thank you. Next we have Neil Tierney. Neil? Huh? He's on Zoom? Is it Niall or Neil? Is he there?
Hello. Hello.
Good
Hello,
morning.
Paula, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. We can't see you. We
How you
can
doing? Apologies for that. Good afternoon.
We can see the ceiling. See.
Sorry about that.
Going back, excellent. Now I hope I got your name right. I probably didn't.
Oh, you got it perfect.
Oh, good. Technology, what a wonderful thing.
That's fantastic. Sorry. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay. Yeah, listen, I'm just... Hello, are you still here?
We are. We can't see you, but we can hear you. Don't know what's...
Okay, well, sorry, we'll have to do. Okay, sorry. Yeah, look, I just want to give my 10-cent worth. So we've been asked for the, I think it's a 20.5% interest rate or rate spike. And I'm just concerned about the excessive non-core spending, and I just see it everywhere, and I just don't see an end to it. And I've lived here now for 6 years, and I'm looking around and I see stuff like, you know, we're putting in, putting in speed ramps at the Garden and Wireley Drive roundabout. It's just crazy stuff. You've got double cycle lanes beside lanes. You've got the bloody the Hamilton Gardens Centre. And yeah, look, they're all great and all that. But when you're broke, what I want to know from the council, when you're broke and you're in debt, why are we still spending money on non-core items?
Have we lost him? Are you finished? No.
more or less what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We'll just see if there's a few questions. We have got your submission.
Here they are.
There you go. That's much
How
better.
you doing?
In terms of the excessive non-core spending, and you've mentioned a couple of things that are pretty low end of the budget, are there any other particular examples that you have in terms of excessive spend that we should cut?
Well, the basis is the core spending to me has just been, I just want to have basic services, okay? So all the stuff that it's good to have, like your, spending, I mean, for example, it's great to have a new community centre for Keddy, but then when you're telling the community we're in debt, how can we justify that? It's simple economics. I mean, there's lots of stuff I'd like to get in my house, I'd like work done, but just can't afford it. In normal business practices, a company would be out of business, but yet you see it's okay to put the hand out and demand 20% increase in rates to fund this.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody any questions? No questions, but we do, no? Yes, there is. Sorry, there is a question. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much for your submission. My question is, do you believe that Hamilton City Council should cut more staff on the basis that we've grown our workforce by nearly 40% in the last 6 years?
I haven't got the figures on the staff, but I believe I don't think double cycleways are necessary when you're broke. Or what's the justification for speed ramps on where you drive? What's the cost of that? 1.2 million? It all adds up. I'm not talking about staff.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time and carrying on with very difficult IT challenges that you had. But thank you very much for your submission. Okay, next we have Andre Schenk. Sorry, Schenk. And now that I look more closely, you're quite...
Oh, no.
Aisha.
That's okay. Don't worry about it at all. Madam Mayor and councillors, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll keep this as brief as possible. As councillors, your decisions should reflect public interest, including that of present and future residents. Yes, investment and borrowing for large intergenerational projects like renewal of transport, stormwater, wastewater, etc. are all necessary. But council data shows that about 1/3 of the expenditure in capital projects is allocated to these renewal projects, with the other 2/3 allocated to growth projects. Council data shows about 1/3 of, where am I? 1/3 of the expenditure in capital projects, the graph, it is these 2/3 allocation that is disturbing, as much of the burden of funding for these projects is placed heavily on ratepayers. Council plans to borrow an additional 1.6 billion as a result, trebling rates within 10 years. Interest payments on borrowings will increase from 31 million in 2024 to 142 million per year in 2034. That is an increase from $530 to at least $1,800 per rateable unit, just to pay the interest. How is this massive increase in the best interest of homeowners and renters, as these costs will ultimately be passed on to them as well? Has the council consulted Hamiltonians to find out if they actually want this rapid growth, and how much are they prepared to pay for it? As an example, a pensioner living in a 650k property is paying $50 a week in rates, which may now be affordable out of a $400 superannuation package. But $150 a week will break many as superannuation only increases with the rate of inflation. Where are the elderly going to be housed when they can't afford to stay in their homes? This trebling of rates will affect already struggling renters with further increased rents. The growth projects bring lots of questions to mind, and I seriously question whether a majority of residents are in favour of such rapid growth, when it results in debt financed by substantial rates increases. Is this too much growth too fast? Can it be scaled down to reduce borrowing? Are the growth projects efficient use of ratepayers' funds? Have ratepayers been consulted on these massive rates increases, not in a council survey, but in an independent ratepayer survey, which can easily be added with the rates invoice? And when a debt-to-revenue ratio is set to a maximum of 280%, then this does not mean that you have to max it straight away. What about considering a future flexibility margin? Councillors and Madam Mayor, thank you for your time. I sincerely hope the wishes of the ratepayers will be considered. They are, after all, the ones paying heavily for your decisions, and they are the ones who have elected you to represent them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just see if there are any questions. I'm just looking at your written submission as well.
I've made it a bit milder, eh?
Pardon?
I've made it a bit milder.
You've made it very clear, and we do appreciate the time that you've taken to come in and not only make it clear, but speak to it. It does make a huge difference, so thank you very much.
Good one, thanks.
Okay, Chris Williams. You speaking personally at this point on this one, or represent?
It's a kind of combination of roles.
Okay, excellent. So you've got an organisational 10 minutes.
Okay. Oh, okay, rightio. So I guess I'll make the submission on behalf of King Street, of which I'm the majority owner. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having me today and for this opportunity to present. It's a great privilege. We should appreciate these things in life. And for those that don't know me, my name's Chris Williams, and just a very quick background. I was born here in Hamilton and I grew up in Te Awamutu, attended school and university here, left in '83 and returned in '99 when I bought the business of the then Mayor Russ Remington. In the room next door, I negotiated the deal with him. And we both bear the scars still to this day. We've now been in operation for 25 years and have built up a loyal following and strong reputation. By the way, Russ is my second cousin. He's my mother's cousin, so yeah, I've got a lot of time for us. Over these years, we've put our support behind many organisations and events, and I'm lucky enough to have been involved in a number of governance positions. I've been chair of the Hamilton Arts Festival for 14 years. I was the original chair of Creative Waikato, helped drive the process of changing Clarence Street Theatre from council ownership and was the foundation chair. And recently I was appointed to the operating trust of our new regional theatre, which is a great privilege once again to be part of that exciting development. On top of this, King Street has been a major supporter of the arts. Among many other things, we've put together the branding for the Meteor and Clarence Street. We did the original branding for Creative Waikato, have sponsored many artistic events and have been platinum sponsors of the Hamilton Arts Festival for 14 years. This is a huge undertaking for us as we basically assume the role of design and marketing department for that time. It's a very, very big job. And because we work in the creative field, I've always been a big believer in kind of, I hope, nurturing the creative community as much as as I can. In my creative life, I am a musician and composer. I've written and produced 3 stage musicals, one of which, The Rug, is launching this weekend. Tickets are selling fast, getting quick. These productions have provided many opportunities for the creative community and have helped get me noticed overseas in the States. I'll give you this background in order to make my point for today. My business is small, tiny really by comparison. We employ around 15 people and have punched above our weight for our entire 25-year existence. And all the activities I've outlined above are done for nothing. They've been helpful. I will put that out there, being helpful in building our profile. In some ways, it's helped build our profile for people who want free stuff to come and check out our capacity for more free stuff. And at one point, I had to agree with the rest of the team that I needed to get 2 other people to approve anything that I was agreeing to do for free, which was probably not a bad move. But mostly we do it for the love of the city and to fulfil our commitment to put back into the community that has given us so much. My personal philosophy is that we are duty-bound to use our God-given talents for as much good as we can. So my point today to you comes down to partnership. One of the great strengths of this community is in its ability to pull together, help one another, and create the situation where the whole equals greater than the sum of the parts. I can tell you with my hand on heart that so much of what we've been able to do, what I've been able to do personally, would not have been able to be done in another city like Auckland and Wellington. This is a very unique community. In our case, we work across many client categories and provide a lot of support as outlined above, and everything's linked. One very close link is between our arts events and Hamilton Waikato tourism. We're also the agency of record for this organisation, did the original branding back in the day when Linda Keane was in charge, and have been on and off with them over the years. They punch above their weight as well, and for every dollar they spend, we put in more than that amount of money just to help out. It's been very, very difficult for them. But in all the efforts, as I say, we've started to see some real growth in visitors from out of the region at festival time particularly, which we're excited about and look forward to building on. Once again, it's all about partnership. Furthermore, so much of the experience we offer to visitors relies on the various theatres, facilities, services and our creative sector, all of which need their funding in order just to keep their heads above water. So as you make your funding decisions, we realise we're a business too. We've had to go through cuts and all the rest of it. We realise the situation that you're in. But just a few points to consider. When I arrived back in Hamilton in 1999, it was a very different city. Strong creative roots, but lacking in kind of that key infrastructure. Nowadays, it's really starting to thrive. It's taken time, that 25 years, brick by brick. And through the combined efforts of the community, we now have an arts ecosystem that's come to another level and poised to go further and starting to get nationally recognised. Taking away funding for the festival, theatres and all those kind of things will have a ripple effect that will probably take years to recover from if we ever did. And back in the day, I was actually on the board of Tourism Waikato. I'd only just joined, and I wonder if someone had a vendetta against me at the time. And it was when it was closed down after HCC pulled the funding. I think that went to the V8s or something. It was really devastating. To cut their funding now would be a disaster given how long it's taken them to fight back and get on the front foot. And another ripple effect will join that other ripple effect, and so on it goes. As I'm closely involved with the Hamilton Arts Festival, I can comment on the mountains we moved to stage the largest event of its kind in the country. We attract 40,000 plus people and various other venues to the gardens and various other venues. And this year, 28% came from out of region, which was amazing, which is combined from our efforts and Hamilton Tourism. A wide range of acts joined. We were joined by superstar Big Runga and others from across the spectrum, comedy, dance, theatre, music. And the Sunset Symphony attracted the biggest crowd in our history. With this, so many people enjoyed the free and live program as a buzz was created we've never seen before. And between us, we're all making a big difference to the community and adding vital texture to the cultural framework. When I say between us, I say between us and you guys, because we wouldn't be doing it without the funding that we get. We do all this with 1.6 FTEs. One of them is sitting here behind me, Jeffrey, and the other 0.6 is overseas at the moment. He'll come back soon. It's actually embarrassing when we compare to other festivals, and any reduction would seriously affect us. Not only would it discourage the amazing people we have in place from continuously going the extra mile, and so it goes on for the theatres who are also facing cuts. It's hard to know how kind of everything will remain sustainable. These are just a few points. My main point today comes back to partnership. We love working with you guys. We kind of think we're where the whole equals greater than the sum of the parts. We're one of those parts. And people like me and companies such as the one I run are the types who are seen a lot around the place in voluntary positions, helping keep the wheels turning. I never say no to people who want kind of help and so on. And there's too many of those community organisations to mention who are in that same position. We do this for the good of the city and the people who are gainfully employed to run the festivals, theatres and events. We do it for them as well. They've got jobs. And it's a responsibility I've always taken very seriously. So as far as making cuts go, there is a risk you take. For instance, the tourism people would really struggle to build on the great work they've been doing to get us back on the map. It would impact our festival and would have a dominoes effect that would continue on. And people like me, we see ourselves as working in partnership with you. Partners arrive to the relationship on equal terms. And the risk you run is that if we feel our efforts aren't being matched, do we run out of steam? That's a risk you run. I love all the roles I play, leading my business, working with the theatres, chairing the festival, but there's nothing in it for me other than the fulfilment of making a difference to our city. That, after all, is what we're here to do. So I would ask that you consider these points as you make your decisions, and thank you once again for your support over the years for all the things that I'm involved in and for the opportunity to present. Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. There's a bit of time left, not much, a little bit of time left over for questions.
Yeah,
First of all, Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thanks, Chris. Always good to see you. Thank you so much for what you do for the creative sector, particularly your 14 years with the festival. I just have one question outside of funding, because you're very clear about your concerns on that. You talked about partnership. What's the one big thing that we can do better to partner either with the festival / and or the creative sector as a council?
Outside of funding?
Yeah, outside of funding.
Okay, I think it's kind of, I suppose, smooth some of the pathways where you're involved with, some of the things that help us on the big events. Traffic would probably be one, wouldn't it, Jeffrey?
Yep.
Yeah.
No surprises there.
Yeah, so where your council people are involved, just making those paths as smooth as possible.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Thanks for the presentation. As you know, we borrow money to give you money. So you haven't mentioned how you're feeling about the rate increase, and you haven't. Would you support an additional rate increase above the 19.9 to enable us to make these additional funding requests, or to reassert the existing funding?
No.
Okay, so what would you like us to stop doing to provide you the money?
I haven't looked into the detail of the full plan and the budget and so on. So look, I don't have a response on that. I would need to come back to you on that part. I guess last year we got 175,000 for the festival. So we're basically requesting that we keep that at the same. So we're not asking for an increase, we're asking for it to stay the same.
Okay, thank you. And Chris, any background on the festival and what it gained this year that you want to drop in as way of extra?
Yeah, we're doing an economic. We got the impact report. $3.6 million.
Yeah.
Economic benefit. 3.6.
Yeah. Yeah, there is an attachment, but I was just going to say, if there's anything else that adds to it, feel free to drop it in as an addition to your submission.
Okay. Yeah, it's in the original one, which is that's 3.6 million was the economic.
Yeah, I know you had a young guy looking at the economics of the creative sector also, Sam, wasn't it? Sam?
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your time. But also, Chris, just while you're there, just say thank you for what you and your team, Jeff and others, put into our city. You certainly put us on the map over that creative season of the the Arts Festival, Hamilton Arts Festival. I know it would be sorely missed if it were to disappear, but thank you for the work that you guys do towards the creativity of our city. We appreciate it. We do. Thank you. We've got Edgar. Is Edgar here? Oh, he is. Hello. You're hiding in the back corner. We've got Edgar and then Alan. You're not quite standing in between us and lunch, so you're all right. No, you're good.
if not for me. Well, kia ora tātou and good afternoon. It's Edgar Wilson here. Many of you will already know me from different facets of life. I speak most personally, but in fact I'm speaking on behalf of Hamilton Cricket Association, and my colleagues are not here simply because I was called up early. So, and that means I'm talking on behalf of several thousand cricketers, to be quite candid. The Hamilton Cricket Association was established in 1956. I don't know if any of you around this room were established in 1956, but possibly. The board that I'm chair of, the Hamilton Cricket Association, is a voluntary board. We don't earn money, we don't get perks. Yes, a long time ago, 1956, in a period to create much history with great pride and accomplishment, and that includes any number of international cricketers, both men and women, but beyond that, thousands of players in the community game. I wish to commence on a positive note, because I'm not going to stay on that. Maria Barry and Duncan McDougall deserve some praise for the way they've responded to the urgent need of cricket in the city. It's a response, it's not a cure yet. Effectively, Hamilton has become a joke in Northern Districts cricket. In fact, it's got well past it. I've had any number of visiting teams from across Northern Districts and wider who just think that they shouldn't be wasting their time and money turning up to the city. Our grounds are appalling. Galloway Park, which I knew as a prestige ground, is now a ground that had to be closed and non-playable. I don't know if any of you here are very keen to face 130 km/h balls on any surface, let alone one that doesn't know where the ball's going to go. But basically, they're just a disgrace, putting it plainly. I didn't realise how bad they were till I became the chair and got involved in looking at it. Games have been called, competitions have been changed, visiting teams have been relocated, and it went on to that point that the situation was embarrassing initially, and then it's become incredibly frustrating. In fact, I would have a dossier of emails and texts week after week after week since August the 7th, which was the date I picked up the role of the board and chair. All this, and clubs are still charged except for a minimal discount that was offered us when Galloway Park was closed. Now, this was supposed to be our premier ground, but it was closed because the cricket blocks were just plainly unsafe. So Hamilton City has a problem. We are charging players to use unplayable and unsafe wickets. I'm proud to be a citizen of Hamilton. In fact, I love the city, but I'm not loving this at all. I take no pride at all in what's provided for playing cricket on grass blocks. Now, some of you might be sitting here saying, well, they've got the artificial turfs. With respect, that's for the community game. If you're serious about cricket, it's grass. And I'm not just talking about premiership. And if you're serious about developing women's cricket, it's grass. And you might ask the question, why do Northern Districts women do so poorly in the national scene? That's part of the answer. They have to learn their cricket on artificial surfaces which bear no resemblance to grass. So, having said that, we are trying, Hamilton City Council, no you're not, Hamilton Cricket Association, is trying to develop women's cricket, and we're having a little bit of success. In fact, what's really been great about it is a number of women who are coming out of the past and saying, we'd like to get back into the game, and the number of young women who are saying, we'd like to continue in the game. But a major deterrent is asking players to risk limbs on cricket blocks that you wouldn't put a second-grade winter sport on. In fact, I described it to Maria Barry. I said to him, I wouldn't put my cows on it. And I think there's plenty of evidence my comment is substantiated. It's a worry. So my request to you all, please do not add fees to the cost of playing cricket. In other words, I'm not asking for money, surprisingly. I've given up. But I'm asking you not to put more fees on, because as soon as you do, we charge players more to not get a result. To be quite candid, it's offensive. And this is supposed to be the prime city in Northern Districts, and it's seen as the worst environment to play cricket. Sure, we've got Seddon Park, but that's it. End of story. And we don't play on Seddon Park, in case you haven't realised that. I haven't been able to get games on Seddon Park in 10 years of coaching women's cricket. Just be aware of that. ATA appreciates the recent act of support from Maria, Duncan and the oversight from KJ, who's come on board to give advice to the City Council around preparing wickets. It's basically time to restore Hamilton cricket grounds to a place of pride. There's no pride in this at all. So let Hamilton become the leading place in Northern Districts for cricket, and not where your Hamilton Association receives weekly complaints and has me cringing with embarrassment and frustration. I got to a point where I thought, I can't turn up to a rep game. All I'm going to get is abused. And I thought, no, this is not so much abused by the players as abused about HCC. They don't abuse me personally. So my request is to you two things. One is, don't lump more money on us. Get the grounds back to a stage where they were when they were at their peak, and let us be seen as a centre of real cricket. There's plenty of money in it. Millions, in fact. I'm not asking you for anything except don't give us another fee increase, because that's all we need. That'll finish it off.
We're just about out of time. I was surprised that you weren't speaking as an organisation with 10 minutes, since you've largely talked about organisations. But so on that matter, and just because we have made up a tiny bit of time, I'm going to indulge.
Thank you,
Councillor Wilson with one question.
Thanks, Mayor. I guess my first question was, I was confused because I read your submission.
Yes.
And it talked about too much spending, get rid of the raised platforms, Te Huia, etc. But you spoke on behalf of the Cricket Association.
Well, what I was trying to say in that context, oh, who's to know? I think I might have. No, I had two. There's two there, actually. One was primarily cricket. I didn't write about Te Huia in the same block. Te Huia is a separate...
Just on your submission...
No, I'm not here, sorry. I let Te Huia speak for itself. I'm not talking about Te Huia. Enough people have. I'm not speaking on Te Huia. I'm talking about cricket, which is far more important to me, to be quite honest.
So thank you. Okay.
Yes, thanks.
I'm trying to resolve the... On one hand, I think you're saying we need to spend more money on cricket facilities and improve the ground, versus in your predominant submission, it was about the primary reason for the city debt is the spending, too many spenders, fail to ask the question, if it was my money, would I? So can you help me understand how you're, on one hand, just walk me through...
Yeah, let me have a go.
Two issues that you're putting forward.
Well, the first one is the cricket, because that's about the people. I'm talking about thousands of people in this, from preschool right through to they drop dead in some cases, cradle to grave cricket. And I'm talking predominantly about the state of our cricket blocks and our grounds, which are principally unsafe, to be quite candid. So much so that, for example, Gillette Cup, which is one of the premier events, the schools refused, even though they were drawn to play on Jansen Park, just couldn't play there.
Okay.
So they're all pulled out and ended up playing on the college grounds, which was safer and prepared and you name it. That's my primary look. Korikori is an outstanding new park. It does need more facilities, but those things come in time. Right. I'm not asking to borrow to improve. Let's be quite candid about that. As a person who's worked and lived in London for many times, I've yet to find a raised pedestrian crossing, by the way, in London, but then that just might be me.
So just final question on your submission. You want us to stop adding road costs such as cycleways, bus stops and raised mounds as crossings, but spend resources in improving the cricket facilities.
I suppose that's a crude way of putting it. Yeah, that would do.
Okay, thank
That'll
you.
Do.
That's what I was trying to interpret.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Taylor, will it be a super speedy direct question? If so, go.
I'll go as fast as I can. Look, thanks, Edgar. That as someone who grew up playing cricket at Galloway Park, that's quite distressing to hear. So it's the pitch preparation that you're talking about in particular?
No, the whole blocks are now useless. They basically have to be, and KJ's aware of this, basically sprayed out, re-prepared, and start again. Yeah, block after block. Not one example. It's across the board.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. To be fair, I think it would, to be accurate, the people who were involved in this domain prior to us raising it to this point didn't have a clue about cricket. An example, 22 yards, by the way, is the length of a cricket. Wick, in case you're not aware, they marked it out on a premiership match at 23.5 yards. That basically told me they really were in tune with the game. But the pictures, you look at them and think, oh my dear Lord.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you for letting me have that money's worth.
Sorry, Edgar.
Don't worry.
We really are out of time.
No
Good
worries.
to see you. Thank you
It's always
for
good
your
to see
submission.
you. Thank you all. All the best.
Thank you. Alan. Alan Chu, everybody. I've been asked to make sure I say surnames.
So, tēnā koutou. My name is Alan Chu. I've lived in Hamilton for nearly 50 years now, about 11 months away from my 50th anniversary here. I came from Malaysia. I've been born in abject poverty, and if not for what Hamilton in particular and New Zealand in general had done me the favours, I would still be working my 7 days a week, 10 hours a day that my father worked. Having said that, I still work 7 days a week today, but that's from choice rather than from necessity. So I'm very passionate about the city, and my claim to fame or infamy is that I started Houston Technology Group 38 years ago. It's the longest established IT company in the region. And in that period of time, as a business owner, I have faced many, many economic crises. The GFC being one of many. And so when I read about how Hamilton City Council needs to not so much survive, but at least work through the current crisis to become viable again, I felt that I should come and just share with you that some of my own recipes, which I don't necessarily believe, or not necessarily that they are the only recipes, but some of the recipes that I have used for myself and also in assisting my clients to overcome economic crises. And of course, my area of expertise is technology. And so I made a submission on the use of technology. I have been involved with Hamilton City Council's technology thinking for over a decade, maybe even 2 decades now. And my feeling is that the council hasn't been leveraging technology sufficiently. Technology is not an expense. Technology is an investment if done properly. So my basic submission again is to encourage council to leverage technology more here, but also to do it properly. So I'd like to open to questions from here on.
Very good. Oh, you've given us plenty of time for questions. Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, and thank you, Alan, for being here and for your very constructive submission. I note in your submission that you have written that, or rather you are suggesting leveraging technology further to automate administrative tasks through tools like AI and robotic process automation. It's obviously really encouraging to hear that somebody with your professional expertise believes that there are significant savings to be made. Could you give us some examples of where you think Hamilton City Council could achieve those through those processes?
Sure. Thanks, Tim, for the very good question. Perhaps the best example would be the alcohol application example that I included in my submission. I have no idea why the form on the council website is a non-editable PDF. This means that any applicant will need to download the paper or download the form, print it on paper, and complete it by hand, and then submitting it back to council on paper again, either by post or walking in here to drop it off. And when that form in the paper form arrives at council, someone here will have to hand type that back into the system. And because the form is handwritten, accuracy obviously becomes an issue. So I would make the process much simpler and cost-effective. So what I'll do is I will design a proper form that allows the applicant to directly enter the data in there, so there's no transposition. I'll also do things like provide defined answers to some of the questions. For example, the form asks for occupation, asks for address. So what I'll do is I'll link the form to something like ANZCO, ANZSCO, which stands for Australian and New Zealand classification of occupations, as well as Google Maps. So that will eliminate mistakes and also allow much easier analysis moving forward. Next, I would completely automate the entry of the data from that electronic form into your system using a technology called RPA, or robotic process automation. Hang on, but before that, if there's such a thing called API, which stands for Application Programming Interface, which is essentially an electronic connector, I would use that, but where it doesn't exist, then we would use simple technology called RPA, and that will totally eliminate the need for any manual intervention to enter the data. And I would go even further. I would develop an artificial intelligence bot to learn how to properly process the application and make decisions like humans would. For example, if the applicant has criminal convictions, I would train the bot to assess if the offences are sufficiently serious so that the application would be disqualified. It's important to note that none of these technologies or things that I talk about are particularly new or difficult to achieve under current technology. I'm also aware of a number of other processes within Council that can benefit tremendously from such application.
Thank you. Very good.
We're out of time now, thank you. Sorry, but you did put a very good submission together, and we appreciate that. Sorry, and I've run out of time for you to ask your question, but you'll be able to
No worries.
catch it.
Thank you for the time.
You're one of those people we know where you are.
Oh.
We know how to get you. But just as you're leaving, may I thank you very much, Alan, for the work that you have done with this council. A lot of it at no cost to the council itself to give your opinions, and you've been at the forefront of some of our IT improvements already over the last 3 years. I want to thank you for that, and of course I don't think New Zealand will ever forget the role that your company had in the COVID tracing app and other things that you did, so thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, now we have Mark Fleischer. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, well, I'm not from Malaysia, I'm actually from Narrawahia. I now live in Hamilton, but I'm still working 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, so I have something in common with the last speaker anyway. I wanted to start looking at your long-term plan consultative document with an open mind and wanting to provide positive input into what is supposed to be a public participation decision-making process. I started by turning to the financial statements that accompanied the long-term plan, and it quickly became apparent to me that the city's finances are in a terrible state, with burgeoning debt levels and uncontrolled spending. The financial strategy suggested to manage the council's finances can be boiled down into just two things: increase rates and borrow a truckload more money. In my view, that is not a workable strategy. Following that plan, we'll see pensioners turn down their heaters and go cold this winter. It will see renters face higher rent increases and family reprioritise spending away from providing essentials for their whānau. It will also mean unbalanced budgets for years to come and the need for even higher rate increases than the proposed 19.5% this year. Excuse me, I'm a bit nervous. So what's the alternative? Well, firstly, as the leader of the British Labour Party, Dennis Healy, once said, observe the first law of politics. When you're in a hole, stop digging. In the present context, I would take that to mean stop the slavish reliance on borrowing and central government handouts, and stop the mindless spending on cycleways that no one uses, demolishing our city assets, in-lane bus stops that frustrate the very people that you're supposed to represent. Secondly, move urgently to balance the budget within the next 2 years. By balancing the budget, I don't mean ensuring that council's income simply covers its everyday costs. I mean ensuring that council's revenue covers its everyday costs and there is a healthy surplus available to retire some of the $1 billion debt that we currently have and provide funds to invest in infrastructure. Retiring debt will allow you to responsibly borrow more money in the certain knowledge that ultimately you'll be able to pay it back. Creating a surplus mindset rather than a balancing the books mindset is what every businessman does on a daily basis. The sole reason for that is to enable investment and growth. A lack of investment to date is directly responsible for the poor state of our streets and what has become a decaying city. Thirdly, I would suggest you agree on and appoint an independent 4-person board consisting of experienced business people to oversee and approve every item of council expenditure over a preset level. To start with, that level needs to be reasonably low in order to achieve a quick surplus. It can, of course, be increased over time as ratepayers' faith in the council is restored and real surpluses are created. At the same time, much like Winston Churchill did during the Second World War, call on your top business leaders to step up and look at council operations with a view to making immediate improvements. Our business community has a wealth of talent in all areas in which the council operates, and they know the value of things and how to get the best bang for your buck. Fourthly, immediately reduce staff in the areas I've identified in my written submission. These are primarily middle management positions that do not directly provide the services that ratepayers want or add anything to city amenity. Personally, I don't want to be marketed to. I don't want to be corresponded to. I don't want to have cell phone access for the council. All I want is a quarterly rate bill as low as possible. When has happened in my place of work recently, 6 people turn up to discuss shifting a bus stop 10 metres and 2 council employees turn up 3 times to look at work completed on some simple relocatable houses, we have a problem. I appreciate that reducing staff is never a nice thing to do, nor is it an easy thing for you as councillors to instruct management to do, but that is why you are elected, to make the hard decisions. Fifthly, I would suggest you simplify management and financial reporting and meeting agendas. Council financial statements appear to me to be often heavily window dressed. Excuse me. Window dressing means an action taken to improve the appearance of financial statements, and more often than not results in the appearance not reflecting the underlying reality of what is going on. Looking at the Council's financial reports, it is evident that there is a high degree of inconsistency from year to year in presentation, and far too many changes in things like depreciation rates, overhead allocations and the like. This makes interpreting what is going on extremely difficult, and left unchecked will result in the financial shocks of the type presently before you. I have many more suggestions which unfortunately cannot be canvassed in just the space of 4 minutes. If the time provided to make submissions had been greater, these would have been included in my written submission. I would conclude by pointing out that Hamilton has had 42 mayors over 146 years. Of that number, 29 were defeated while in office or did not contest the following election. 9 resigned. 2 unfortunates died in office, and 1 was lucky enough to actually retire. On behalf of my 3 grandchildren,
Please finish.
Who I'd hope might one day live or even own a house in this town, I ask you to consider how you wish to be remembered, excuse me, how you wish to be remembered for your service to Hamilton. Do you have the guts, G-U-T-Z, to resist the proposed rate increase and insist that management instead move to a more fiscally responsible short-term to medium-term alternative strategy? If not, may I suggest you resign now? Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Thank you very much for your submission, and we're always interested in ways to make savings, so we'll be looking very carefully through the suggestions that have been made by all the submitters when we get to the next phase. But thank you for taking the time. Hope it wasn't too nerve-wracking for you. We were actually quite a laid-back bunch, really, to talk to, so we are. I drank too much last night. So. Oh dear, dear. That's never good for the head. But anyway, good to have you here today. Thank you. Do I have Mark Morgan? Good morning, Mark. Oh no, good afternoon. You're one of the 2 people that stand between us and lunch, but we can live with that.
Right.
Thank you for the opportunity and the reminder. Tēnā koutou katoa. Mark Morgan, I'm the Chief Executive of Hamilton Airport, and I'm here today obviously to speak to our submission in relation to Hamilton Waikato tourism. You've got our detailed submission, so just some key points. Hamilton City Council, your LTP indicates a 50% reduction in funding to HWT, which we strongly oppose. In the 12 months ending October 2023, visitor spend of $1.9 billion in our region. Of this, just over $1 billion spent in Hamilton City alone. This equates to $2.88 million of new money being spent in the city each day. A portion of this revenue is directly attributable to the activities and coordination by HWT and their importance to tourism. Whilst we acknowledge the Council finances need addressing and tough decisions need to be made, our submission urges reconsideration of funding allocation to the RTO. We have therefore avoided requesting additional or increased funding. However, a 50% reduction is a step too far, as a reduction of funding to this level will require the Rail Board to reassess the viability of the organisation and its ability to promote an effective regional tourism organisation. Reduced funding will reduce services that can therefore be provided, and significant reductions impact viability. For every dollar invested into tourism in the region, there is a significant return, and this should be considered as an investment by the city and not an expense line to be cut. At a time when the city needs to encourage and support development, this proposal would seek to constrain or remove an organisation that promotes, supports and drives increased tourism receipts and fulfils a role as an economic enabler. RAL currently provides financial assistance for HWT by way of a reduction in the commercial rent for its offices and cost savings for shared services at an approximate value of $90,000 per year. However, the financial support has always been capped, noting that RAL is not a core funder of the organisation. Additionally, RAL and its other subsidiary, Jet Park Hotel Limited, are industry funding partners, and we procure an additional $20,000 of services through HWT annually. As shareholders, we believe the strategic direction and outputs of HWT and our financial and non-financial support is without question. Hamilton City has requested as part of our draft FY25 SOI that RAL strongly continue to seek international airline opportunities. If and when international flights return to Hamilton, a well-resourced RTO is needed to support any business case to secure international flights and provide that tourism credibility to third parties. It takes years to build an effective and knowledge-based team. There is experience and competency that could or will be lost to the region and the industry. This LTP review has an unfortunate and detrimental impact to the team of HWT. The CE, the board of HWT, myself and the board of RAL are doing their best to consider the structural impacts of any proposed change to funding and supporting our team through this process. And I want to bring the realism that this is affecting people's livelihoods through this process. So we strongly urge Hamilton City Council elected members reconsider your funding and the level of reduced funding to Hamilton Waikato tourism. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Mark, my question to you, is there not an irony of you requesting us to fund Tourism Waikato to a certain level in light of the airport's current dividend return of 0.21% on our $117 million of capital in the airport, and you are asking us to provide funding for Tourism Waikato when your dividend is only $250,000 back to the ratepayer on that asset?
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I think, look, I'm not going to speak on behalf of the board today in respect to dividends. I think it has been well canvassed by Margaret Devlin at the most recent update to your committee. And what I would also say is that the shareholders have signed off on a clear 10-year strategic plan for the RAL Group. And we're sort of year 6 into that strategy, and I think we're executing that strategy exactly as requested by our shareholders.
Thank you. As a question to you as GM of the airport and the Tourism Waikato's sort of under your broader structure,
yes.
Could the airport, in light of the fact of your current trading conditions, not provide that funding to Tourism Waikato?
Well, I guess there is a decision. I think first and foremost, there is just not Hamilton City. So there are 6 funding councils that provide that support to the region. So this is not simply for the airport company to make that decision for funding councils. We believe this is providing a much wider economic development and benefit to the region than should purely be expected of the airport. And I think we're asking you as elected members to see, when we talk about the tourism receipts, this is a significant opportunity for this region. It's growing. Its popularity as a tourism destination is growing, and we run the risk of constraining that growth.
Yeah, slightly out of scope, but the question's been answered in any case. Are there any other questions of Mark this morning? No, thank you. You were recently with us and gave us a very full briefing of and also that. Thank you very much for the site visit to the airport and surrounds. It was really useful. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. Do we have? No, we don't. Anita. So if she's not here in another couple, I'm just going to give, rather than go for lunch, I'm just going to say hang around by all means for 5 minutes. We're going to take our lunch break at 1 if she doesn't arrive. We'll just give her a couple more minutes if we don't, because she might just well walk in. We've done a phone call. We've phoned her? Yeah. We've phoned her. We've done what we can. So we will, in fact, take a lunch break and we will take the extra 5 minutes and at this point in time, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock, everyone. Thank you. 1:45. We will actually be back at 1:45. Don't ask me what I think about these short breaks, but off we go. Thank you. Kathy is first up this afternoon. Welcome. Good to see you.
The Hamilton Skating Club is adding a small extension to their storage shed on Melville Park. The size is 5 by 3 metres, the size of a bedroom. The cost to build is $21,000. We are also paying to shift a water drain or stormwater drain at a cost of $3,000 as it is needed to be moved so the extension could go ahead. We have also been charged $2,892.99 for developmental charges, even though we are not impacting on the city's infrastructure. We are not a developer having an impact on the city's infrastructure. We have no new connections to the infrastructure of the city. We are a not-for-profit organisation just extending a shed to house equipment which is used to benefit the community. If there is no impact on the infrastructure, there should simply be no charge. How can this charge be justified if we are not impacting the water, the stormwater, the wastewater, or the transport of the city? All of these things we have been charged for. This simply just isn't fair. It is our belief that voluntary groups such as ours who enhance the lives of people who are not a drain on the city's coffers, who are not impacting on the city's services, should be considered on a case-by-case basis. A one-size-fits-all approach based on the floor's square footage seems to be a simplistic and unfair way to measure developmental costs. As stated, we have already had to pay $3,000 to shift a stormwater manhole as it was in the way. Our compliance costs for this building, including the shift of the manhole, sits at $16,701. The cost to build is only $21,000. All these costs have almost doubled the cost of the build. As most of the councillors know, we are a not-for-profit group who run public skating sessions for the people of Hamilton and surrounding districts at very low cost. The cost is $3 each, and a family never pays more than $15. The money to build the extension is being built from the money raised through these sessions. We are not coming to council cap in hand asking for financial help. We are self-funding these sessions, this project of building. We also have recently had a fire caused by young children setting light to gear stored at the front of the rink, which is one of the reasons we are adding to our storage shed, so we don't have to store gear where vandalism can occur. We are also not running to council to assist with the costs to repair damage or loss of our gear from the fire. So we are asking council and councillors to look at this again and take into account the facts that whether this is a fair and just charge, especially when we are aware other groups in the community who do impact the infrastructure appear to be getting remission. And we are not even impacting the infrastructure, and we are being charged. Now, I just want to, this is an information sheet from the council, and I just discovered this about 2 days ago. And one of the things here, it says, who pays development contributions? You may be required to pay DCs if you do any of the following: subdivide or cross-lease. No, we're not doing that. Construct or increase the floor area of a commercial, retail or industrial building. Well, we're none of those. Change business use. We're not a business. Add a bedroom. We're not a residential place. Make any alterations to residential dwelling. Well, we don't fit that one either. Lodge a resource consent. We didn't need one. Apply for a certificate of acceptance that would otherwise have been paid to DC. I asked the architect about that and he said that's nothing to do with us. Now, just before somebody says, oh, you know, you're a commercial building, I looked up the definition of a commercial building. Commercial buildings are buildings that are used for commercial purposes and include office buildings, warehouses and retail. Well, we don't fit any of those. So I just wonder whether we should have even been charged anything. And any money that we make out there is classed as fundraising. We hold a tax exemption certificate, which makes us non-commercial. So I would like to know why we are actually being charged.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor, making those questions for clarity.
Thank you, Cathy, for your submission. Given the nature of the concern that you've raised with us, what engagement have you had with council staff to this point? Can you just give us a bit of an idea of where things are at so that we can take it from there?
I've been told I have to pay it, basically.
Disrespectful, but it's slightly out of scope from the LTP submissions that we're hearing. Well, it is an important matter, and I do think, Cathy, we should come back to you with some clarity about the next steps and to update council with the steps taken so far. If that's okay, I think we should do that offline.
Right, so we will get an opportunity
yes,
to discuss
absolutely,
it. Okay.
Absolutely.
So is that
because
it?
I wasn't in the country. I wasn't in the country when I first saw your email, Cathy, but I also have raised those questions through staff to get a clear understanding about.
Well, I have had meetings with the staff, and I just got told.
But the elected members will be brought up to date, and we will definitely come back to you on that one. We don't.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay.
You've all got a copy of it anyway.
Yeah, we've got.
Well, most of it.
we'll make sure that it's dealt with in a expedient way and come back to you.
Okay.
Not
thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. The next submitter is Linda Hall. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to speak on the proposed rate increases. Many people in our community are already struggling to pay the basics of food, petrol, and the bills of everyday living, and will just not be able to absorb the extra cost of rate increases. We will see an increase in poor mental health, suicide that is already rocketing in our community, and family violence, because there's a direct link between unemployment, money stresses and violence. Women and children will suffer. Many businesses in Hamilton are already fighting to stay afloat. I heard a couple of weeks ago about a large Hamilton employer cutting back the hours of a significant portion of staff and another firm struggling to collect debt arrears. I imagine lots of businesses are struggling with this at the moment. The rate increase of businesses will increase the price of produced goods for the consumer across the board. It is almost like the council are wanting to increase debt with their $70,000 on an app to teach Te Reo Māori, when there's perfectly good apps like Kawi Kōrero available for free, and I hear functions perfectly well. So that brings us to United Nations Agenda 21 for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2030. The global control of everything in and on this planet. The control of our water, our food, air, soil, medicine, weather, and people. The tracking, tracing, and monitoring of every human being on this planet. Who are these unelected people who have total control of us and who want that? Do you trust them? The agenda has crept in everywhere, into councils, voluntary organisations, businesses, corporations, quite insidiously, with its clean, green agenda, its commitment to fix the climate emergency, eradicate poverty, and create gender equality. It involves the brainwashing of our children and young people in schools and universities, the shutting down of those people who have opposing ideas. If your views stray from the narrative, you don't get employed in a university or you don't get funding for your projects. The agenda does the opposite of what it purports. It is collapsing our economy to control us. It creates poverty, destroys our food sources, causes division in society, increases mental health issues, suicide, and violence. The United Nations are behind all this narrative of creating gender confusion with our young people, telling kindergarten children they can choose the agenda, and the counselling young people into the transgender cult without parental involvement. You should not have to use pronouns to tell the world you are male or female. That is just stupid. The promotion of electric vehicles, the batteries catch fire and cause fires the fire service can't put out. The mining of lithium is very bad for the people mining it and the environment. Our vegetables should not be grown in factories like they are at Innovation Park. I saw it last week, grown in water and chemicals. They should be grown in healthy soils locally in the sun and fresh air. What does it mean to be human? I think it is to have free movement, free thought, and free speech, as long as we're respectful. That is being taken from us. The amount of surveillance taking place is scary. Soon we will be wishing we lived in the novel 1984. At least Winston had moments where he wasn't surveilled. The quest for global governance is happening worldwide. It is all done at a local level throughout our councils and other local organisations. The pushback is happening all around the world as people wake up to the reality of what is happening in our cities and countries. They see the surveillance for one thing and know that something is wrong. Surveillance, is it really needed? Is it for our safety to reduce crime? You will reduce crime by having a healthier economy, but our government, both central and local, are fixated on wasting money. I think it is basic knowledge, and when people don't have money to pay for things, they steal. Cameras aren't going to fix that. It will just change the nature of crime. Please educate yourself on what the United Nations Agenda 21 and 2030 are. Please stop spending. Please, people can't afford it.
So thank you very much for clear submission. We will now go on to Martin Toop, please. Good afternoon, Martin.
My hearing's not too good at all. We're here to listen to you, Martin. You go for it. Right. Look, so far, in terms of climate change, everything's been about reducing emissions, okay? Carbon counts. I wonder, when you read the Waikato Times, you look at the weather, do you ever look at the carbon count there? There? It tells you what the carbon count is. Every day it's in the Waikato Times. Do you ever see it? What I suggest is, there it is, the natural fact, you enlarge it and you have it up beneath the City Council logo up there, and you can see that every day it's increasing, isn't it? So the IPCC, 1.5, no, it's not 1.5 now, it's going to be 2 degree increase at least, and the latest talk is it's going to be 3 degrees increase there. And 10% of the Earth's surface is in actual fact Arctic tundra, isn't it? And the melting permafrost releasing CO2 all the time. And this year we've been hearing more about the future of the polar jet stream over New Zealand. This is going to increase. So what is the weather going to be like? We really don't know, do we? So what's the landscape of the city open spaces in 10 years or 20 years going to be like there. And just recently I came across the New York magazine in the bookshop, and it was talking about the fires going on around the world there. So you know how these days we talk about the Anthropocene as our age, the Anthropocene, and the New York article suggested that we call it the Pyrocene, because this is the age when we've got fires everywhere. So will the grandchildren be shifting to Christchurch, what, in 10 years' time, because it's so hot and humid here in Hamilton? We've really got to get down to climate change, haven't we? And my whole argument is this: if you want a green Hamilton, you've got to start planting trees. We've got to stop just talking about reducing emissions. We've got to look about the vegetation there. Our family has enjoyed the parks of Flagstone and Ratepayer for 20 years. Hamilton City Council could help biodiversity adapt to climate change by focusing on tree planting, biodiversity for all reasons, and not just indigenous biodiversity, not just gullies all the time. We've got to spend money on climate change. We've got to spend money on trees. We want real greening. The one that really gets me is Palliser Drive. I wonder if any of you know of Palliser Drive in Huntington, off of Huntington Drive there. There's 94 houses in that street, 94 houses. They all have nice gardens. And I guess that 90 titoke trees were originally planted on the berms there, 90 at least. There's 46 remain there growing on the berm. 20 have a lot of dead branches there and should be cut down. So do you think the city could actually plant it up again? Could the city make sure that there's something like 90 trees there? And what trees would they plant? Now, around the city, there are many gaps that could be filled to shape the city green again. Bit of a cost. Is it worth it? Te Manitude, Meadowfield and Mangati Parks have still to get their planned trees. Okay? If you look at Kori Park, oh, wow, 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 wow. The playing field is perfect, perfect. The green grass, absolutely perfect. Massive, great night lamps for shine on it at night there. And there's one or two trees sprinkled around there. What a cost, what a cost. And of course there's dead trees around there everywhere.
Martin, if you could wrap up, please, just about over time, so if you could just bring yourself to the main point, that would be really good.
Sorry, I could.
You're out of time, so if you want to just wrap up your main point.
Right, well, the main point then is simply we've got to get tree planting on a massive scale, and we've got to get this done by regional council, city council, and we've got to get the government talking about it with the regional councils and city councils, so that we can get really good adaptation to climate change there. That's what I want to make a point about. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the time and for your clear submission. Yeah. Thank you also, because we know you have been a long-term advocate for tree planting. So thank you very much, Martin.
Thank
you. We next have Brett Murphy. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can I start?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Sure, let's get in politically incorrect. I want to start with the karakia. Heavenly Father, God of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, bless you, Yahweh, creator of the universe, and your Son, Yeshua, who has given us eternal life. Thank you for your Ruach HaKodesh and your infinite wisdom. Please guide this council in its decision-making today. I thank you in the name of my Elohim, Yahweh, in Yeshua's name. Amen. Margaret Thatcher says the problem with socialism is eventually you run out of other people's money. So, how can we make some savings? Well, first thing I'd like to submit is this. The reduction of council back to 12, I would have loved the opportunity to vote on this matter. That would save us a couple of salaries. How about we abolish this archaic ward system so we have the best 12 people for the job, and then you can nominate the 13th best person if someone drops out. Therefore, we save on expensive by-elections. Mayor Redmond went somewhere with eliminating the South Ward. We need to go the whole hog. Can we put an end to the madness around cycle lanes, speed bumps and bus platforms that not only slow down traffic, including ambulances and police, but costs a considerable amount of money to fund? How about we negotiate better rather than proposal of $700,000 to move a bus stop up the road? How about we learn to the art of the deal? How about the reduction of the opening hours, perhaps, of libraries, swimming pools and council buildings, places that a number of people like myself don't choose to frequent? How about the reduction of bus services given the amount of time that empty buses are driving around the neighbourhood? How's things going with the demolition of the Founders Theatre a couple of years on? I still see fences around, and fences cost money. So we're getting value for money with the destruction of that. Does it need to be sold off to a private investor rather than being a white elephant like the Claudelands Event Centre? How about Ridgeman Park School? That has been sitting abandoned for 20 years down on Barton Street. Why not have it demolished rather than the cost of fencing that, again, is a waste of money? Surely we can get central government to move faster on this project rather than having something gathering dust. How about user pays? We could up that at the swimming pools or at Hamilton Gardens, as you have obviously intended to do. How about the reduction of pointless exercises like $70,000 on language apps when there are free apps that could be done? How about responsible spending? Shelling out gifts for consultation to the value of $17,600, including free food and a gift bag to individuals is not acceptable. How about six-figure salaries to a liaison officer to a selective group within society also is unacceptable in poor economics, like adding 2 councillors during this particular time of recession. As Robin Williams once said, politicians should wear sponsor jackets like NASCAR drivers so that we know who owns them. Monitor the use of road cones, as Mayor Wayne Brown pointed out to the Auckland Transport Department and Road Management. It is unjustifiable to spend $145 million on traffic management. Do we really need that many cones scattered over the city? That needs to be held accountable. We need to apply common sense. How about city safe officers? Do we get value for money? It's common knowledge that security guards can't touch anyone. So do we need glorified information officers walking around the street if they can't enforce? And it is one comment from a homeless person said this: when they came up to me, they just asked me to move on for 5 minutes, then come back. They're just doing their job. That's wonderful advice. Security cameras, do they actually give us value for money when we're becoming more like China by the day, when they don't actually solve crime? And does this really help us in terms of surveillance when the laws aren't enforced? So there's perhaps a few economic things that we can do just by applying common sense and eliminating waste. Because I put you all on notice, the most recent by-election told us one thing: when a candidate runs on Stop the Waste and wins in a landslide, your job's on the line at the next election. Take note. Thank you.
Thank you. Just see if there's any question. I do have one quick question. What were you referring to in terms of the gifts for consultation, please?
I'll need to get that information in front of me because I thought I'd run out of time, but there was incentives that was made privy to me, so I can email that later.
Yeah, I would be interested in that information coming, please. Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? No? Okay, well, thank you very much. And it was a straightforward submission, very clear. So we appreciate that you took the time to write and to come in.
Thank you.
Stephen Leeper. Good afternoon.
I feel a bit inadequate after that. He did so well, didn't he? Excellent. So, Steve Leeper, I've been a ratepayer in Hamilton since 1983. Seems a long time. My background is in project management, and I'm a keen cyclist and a keen runner. I love walking around the greater city of Hamilton, and I drive a car, I suppose. So I've got a fair idea of what it's like to be a Hamiltonian. I think the question that was posed for the long-term plan was the rate increase. And I just want to say categorically, I do not agree with a 19% increase proposed, as really it's fundamentally out of line with current inflation. Really, the elected council and the council leadership has a duty to work to deliver the important essential services that ratepayers expect. However, there seems to be an apparent fixation of the council to spend money on non-core pet projects, or some would say nice-to-haves. And for example, and I'm sure you've heard this several times already, those road projects that really have had little real value and in fact negative impacts on the residents, the raised platforms, the in-lane bus stops, etc. And remember, I am a cyclist, so none of these things are good for me. And really, glaringly, the day I made the submission was the debacle, the absolute debacle that was the cycleway and subsequent loss of parking on Rifle Range Road. It beggars belief how you got there. Probably not you guys, but how we as a city got to that point. It was just badly thought out and badly executed. And then we're told that these are of limited costs, but I have noticed on my rates bill that the portion that goes to transport has been increasing over the last few years. So it's obviously not nothing. It is costing me. So in summary, I think the long-term plan, I think the opening premise was that the city's costs were not being met by rates. I respectfully suggest that the long-term plan needs to be based on core services that the council needs to provide, and that the city's costs need to better align to the rates. And that's me, very short and sweet. Lovely.
Thank you. If there's a bit of quick time left over, if councillors... Oh, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for your submission. It was very clear. My only confusion is looking at your submission itself.
Yes.
And under the heading, reduce council spending and costs, and I thought that was at the thrust of what you were saying.
Yes.
But you only ticked you're somewhat supportive.
Correct.
And so I'm confused.
Oh, I'm not confused. I think it's somewhat devious to set up a set of things that I could tick to say that I agree with or don't agree with, when really there's a huge swathe of other parts of expenditure within the council that I'd much rather discuss. So telling me that you want to reduce library hours or some fictitious nonsense like that is a complete waste of time. Do you want to spend millions on blink and raised platforms? No. Sorry, does that clear it up, Ewan?
Yeah, a little.
Thank you. I flew on one of your airplanes once. It was wonderful.
I'm pleased we got you there.
Yeah.
Did we get you back?
I think you did. You
Look
did
at that.
indeed.
It worked.
All right. Thank you.
Rana. Good afternoon.
My name is Rana, and I'm a specialist support worker supporting intellectually disabled and physically disabled people in the community. First of all, I'd like to thank Hamilton City Council for all the lovely playgrounds they've put in all those years. It's lovely to see young folk out playing basketball and doing otherwise active things. Also, as much as I find those raised platform carbon humps rather annoying, they have been very effective. My special needs clients are so grateful for them because now motorists always stop for them. All those kind motorists who were oblivious to the need for stopping suddenly made aware. I'm so grateful for them. Now when we talk about the new walking and cycling bridge, This wasn't fairly presented. Please take that into consideration when you read the responses. When we make improvements to a city, we should have accessibility in mind, in particular people with disabilities, the visually impaired, the physically impaired, and the intellectually disabled, as well as those elderly individuals who continue to live as independently as possible. 1 in 4 of us will experience some sort of mobility issue at some time in our lives. This growing city needs a more up-to-date, accessible walking and cycling bridge for all. This bridge is a strategic infrastructure. Claudelands and Anzac are the only ones available for people to walk across. They're both too inadequate for a growing city. The newest bridge is Claudelands, which was provided in 1968, when the population was 63,000. We're now heading for 200,000. And Hamilton has neglected to cater for the pedestrians for 5 decades, yet pedestrians make up the majority of the residents. The bridges were designed with motorists in mind. Expansion joints on the ground that trip up walkers and wheelchairs. Moped users complain that they have difficulty traversing them because it's uncomfortable, they don't have suspensions in them, and that's potentially damaging to their mopeds. What looks like hatches that make the surface uneven to negotiate, especially for trikes and wheelchair users, are also on the bridge. While some of the people use these routes, it's a challenge and they mostly avoid it. The ramp at Claudelands Bridge has a right-angled bend to it, which makes it difficult to move wheelchairs. Both bridges are too narrow. As you can see, I've taken a photograph over there for the people to walk along comfortably. The one man has had to jump on the wall. And Hamilton City Council even has warning signs on their bridges saying, please be careful, it's too narrow, be careful of others, caution. Vulnerable cyclists can't use the cycleway on Anzac Bridge because it's too narrow for cars to give the required distance. And most of the cycle ones are now missing. Clearly, motorists are unable to cope with sharing the bridge with cyclists. The new bridge is very welcome by the folks I support. There are a number of young folk who are marginally intellectually disabled, and because of that, they don't have the large funds available to them to support them. So they go out to work, but they can't get driver's licenses or they can't afford cars. And the only option for them is to cycle. One young man runs his own lawn mowing service. He transports his lawnmower and other tools on his trailer. And given the size of modern cars, this is a bit dicey. As Hamilton grows, its transport network will need to cope with the increasing number of trips into the city by cars, and part of the solution is to provide a safe alternative means for people to access the city for this growing population. I propose that the Hamilton City Council treat this as a very important part of the infrastructure and as urgently as possible. It'll reduce the costs. It will also serve as a good tourist attraction, and when I spoke to visitors along the river, they were all very enthusiastic about it. That bridge on Anzac's very difficult to sit and take photographs. So, please be the first elected council to provide an alternative to vehicles for people to access the city centre. Are there any other photos up that I could show there? I think I sent a few of them. I might have missed them as you went through them. I don't know if anybody saw the one with the gentleman with his trailer. I could have missed it. Yeah, was it there? I was looking down.
There were a few that cycled through.
Yeah. So there he is with his lawn mowing service. Very proud of it. He's been doing it for years. I don't know how he's survived because I go on a single bicycle and I find it dicey. And there we are. This is Anzac Bridge. We're supposed to be walking across this and going with our trikes and wheelchairs and mochairs. It really is a challenge. It's just not designed for people. I found it very interesting. That bridge was built first in the early 1900s when the population was 2,000. Thank you. Yeah.
The photographs and in your really clear written submission. We do appreciate it.
Okay.
And thank you for the work you do in your community as well. So we know you work very hard in there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Lost my face on the list. Sarah Hofema. Did I say that right? Well, I try, I learn. Hello, how are you?
Fine, thanks. Feeling very anxious. I'm not generally a public speaker. So, hi everyone. My name is Sarah Hall-Palmer, and this is my very good friend Barbara Choate. We're autistic and chronically ill. We're both ratepayers, and we support the rate increases. I appreciate that council has a very tough job. I haven't been involved in the autistic community for the last 5 years, including time spent on the board, local autistic charitable trust, Voices from the Spectrum. Barbara has been heavily involved for far, far longer. We have come here today to remind you that autistic people and other disabled residents need the support of council. Our people need more than core services. Many ratepayers understandably want to pay as little as possible, but they are by and large doing much better than renters and especially unemployed or underemployed disabled people. Disabled people rely on buses, libraries, community houses, advocates and support agencies, community pools and other services for quality of life much more heavily than the average citizen. Autistic people rely on those small parks that you think no one visits. I once spoke at a small group about an unofficial goat trail at their gardens into the bush where the new bridge to Peacock's Road is going in. I thought no one there would know about it, but several of us in the room had independently discovered it and valued it. It was a place for us to briefly escape society and regulate ourselves. I say this because those small pockets of land that may be sold off have great value to our people. A shift further to user pays will hurt our people. It will further constrict equitable participation and access to resources. We are already marginalised and struggling, even those of us who own our own homes and have the luxury of stability. This is why Voices from the Spectrum does not charge a membership fee. It would exclude our people who likely need us the most. Many autistic people need to live alone if they can't live with their families. The reasons are complex and varied, but typically relates to social communication barriers, executive dysfunction, the need for things to be the same, the need for quiet and solitude, as well as trauma. It's not a choice, and yet we're least able to afford it because of often being so low income. One of our members spends all but $2 of their core benefit on their one-bedroom unit, surviving on accommodation supplement, temporary additional support and disability allowance. Taking accommodation supplement and temporary additional support into account takes it to 68% of their work and income money. They have been unable to work in recent years. It's not a choice, and they don't even get stable living out of it beyond a 1-year fixed-term tenancy and no ability to build equity. They are trapped in and exploited by the private rental market, and then they have to pay all the household bills alone too. It causes a lot of suffering. What do our people have left after that? What are they meant to survive on? How are they meant to survive, let alone thrive, when they can't afford even second-hand clothes or decent food? This person depends on food parcels and financial help from their mother to scrape by. Others are made homeless. A just, socially oriented city has enough suitable, affordable accommodation for vulnerable citizens. Hamilton doesn't have enough. Suitable, available and affordable social housing should be built into the long-term plan. What is council doing to help fill these unmet needs and reduce these stresses? If we switch to user pays water, for example, how will these folk manage? Regarding walking and cycleways, compared to non-autistic people, we are less likely to drive and more likely to walk or cycle. We need the safety of dedicated cycleways due to challenges with proprioception, judgment and anxiety. The things that are good for non-autistic folk are often the difference between participation and not for autistic individuals. Think acoustic design to reduce background noise, or enough space at the transport centre that it isn't so crowded, or efforts to improve safety and the sense of it. We need more council-owned, stable, long-term housing, more support. Even those of us like myself who look like we're doing well have far too many times come too close to the edge. Having a caring city where we are valued, connected in, and considered in planning can mean the difference between life and death for our autistic people. We are 3% of the population. That's around 5,000 of us just in Hamilton. Far more still if you count other disabled people. And don't forget, any of us can become disabled at any time. Sometimes all it takes is an accident or a medical event. The problems of individuals can spill into the public sphere when these unmet needs result in homelessness, severe mental illness and addiction. It's so hard to recover from these events. Punishment and eviction are not the answer. It is better to put funding into improving lives to help avoid these situations. Stability starts with having basic needs consistently met without threat of it being taken away and being able to develop strong roots in a community. If you are aiming for a city that's easy to live in, that thrives, and that people love to be, my message to you is, don't forget us. Don't let us become statistics. The only way to best ensure individuals are getting what they need is for rates to be set at a point where there's enough money to pay for services, houses, in an accessible city. We must look after our most vulnerable members.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And actually, you did a fantastic job with your submission, so no need at all to be nervous. You made your points very clear. We've run out of time for questions, but I do want to thank you because I know it's not always easy coming into a room like this. It's very
Our first time.
Well, I hope it won't be your last because I think you did a very good job on behalf of yourself and your wider community. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for hearing us.
All right, so next up we have Ross McLeod. Hi, Ross.
Hi. I'm submitting as an individual. I want you to think about a community event that you have attended. Not a big one, but something well attended. One that stuck with you as a fond memory. Maybe it's a social sporting event. Maybe it's a kids' day. Maybe it's summer with the smell of sun cream in the air. Maybe it's a cold winter morning where you can see everyone's breath. This is community. This is people pulling together to share an activity, an experience, and a moment. Now, that event never happened because the council of the day withdrew that funding. It wasn't a lot, maybe a few $1,000s, but that loss was enough. Enough for the organisers of that event to say, no, we can't afford this and the Christmas event this year. That event never happened. It's not forgotten because you don't remember it. You don't know what was missing, but there's a little gap, a hollow where something could have been in your life. Infrastructure is vital to the life of a city. It's roads, water, power, communications, bricks and mortar, but underlying all that is people. Community is infrastructure. You're proposing cuts to the wrong things, and the savings you're getting aren't even worth the cuts. 20% cut to the Community Grant Fund, $106,000. 20% cut to Event Sponsorship Fund, $100,000. 20% reduction in the Central Business Activation Fund, $20,000. Total there of $226,000. It's not nothing, but to some of these community groups, it's everything. Now, I know the question is going to be asked, where is that money going to come from? So let's consider a possibility. At present, the council offers a 50% remission on developer contributions in the central city for buildings. They're proposing dropping that to 33%. It currently offers a 100% remission for buildings in the central city above 6 stories. They are proposing to keep that at 100%. To quote from your plan, for example, a new 10,000 square metre 6-storey office building in the central city could pay $2.3 million in DC charges, excluding any credit. With 100% remission, they would not pay any DCs. Now, we do encourage high-density building. We need it as our city develops. But if this one building, in this one example, received a 90% remission instead of 100%, it would cover the entirety of your community cuts with $3,000 left over. Now, I know this would be a scary move to make. I get that community cuts spread across the board seem more palatable because Orchestra Central isn't going to put your names on a billboard. And Squash Waikato isn't going to put your faces on a full-page ad in the Waikato Times. But if developers have enough money to throw at billboards and ads, then they have enough money to pay their fair share to the development of this city. And if you are asking to cut community funding while retaining these developer remissions at this rate, then you are asking for bake sales to subsidise high-rises. My home is in the arts community, but I'm speaking today in support of all these communities because the truth is, if these funding cuts go ahead, we'll still be here. We'll be doing what we're doing, whether the council's support is 20% cut, 50% cut, 100% cut, because community is who we are, it's what we do. But the cuts have to be made somewhere. That's as true in the club rooms as it is in these chambers. Maybe that girl never learns to play soccer. Maybe that refugee class never happens. Maybe that theatre has to close its doors. We'll still be here, but there will be a gap. a hollow where something should have been. And I urge this council not to make these cuts to community funding. The savings that we make will be far too low, and the price we will all pay is far too high.
Ross, that's very clear, straightforward. Is there any questions from council? No, pretty much straightforward. Right, thank you very much. Okay, we have Patricia, Pat Gregory. Long time no see. Welcome.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hamilton used to be a pleasant city to drive around. Traffic islands and gardens and trees around the city used to be well maintained and made it a pleasant place to be. But it isn't like that anymore. Many of the gardens, particularly around traffic islands, are neglected, whilst our roads are so messed up with the ugly and unsafe speed bumps everywhere one goes, or roundabouts in quiet streets where they're often totally unnecessary, not to mention the millions that have been spent over the years adapting the roads for cyclists. Many of these road changes are downright dangerous. Roading engineers seem to have lost all sense when it comes to safety. It seems their brief is to frustrate motorists all they can, but protect cyclists who, incidentally, pay no road user charges, yet continue to have our ratepayer dollars spent on making the roads supposedly safer for them, never mind everyone else and those who do pay road user charges. I saw 2 cyclists today. It was a lot for what you normally see. One was cycling in the middle of Rifle Range Road, totally ignoring the cycle path. The other one was riding across Massey Bridge, where there's cycle lanes either side and poles, and they were riding on the footpath. Mayor Southgate, you must remember back to our days on Regional Council when John Keyes had the idea to have a cycle track from Auckland to Wellington. As well, the emissions trading scheme people also wanted to get cars off the road, supposedly to cut down on emissions. So the roads started being adapted to attract cyclists. But it hasn't worked. Percentage-wise, I believe there are far fewer cyclists on the roads today than there were then. Surely council members must see that after 15 years of changing the roads for cyclists, it has not been a success. So why is council continuing to flog this dead horse? You're lucky if you see even one cyclist when you drive around the city. Has council done any research on cycle numbers? Further spending on changing the roads for cyclists, I believe, should be stopped immediately. Enough has been spent on this failed exercise, and enough is enough. I have to ask what the roading engineers were thinking of at some of the changes that have been made, such as the 2 bus stops outside the YMC Stadium in Pembroke Street that are in the middle of the road. This is the main road to the largest hospital in the Waikato, which is only 1.2 kilometres away from these bus stops. Yet ambulances or other emergency vehicles carrying potentially life and death situations have to slow right down excuse me, to get through the gap, or stop if a bus is stopped at either of the 2 bus stops. I could list a number of many other seemingly crazy road changes, such as Mahoe Street, where parking places are placed in such positions as to make driving on this road dangerous. I wrote to the council about it and was told that the changes were to make the road safer. I suggested the engineer come and spend some time observing what happens as buses and cars try to navigate between cars parked in the now dangerously designated places, so that they can see for themselves just how dangerous it is. But I guess they've not been, as nothing's been done about it. And I could go on, of course, about the fiasco in Rifle Range Road. But time's running out and I've got another very grave concern. I can't find anything in the annual plan about Hamilton being proposed as a 20-minute city. Yet other information on the council's website makes it plain that plans are well ahead to implement this. I assume the road changes are all part of this plan because there can be no other reason for some of the peculiar changes that are being made to our roads. I'm deeply concerned about the fact that this plan is going ahead with little or virtually no public consultation. I did go to a meeting at Fairfield Baptist with Angela O'Leary and Mark Donovan, but left because I didn't feel safe with the feeling of the meeting. What Angela and Mark had to say was certainly not popular. And the information I have read says how a 20-minute city will dramatically change our city and make it a totally different place to live in. Surely the public should have massive input into something that will change people's lives so much. So the main thing I wanted to say was that I'm definitely opposed to the 15-minute proposal, and that I think the roading engineers need retraining in safety or that they should be replaced.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time that you've taken to, we ran out of time for questions, but appreciate that's okay. Appreciate the time that you took to write a good submission and come and speak to it.
Thank you.
Lynn Holder, please. Hi, Lynn.
Hello. This is my first time to undertake this. I was inspired by Ewan Wilson, who told me that, who actually spoke with me before the last elections, and I had some points to make, and he told me that I should get involved.
Well, well done. On that matter, we all agree.
So I have decided to come with not such a well-prepared submission as the people behind me I've heard, but to cover some of the points. There are two kinds of infrastructure in the city, as a previous speaker echoed. There are the pipes and the roads and the hard infrastructure, and there's the people infrastructure too. The organisations, the people who support us so we have a healthy city. And my first points are that, like a previous speaker, a couple back, that the council should not be withdrawing funding from services and grants and organisations that support the people. I was at a meeting the other day and there was a lady from the Citizens Advice Bureau speaking, and she was concerned that her grant might be taken away, and then, you know, that service they provide free of charge. If those services disappear, then the vulnerable, the poor, etc., are going to be the ones that suffer in our city, and the result of that will be more mayhem on the street, more dysfunction, and we'll be a sadder city for it. So there's two parts really. That's the first part. There's the soft infrastructure that supports our city, that makes it the pleasant place it is. And the second part is cuts to staffing on the ground. I live in Ashley Street. We back onto Wairiri Drive. Between us and Wairiri Drive is the bund, and there's a big drain. That drain, even now, we have a hard enough time getting cleaned so that when we have one of our flooding events, it won't flood right over the top of us. It's quite difficult to get staff to respond as it is. If staffing of those people on the ground that do the grunt work is to be cut, the city is going to suffer from it. And I think one of the other speakers was talking about how untidy it is. I'm concerned about how dangerous it will become and how my property might be, suffer from that. And facetiously in my submission, I suggested that we should keep paying those people well, even better, and we should cut the CEO and hold the councillors to their present pay level. That was just facetiousness, really. So this spending, I'm not one who supports a lot of money going into the inner city. I think the inner city should stand on its own feet. If it is not a place that attracts people, then it's not up to us as ratepayers to incentivise it to attract people. Certainly not the much vaunted pedestrian and cycling bridge. Certainly not in favour of spending money on that. I often walk in the city myself. I walk down Victoria Street. I walk into Hamilton East by going over the very good Anzac Bridge, which has a walkway and etc. And I don't think in these present times, when we're cutting spending on essential services to ratepayers, we should be spending on, it might have been rude of me to call it a vanity project, but it's a good to have, but not essential. And I do believe that the incentives that are given for the inner city to develop should be placed in the areas where people do shop and where people do go. I'm Westie, I believe Glenview, Dinsdale, Norton can do with that spending. Right.
Thank you, and I like the way that I was just looking at your written submission, I like the way that you've set them out in lots of bullet points for our consideration, so it's very helpful. We're out of time for questions, but we do appreciate you coming in. And well done, Councillor Wilson, for encouraging local democracy, so very good. Okay, that brings us now on to Andrew Chain. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Good afternoon, Paul. This is the first time I speak in front of council.
Oh,
so
good.
I might be a little bit nervous.
Oh, don't be nervous, don't be nervous.
Yes, I'll speak in writing, so. Your Worship the Mayor and the esteemed councillors, good afternoon. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of the council. I come before this council today to reiterate my opposition to the proposed rate rises and the external debt outlined in the council's 2024 to 2034 long-term plan. As I have articulated in my recent submissions, I had 2 submissions. I formally object to burdening us ratepayers with additional financial strain, particularly during these challenging times. It is important that the Council re-evaluates its spending habits, curtails wasteful expenditures, and redirects its focus towards delivering essential services to our community. I'm conscious that within this esteemed Council, there exist varied beliefs and priorities. Some advocate passionately for combating climate change, while others champion the concepts of the 15-minute city or 20-minute city. However, it is essential to emphasize that as elected representatives, it is not your entitlement to use ratepayers' funds to advance personal agendas. As human beings, we all make mistakes. Mistakes are usual, both by individuals and by governing bodies. The Council has not been immune from errors, as evidenced by past initiatives such as the ill-conceived painting of Rose River Street and the excessive installation of speed bumps and raised platforms, which have proven to be unpopular and have posed problems, particularly for emergency vehicles. I want to give credit to the Council for fixing recent issues like changing their minds about making parts of Bryce Street and Rose River Street foot only. That deserves applause. It is good to see them recognizing and fixing past mistakes. Admitting when you are wrong might be hard, but it shows that you are learning and taking responsibility. Our city definitely needs to invest in things like roads, three waters infrastructure, parks and other community facilities to keep up with the growth. But here's the thing, who should pay for all of this? Should it be all ratepayers or the developers who are going to make excessive profits from zoning changes and from dividing up the land? Shouldn't they have to chip in their fair share for these projects? Let's consider this scenario. Imagine someone bought a farmland for a low price several years ago, but now its value has skyrocketed due to changes in the council's plan, and the land has been rezoned for residential use. Shouldn't they have to contribute proportionately to infrastructure investments if they want to develop and subdivide the land? We shouldn't be afraid to ask them to chip in fairly, because their big profits shouldn't mean everyone else has to pay more. In conclusion, I want the council to really hear the voice of the people, really think what's most important, and make strong moves to stop spending money on things we don't need, while making sure everyone pays their fair share for building stuff we do need. I hope the council ensures responsible financial management, ensuring that the entire community reaps the benefits of their actions. Thank you, and God bless Hamilton. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson has a question for you.
Okay, yep.
Thank you, Andrew.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much. My question is, so you've said that you strongly support council reducing services and costs in your written submission, and you mentioned transport initiatives, so I understand your views there, and you mentioned growth. Could I understand, are there other areas that you would cut, or are those the main?
I'll give you just one simple example. How much have we spent building those speed bumps and raised platforms and the cycleways and painting the roads?
My question
Would that be a big one? Yeah. I heard the previous submitters talking about, say, not to spend, not to cut the grants. But the grants is a small amount. What about our wasteful spending on roading projects in the past years?
To a debate about that today, but did you
want
want
just clarifying? So that is the main thing.
Yeah. So you've never. So I think as a ratepayer, so one more. We want to know how much we have spent on those, initiatives. Say,
That information has been circulated, but we will make sure that it gets circulated again.
Okay.
The small portion of transport that's spent on that we'll let you know.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time, and hopefully you didn't find it so horrible that you won't be back. No. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye. So now we're up to Naomi Pocock. Oh, okay. Hi, Naomi.
Donna.
You were all go if you're ready.
Thank you very much. Kia ora koutou ko Naomi Pocock, toku ingoa, and I'm sorry that I can't be there in person, but I had to be here for my children to get off the school bus in 20 minutes' time, and I wouldn't have had time to drive home. So I'm here today advocating on behalf of Donut Economics as a decision-making tool for long-term planning. This tool aligns really nicely with your vision of a thriving, livable city, and also with your predicted population growth and the ecological boundaries of Hamilton City. Lots of places around the world are implementing donut economics, including Melbourne and Sydney locally, and there have been places in New Zealand who have considered it and are considering it as a decision-making tool. I think it would align nicely with helping you to manage your budgetary constraints around rates, with your 5 priorities for improving the well-being of Hamiltonians and your future generations' perspective. It is quite a different way of thinking. It considers the ecological boundaries of the planet. It looks at the social foundations of what we need for humans to thrive. It aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, And ultimately, you know, what we're being told by the scientific community is that regardless of whether we recognise it or not, every decision that we make in this decade is a climate-related decision. I think that utilising this model for your decision-making tool will help you to minimise the urban sprawl and design well an intensification of living, quality of living within the city. It might encourage you to extend the 178 kilometres of cycleways, for example, invest in 3 water upgrades, as I'm sure you know needs to happen, and sort of move beyond that existing rates, constraints, deficit conversation and towards investing in the things that are going to regenerate our environment and our communities. So I'll leave some time for questions, but just in brief, what we're asking you to do is firstly to understand the donor economics model, and then maybe pick a pilot to unroll it and practice it on, and perhaps create a portrait of place, although some of that work has been done already by the Waikato Wellbeing project, and then engage with donor economics in multiple dimensions across the council and into communities beyond council conversations. I have been submitting this concept to a variety of long-term plans around the Motu, New Plymouth District Council, for example. It was well received because they have a very future generations focus as well. I was just at the Waikato Regional Council this morning. So, would you like to ask me any questions?
Thank you very much for that very I wouldn't say straightforward, that very interesting submission with lots of detail in it. We don't have any questions here at the moment, but I do have one. You mentioned a council, didn't quite hear who you said, who was warmly inclined. What was that council? New Plymouth?
New Plymouth District Council,
okay.
District 2. Earlier, a week or two ago, I was at the Waikato Regional Council this morning. We've submitted to others, and there are 80 cities around the world that are picking up this model and utilising it in various ways, whether through councils or through large groups of organisations coming together to see it as a way to make decisions that consider both planetary boundaries and social foundations for creating a space for humanity to thrive.
Thank you very much. That was going to be the second part of my question. Are you aware of who is using this or very similar alternative models of reporting? So, yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time that you've taken. This must have taken you some time to put together and to appear personally. We do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And now we're on to Jeff Krieger. Good afternoon, Jeff.
There was the ability to defer the LTP by 12 months to assist councils to include water services in their LTP and instead prepare an enhanced annual plan. Perhaps council should have adopted this option. Council is technically insolvent. During the almost 2 terms that many here have been on council, the deficit has fluctuated from 8.3 million to nearly $41 million this year, as reported at the Finance and Monitoring Committee meeting last week. And the debt has ballooned from $406 million to $1 billion this year, and is predicted to hit $2 billion over this 10-year plan. That is like paying the mortgage with the credit card. Council stated, put simply, we need more revenue to pay for the increased cost to run the city. And it is significant. No, council needs less spending, significantly less. Personnel costs have risen by $40 million since 2017, with the additional 365 employees. Council must reduce personnel costs. Council has also failed to address the loss-making ventures that they tout as major visitor attractions, stating they are important contributors to our city's economy. They bring visitors from outside of Hamilton. Many stay in the city and buy other services while they're here, which has a flow-on effect for businesses. However, Clawlands has lost more money than it costs to build. FMG Stadium is used by highly paid professional rugby players, but loses $4 to $6 million per annum. Hamilton Gardens loses $5 million per annum. Hamilton Zoo loses $4 to $6 million per annum. And Seddon Park, used by professional cricketers, loses $1 million plus per annum. Together, these so-called assets, more correctly liabilities, cost the ratepayer $27,481,000 last financial year, nearly a third of the deficit. They should be disposed of, or at least separated from council and leased to a commercial organisation that has the expertise to run them. Ratepayers recently forked out $70,000 for an app to help council staff learn Maori, part of a $525,000 spend the council misappropriated and earmarked for the purposes of embedding the Treaty of Waitangi in council policies. The app described as a tool for council staff to help on their te reo journey. It will be launched later this month. Currently, ratepayers have two targeted rates. The UAGC at $643. It will increase to $771. And the government compliance rate calculated by a rate in the dollar of the capital value of the property. It will also increase by 19.9%. For the median property of $830,000, that is a $135 increase. No mention of those in the consultation document. And council want to add two further targeted rates. There's ample room to reduce spending and concentrate on essential core services. The current situation didn't occur overnight, and it wasn't caused by increased costs over the last 2 years. It was the failure of successive councils to address spending. You lot haven't helped either. So stop the spending and concentrate on core services.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, there being none, we'll carry on. Thank you very much for submitting. You're a regular submitter and we appreciate you taking the interest. Mitchell Horan, on Zoom, and which is it? Have I got it right, wrong?
Yeah, Horan, thank you.
Horan. Hi, Mitchell.
Hi, how's it going? Look, thank you for the opportunity to talk. I won't take too much time. I work full time, so does my wife. We're ratepayers in Hamilton. I'm not a numbers man, but gee whiz, I read the consultation document and I've got so many questions and I need answers because by the looks of it, the council's dropped the ball significantly over the last 2 decades, balanced the books twice in that time, and there's been a debt cap that's been looming that looks to be knocking on door next year, and I just don't understand how the situation's arisen. I'll double down on what the previous person just said. You know, it looks like there's been excessive spending across all areas and the priorities haven't been put into the right areas. You know, out of the document, you've got things like we want to build a green city, things with fun city with things to do, easy to live in, and a city where people thrive. You know, these words are ideological, these things, it's washy. I really think the council needs to focus on core services, and that's not pretty. I recognise that doesn't sell and that doesn't, you know, that's not cool per se, but I mean, the council's not in the position of luxury to be able to focus on stuff like that. I think you got to be looking at what really matters, what people care about. That's plumbing, that's sewage, that's roads, that's footpaths, that's berms that are mowed, you know, all of that kind of stuff. Anything that's not delivering core services, I think you need to axe. Seriously, you're not in the position of luxury to be able to do that stuff. So I'm not going to go too much longer on it, but again, I'm just a guy looking on the outside in. I pay rates. 20% is just ridiculous. That's just, you know, in the height of a cost of living crisis, I think it's untenable. And I don't know how we're in this situation, but gee whiz, I'd be culling the back office and doing whatever we can to make it less burdensome on ratepayers. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think we have any questions, but of course, Mitchell, when we come back with after we've made decisions and debate, etc., we will be answering those questions that you've raised in your submission. So you will have seen some answers to those already, but we will come back and clarify the questions that you've raised for us today. So thank you for taking the time. We do appreciate it. Oh, I haven't got any questions. Oh, there is one question. Sorry. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for presenting, Mitchell. You said you were a new submitter to the council process. What has motivated you to submit this time as opposed to all the other times that you've been paying rates and seeing how your council spends the money?
Fair question. This is the first time I've submitted because it's the first time I've been a ratepayer in Hamilton. I recently purchased a house with my wife, but I'd like to think we're both pretty clued on people. Again, I'm not an accountant, but when I read the numbers and you read the detail in the consultation document, it strikes a chord to me that there's been some serious mismanagement and a number of systemic failures over an extended period of time. And again, I don't know how we're in the situation we're in with this debt cap that's looming, and I recognise why the proposal document is so drastic, at least in the initial stages, but I don't think it's, you know, I had to say something because I just can't, it's not fair on people. We're in a cost of living crisis at the peak of, you know, since the GFC, and this is just like, I'd argue political suicide for yourselves to be promoting this, so I'd heed you to second guess it.
Thank you, appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mitchell. So in terms of reductions in costs, what are your views on the current levels of service around litter collection, mowing, lawns, gardens, those general services?
I'd say we're probably not doing enough of the core services, but again, what do I say? You need to ask yourselves, what do people expect to see? So they expect to be able to go to a place and have a rubbish bin and a lawn that's mowed. I expect Wairariri Drive is a shocker. That doesn't get mowed anywhere near enough. There's always overgrown. You know, it looks ugly. We're trialling, I see, flower beds instead of lawn mowing. I think that's just laughable. So costs need to get looked at the end user level. So what do people expect? If they don't expect or have an inclination to know about what council's doing in the back office and these side projects, building walking paths, bridges, anything that's not delivering core services, you've got to just look at it really again. Yeah.
Thank you.
For coming on, appreciate it. Next submitter, and before, oh no, we've got a couple of submitters between us and a cup of tea time, but Colin, you're the next one up, I think. Is that right, Colin Jones? Good afternoon.
Councillors, I'm here. Chief Executive. Right, thank you. I've been given the privilege of actually talking for 20 minutes, but what I propose to do is talk to probably about 15 minutes and then give you the opportunity of 5 minutes to ask questions. Because I've been involved in real estate for 55 years, I know a fair bit about what's running the city, and what you need to understand, that book there spells out exactly what your proposal is as far as this compact city is concerned, the problems they've experienced overseas, and everything you're experiencing now
is already actually in that book that's been experienced by America over the last 15 years. That is the housing crisis, and that is the reason why you're in the position you are at the moment. Okay, so everything that's actually in my submission is actually done either from OIAs or from council documents. And I must thank Bill Mitchell-Moore, who's the expert on development contributions, and he has provided a lot of the background information on a more technical basis. And I would suggest that you need to actually get Bill Mitchell-Moore in and actually explain to you why you're in the position you are as far as the development contribution is concerned. And basically, my submission is that the development contributions policy that you're working on at the moment is it doesn't make sense, and I'll explain why. So I've done it in three stages, really. The key points, and then I'll flick to the back page, which is basically what I suggest is what the solutions are for the future, and then I'll jump back into the body of the report on the key points that I think you need to be aware of. So you are probably already aware, and it's been confirmed last night by Mark Davies, you've all got the letter that I sent to the Minister of Local Government last year. The council is technically insolvent and has been for quite some time, and I'll explain the reason why you're in that position. And it comes back down to the underfunding of infrastructure for the 2002 Local Government Act, and I had a long session with Michael Bassett. He wasn't aware that when they brought the legislation in that you had to balance the budget, that all you did was basically, like most local authorities, just reduce the amount of money you're spending on infrastructure. So to try and borrow more money, all you've been doing is getting parks and reserves revalued. And that was in my submission last year. And from memory, it's something like you've increased, and we've actually got it from quotable value. All they basically do is they look at the likes of the cricket grounds on Seddon Road, and they say that commercial land on the other side of the road is worth $1,000 a metre. So they're saying the cricket ground's worth $500 a metre. That's how they arrive at their numbers. It's basically rubbish because you can't sell the cricket ground. It's part of the green belt, and you need ministerial approval. Audit New Zealand withdrew its consent for councils to revalue land under roads in the mid-1990s because they discovered that providing more equity, all you were doing was revaluing land under roads so you could borrow more money. Your historical long-term plan, and I've been back and I've recreated all the plan, all your accounts since 2000. They're online from 1998, and I've got detailed information. If you're interested, I can give you. But the long-term plan, 2012, 2015, 2018, 2021, all said the same thing. We promised to balance the books in 3 to 5 years. Your expected income of the annual plan, your development contributions and your long-term plan is simply not believable or achievable. And I've actually given a graph up here. Now, Bill Mitchell-Moore's got that. Part of your problem is that the staff are working on two completely different documentation. One is a 2021 report that was done by Market Economics that worked on a theoretical basis of land use in the city. Now, the ministry had already told them that that did not comply with the legislation, but they continued to use it. And what we've got is Market Economics acknowledged in that report that staff had advised them not to take consideration of infrastructure issues that were legally required. Now, what it says, and it's a bit hard to read, but the third column over, the first column is the date, the second column is the citywide, the third column is infill. Market Economics is saying in their 2021 that you've got all this capacity all throughout the city, and so suddenly you've got 500 potentially viable sections in the city. They did an upgrade report in 2023, and what it said is you've only got a maximum of 800 commercially feasible sites anywhere in the city in the foreseeable future. But your long-term plan is on the assumption that there's 500 able to be built every year. It just does not make economic sense. Your building costs, Market Economics, and I've had a go at Market Economics, and I've got the information from QV. They are using what's called base building costs, which is the information that QV collect from the councils throughout New Zealand. They're working on base building costs of between $2,000 and $2,600 a square metre. Kayangarora have advised us that their current construction cost for a house is nearly $3,500 a square metre. Market Economics is refusing to provide the detailed information of what their construction price is. And unless you know what their construction price is, you don't know if anything is actually commercially feasible. What they've done in their 2023 report said there's feasible, commercially feasible, and that's the legal definition that legislation talks about, that there's feasible, only 1,100 commercially feasible section sites in Hamilton, and feasibly 800 infill sites right throughout the Hamilton. Right, accountability. There's no accountability by staff. They instructed Market Economics to disregard the infrastructure issues, which was legally required. And I got under an OIA all the communications between Market Economics and the Council and the Ministry in 2021. And after the Ministry said that they were not complying with the legislation, the chairperson of Future Proof put in an internal email, "Colleagues, ignore our lack of compliance." The 2021 Market Economics report on the housing capacity assessment is the foundation document for both Plan Change 9 and Plan Change 12. Plan Change 9, and I'm assuming this is the case, because what they're doing is they're saying that none of Hamilton East can have houses built because it's all heritage, and Plan Change 12 is talking about intensification. I know from a practical experience, and I deal with developers in Auckland, that high-rise at the moment is costing between $6,000 and $10,000 a square metre. Market Economics is saying it's about $4,500. It is completely uneconomical to do intensification in the city. And one of the previous speakers are saying, well, we just need to change the development contributions in the CBD so the developer's paying more money. There is no market for high-rise developments in the city. Market Economics is saying potentially there'll be up to 150 apartments built in the city. In their 2021 report, they were talking about between 3,200 and 12,000 apartments in the next 6 to 10 years. But they didn't provide any costs of what the construction price was. Right. If councillors really want to understand what the serious issues are, they need to pass a resolution requiring the information of all correspondence between Market Economics and themselves to do with the legislation to be made available. Because I'm sure if that was made available, what you'd find is the staff are fully aware that nothing that they are doing actually makes sense. Market Economics have now stated in page 165 of their latest report is that it was only a theory that houses could be, that you got the capacity in the city. They also talked about, this is stated, that housing needs to be more expensive to be more affordable. Now, can anyone here please explain to me how that works? Because I spoke to Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank. He's retired now, Arthur Grimes at least, and he described that theory as being economic rubbish. And quite honestly, a lot of the stuff you're looking at is just straight that, economic rubbish. I made a formal complaint to the Council, the Mayor and Future Proof in 2021, and you actually have a copy of that, I believe, from several years ago. Market Economics acknowledged that they were not complying with the law for NPS UDC. They'd failed to take consideration of infrastructure. They'd failed to take consideration of concentrated land ownership. They'd failed to take consideration of restrictive covenants. And the Ministry actually asked me to do an in-depth report for them specifically on infrastructure, at least on restrictive covenants, which I did in 2021. I've had numerous meetings with staff, with senior staff and Mr. Revort came in one area, and quite honestly, the staff, they treat me with respect, but then they just completely ignore. I actually offered them this book 2 years ago. No one was interested. I recently offered it to Mark Davies. He took it with open arms. He's your head planner. He's the one that basically needs to drive this. Ministry of Local Government, Simeon Brown wrote to me the other day asking me to make sure that all the correspondence I give to you gets passed on to the Ombudsman's Office. And you need to be aware that the Ombudsman's Office is actually investigating you as we speak. Private developer agreements. I don't know whether any of you are aware of what private development agreements are. I presume you do? Okay. So what we discovered, private developer agreements in the last 10 years, they have confidentiality clauses in. Now, the confidentiality clause is insisted on by the council, not by the developer. And what we know is that there's been side agreements with some of the development contributions, private developer agreements. I've done OIAs. They've told me that because they're all confidential, they can't release. The Ombudsman's Office has confirmed that because they're confidential, they can't be released. But we know that a lot of them have got agreements, and what you've got to understand is the private developer agreements, you have a citywide charge and a local catchment charge. And I believe that a lot of the developers have actually got a remittance on their local development charge, which will immediately then flow through into what you're going to get from the development contributions. Yep.
Just want to make sure that you steer you on a path. You got double time partly because you're a business and you were commenting firstly on the LTP for 10 minutes and secondly on the development contributions.
They're all right.
But you spent a lot of time on the development contributions. If you have any points on the long-term plan, that would be good.
If I can just go through then. If you don't get your development contributions right, then everything that you're going through for your annual plan and your long-term plan does not make sense. Here's the solutions for the future. Okay, you need to have a forensic audit on your account. Your accounts, and what I look back as 2002, after 2002, suddenly depreciation on bridges went out from 100 years to 150 years. That's the way you've actually been underfunding infrastructure. You don't have an income problem, you have an expenditure problem. We know that you're technically insolvent. If you take the staff levels back to 2017, and the previous speaker, I think he must have actually got the same information that I got, you could reduce your wage bill immediately by 40 million. If you did that, you wouldn't have to have a 19.9% rate increase. You need to have more clarity in the information that's being provided, and this is right across the board. Your accounts are opaque. It's almost impossible to actually understand your accounts. They may be in compliance with the law, but they're opaque as far as the average person, and I had a chartered accountant rang me a couple of weeks ago, and he couldn't even work out your accounts. You need to think of things a little bit more innovative. Like at the moment, you've gold-plated the likes of sewer plants and like Peacocks. There was one of the owners of Peacocks got a world-renowned expert in 2008 to do a report. He recommended 4 microplants. It was peer-reviewed. The peer review said, yep, that's the most sensible thing to do. $90 million. You put the treated waste into the Rukahia swamp. Not a problem. You don't have to worry about putting the pipes down Wairere Drive. So far, you've spent about 40 million putting the pipes down to Wairere Drive, and now you're having to spend mega bucks. In fact, one of the figures I saw the other day was 540 million upgrading the poo plant. You need to actually think seriously about water meters. If you insisted on developers providing water meters immediately, it's no cost to the council, okay? That's a saving of probably about 20% of usage, according to the reports that I've seen that are independent. Claudelands Event Centre, and it was interesting the previous speaker talked about Claudelands. I've actually asked for the numbers under Claudelands, under OIAs. They've told me it's not available, and yet I actually got it at lunchtime today. The information is available. Claudelands should be run by an outside organisation that has the expertise to run it as an event centre. The numbers I've got at the moment, and I don't know whether they're exactly accurate, but there's something like 27 staff just running Claudelands. Claudelands was originally budgeted at 36 million. The actual cost was 67 million. Your personnel costs and administration costs make up 54% of general rates, in addition to another 10% in consultants' fees. Your wage costs as a percentage of general rates have increased significantly over the last 6 years. There's absolutely no accountability within the staff for basically staff stuff-ups. The roundabout at Ahapa Road, this is council's own documents, was budgeted at 4.5 million in 2015. By 2016 it had got to 12.9. Completed in 2019 it cost 19 million. We've got a similar cost exercise out at Wairau Drive Peacocks. I was on the rating task force in 1998-99 and we looked at special rating areas. One of the problems with council is the way you're setting the rates at the moment, and I'll just use an example, Ratepayer and Hamilton East. Ratepayer might have a house that's worth 1.5 million, Hamilton East might have a house that's worth 800,000. Because you have a citywide catchment area, we know that you're going to have to replace the infrastructure in Hamilton East a lot quicker than Ratepayer. But in actual fact, Ratepayer is subsidising Hamilton East. And what you should be doing, and what we looked in the rating task force, is actually identifying where you need to upgrade your infrastructure and charge those people according to that cost. At the moment, your developers are actually paying for all their own infrastructure, plus they're actually making contributed costs towards upgrading. I'd like to jump back just quickly because your density. Why would you have a housing survey where there's no houses as an option for people to consider? Can someone please explain that? Because that's exactly what Future Proof did. The apartments I've covered, market economics is saying there's only 800 commercially feasible dwellings in a city. That there. Can we do that? Have the next slide, please. Okay. Now this is actually Bill Mitchell-Moore has helpfully done this out of council records. This is really important because this shows you what your development contributions actually are receiving and what your budgeted figures are. The yellow is your budget. The blue is actually what you're getting, and the grey is what they do in adjustment. Your development contribution is fundamentally flawed, and you're never going to get your income back based on the current development contributions policy. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay. Housing. Okay, so does anyone know what the cost of your development contributions are at Peacocks or infill at the moment? Peacocks in 2018 was 34,000. You know what is proposed to be now? 98,000. What developer is going to do any development if he's going to have to pay 98,000 a development contribution? And I've given you below the example of what it is for Hamilton East. Now, your planners have been using your DCs to try and push people into more intensification. So, unfortunately, that slide's not very well presented. The figures are, okay. In 2018-19, your development contributions in infill and Hamilton East was 18,000. Now it's supposed to be 39,000. I don't think, the way you're going at the moment, that no developer is going to be able to get funding for development, because what you're wanting to do is actually say to a developer, well, we think the developer's contribution is going to be X, and you set it, and then once the subdivision gets its 224C, you're going to say, oh, but I need to reassess as to whether I'm charging enough. No bank's going to loan you money. No bank is going to loan a developer any money unless they've got certainty what their costs are. And how can anybody sell a section if they don't know what their costs are? Thank you. What I've done, I've taken up my full 20 minutes. What I'd like you to do is go through basically the balance of the documentation. I've tried to be precise. I've tried to concisely exercise everything from market economics, your development contributions policy, your annual plan and your long-term plan under one document. It's a very complicated exercise, and I really recommend that you employ someone like Bill Mitchell-Moore to come along and give you the basically inside information of why your development contributions are never going to produce the income you're expected. If you haven't got the development contributions coming in, you're never going to be able to balance your annual plan or your long term.
Sorry, we are out of time. So we are out of time, but thank you very much, and you had an extraordinary opportunity of a lot more time. But thank you very much for the detail that you put into your submission. Of course, like all submissions, you'll get an answer to your questions. All submissions will be fact-checked, and of course, we'll have the benefit of asking staff some questions as well. So all will be
fine. Thank you.
All will be clear at the end of the day. Thank you for taking the time. We have one more submitter. Thank you for your enthusiasm. We've got one more submitter before afternoon tea. Daphne, sorry. I was projecting my mind your way, but I hadn't said your name. Welcome, Daphne.
Kia ora koutou, greetings. I'll be somewhat different. And just speaking to one or two aspects of the long-term plan, you all know that we're living in challenging times, and there are some hard decisions to be made by this council and others. And we also face considerable uncertainties as to what the coming years will hold. And the challenges of growth we've just heard about, development contributions and the joys thereof, and much food for thought in that whole process, and that's not my specialty. And Council is also navigating changes in central government support, and they could change some more, and that's not easy. The whole funding situation perhaps could do with a complete reset, but I don't see that happening quickly or soon or rapidly. And so this afternoon I just want to focus on one area, and that's the targeted rates for community infrastructure and the impact of climate change, both of which I'm concerned about and support. Climate change is the most pressing issue of our time, and we need to do our best to prepare for it with contingency planning along with risk assessment and mitigation, not put it aside. Post-Cyclone Gabrielle, we're having a current national assessment of what should be done better so as to be more resilient, and I'd like this council to take that on board. And council should set targets and monitor its own emissions, hopefully down, and educate and inform and motivate the people of Hamilton to do better. And we heard from Naomi Pocock about environmental projects, which I would also support. I also support water meters. And I'm supporting the proposed rate for community infrastructure when times are tough, as they are. Community organisations provide much needed support, especially in high need areas, and ongoing support to be effective. So I would echo much of Judy McDonald's submission earlier today, and also Chris Williams in support of community and arts and their wider benefit, and also Holly Snape's written submission on behalf of several community organisations and the benefits that they provide, especially in tough times. So just finally, when considering which projects to cut, I expect that you will check what funding and investment has already been made in them. and if cut, would then have been wasted, so to speak. And it's not always easy to make that assessment, but I think it's important to do so. So, best wishes, go well, all the best. Kia kaha.
Thank you. Any questions for Daphne? She has a minute left. No, but thank you very much. Thank you for your continued support of council over many, 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 many years. I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a good way. All right, councillors, we are going to have a 10-minute break, and I apologise to those who are waiting. We'll be a few minutes later coming back. We'll be back at quarter two, roughly. Thank you, everyone. We've got quite a few still to get through today, and this is only day one. So we would like to invite John Smulders to come forward, please. Good afternoon, John. Well, pardon? Yes. It's always good. We've had some caffeine. We're good to go.
That's great, fantastic. Can you hear me enough?
But
Fantastic. So I just want to start with a little bit of an introduction here. I'm assuming you've all read my submission, so I'm not going to reread it to you. Hopefully you have it in front of you for reference. My submission is about the Hamilton City Council adding the prospect of looking to reintroduce our native, iconic symbol, the kiwi, back into our significant natural areas in the long-term plan. Okay. That's the male kiwi. A little bit more Jurassic. This is female kiwi. Okay. You'll have seen pictures of this bird on our Defence Forces uniforms and their equipment. I'll turn that off for you. And their equipment. I think our police have it somewhere. You'll have seen it on a Latitudes Homes TV ad. If you were around Hamilton City in the 60s, you may have even heard this sound as they were here in our gullies then. Currently, the only way you will hear or see this wonder of nature is in a zoo or a ring-fenced area. However, you might get to see them in Wellington. We've sent 100 of kiwi bred in our own Mangatautri Sanctuary Mountain down there, but not here. There you go. One kiwi. You may be aware of the many volunteer groups around the region who are busy baiting and trapping possums and rats. Okay, with the hope of helping New Zealand reach a goal of predator-free 2050. Just note that's only 26 years away. The life cycle of a cat is 13 or 14 years. Time to adjust to reduction of cat numbers may take a little bit longer. So we've only got 26 years. One thing we also need to take into consideration is the millions of feral cats roaming our country, decimating our native wildlife. We also need to consider how we protect our companion animals, the cute and cuddly kittens. Okay. Please note that feral cats are not the cuddly house cat, but they are very similar, and if hungry and allowed to roam free at night, they too can become like a feral cat. Growl. Okay. In conclusion, I challenge each one of you to put on your big boy pants and consider drafting some rules for cat management in Hamilton City. Note in my submission I refer to several councils who have already put cat management plans in place, and the Forest and Bird submission to the government for a cat management plan, as well as taking on board the current policies of de-sex, chip and homing of stray, wild and feral cats. We should be leading the way by taking this to the next level. Dare I mention it, but euthanizing these animals is the most effective control. I am reluctant to bring this up, but we do it for terminally ill humans. And we also do it for unwanted life forms yet to be classified as human babies. We cull ducks, swans, deer and goats. We have a dog management plan, but as yet no plan to manage cats. Bring back the Kiwis. An education plan is the most effective method, I believe. Any questions?
Hut.
Thank you. Appreciate the, the submission so far. Just curious, my understanding, and I'm happy to be corrected, is that it would require central government legislation to microchip cats in order to be able to euthanise feral cats. Tragically,
I believe Barbara Kirill is putting something into Parliament.
I was just curious, as we wait for that legislation, do you support us retaining the cat desexing fund as an effort to do something in that space rather than nothing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Although it would be more economical to use the money in your fund to euthanise the cat rather than desexing it. I think the price difference is a couple of $100 for each cat.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. I just wanted to be clear about that.
I apologise to Tim, but we need to carry on. Feel free to catch up afterwards. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in and presenting your submission.
Hopefully I've made a slight impact. You'll remember that.
It was really good to hear the Kiwi call, because I've been lucky enough to be out of the bush with the Kiwis, and I released one of the Kiwis, the 100th Kiwi, into Mangatautari Island. So
into Wellington.
Into Mangatautari.
Into Mangatautari. Right.
Yeah, so I released Punahale, who was the 100th Kiwi from the enclosure, so I feel very honoured about that.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Charlotte, welcome.
Just rip into it.
Yes, please, whenever you're ready.
Kia ora koutou, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. And my name's Charlotte Chewin, and for those of you who don't know me, I'm born, raised and educated in Hamilton, Kirikiriroa. I run a business here, or I'm a commercial lawyer. I own property here. I've had multiple trusteeships in the Waikato community, and I'm currently a trustee of the D.V. Bryant Trust, the Bold Theatre Trust, and chair of the One Victoria Trust that runs the Meteor Theatre. And I'm a recipient of a Hamilton City Council Civic Award for services to the community and the arts. I'll take my submission as read, so I'm here to just emphasise a couple of main points, and I'm talking fast because I've only got 5 minutes. The LTP in 2021 stated that under this plan, Council will balance its books by 2023-24. I understand that there have been cost escalations and complications with infrastructure, but I'd love to know how HCC got this so wrong, and there are clearly some really large and hard decisions that HCC need to make this year. But that brings me to a small decision. Reducing funding for community grants, saving $106,000 a year. This statement in the LTP deeply saddened me for a number of reasons. This is described as a saving. It's not a saving for the many community groups and residents affected by these cuts. These organisations' costs have also increased. They need increased HCC support, not less. Following the release of the LTP consultation document, arts and community groups spent literally hundreds of hours coming together to discuss and rally, prepare resources, share information, email contacts. We arranged workshops and events to educate people about the LTP, in particular the proposed saving of $106,000. Sadly, these discussions were not just to protect the funding, but to explain to Council why things like the arts are important to the city. This is pretty embarrassing for a city whose stated priorities in your LTP to be a city where people thrive, that's a fun city with lots to do, and that it has a central city people love to be in. And how can you say that you're supporting arts and culture initiatives while cutting funding? The arts are essential. Community resources like community houses, creative Waikato and art spaces are vital for the city's cultural landscape and to provide community connection, identity and cohesion. These are the things that provide Hamilton's identity. I mean, people want to live here. It's not just bricks, roads, pipes. Council's contribution to these community organisations is small, but it has huge outcomes. I can't speak to all of the spaces, but for the Meteor, HCC's contribution is about 10-15% of the total budget, and each piece of that funding pie that the theatre puts together is essential to its overall continued operation. Every dollar, every cent goes to the community benefit. No one is getting rich working for these organisations. The community is already substantially subsidising them in terms of time and money. These groups work on shoestrings with enormous volunteer support in a world where volunteerism is also slowly dying out. That small contribution keeps the doors open. If the doors were not kept open, what will council do? Will it take back the community houses and the theatres and commit to running them? Will they all be sold off like assorted other HCC buildings? The Meteor costs $500,000 a year to run. We employ staff, we have a maintenance program, we've invested over $1.5 million in upgrades to the space. Is council going to add that and the other spaces back into its own work program, back to H3? These organisations are providing an essential service to council at very little cost. Does council not recognise and understand the value? $106,000 might not seem very much in HCC's operating budget of $445.8 million, but small dollars matter a lot to community organisations. What a colossal waste of time arguing this point, time that could have been used contributing to these organisations. In the past few years, we've gone from having an arts forum of volunteer experts who provided free advisory services to HCC, together with designated arts funding from Council's grant budget, to the current status, where there is seemingly little consultation with our highly researched and regarded arts organisation, Creative Waikato, and absolutely no designated arts funding that I can see other than the commitment to the regional theatre. This erosion of respect for the arts community just can't continue if you want Hamilton residents to have any local arts experiences. Why has HCC increased its capital program by 398% over the past 10 years without a commensurate or even inflation-linked increase in funding the programs and spaces that contribute to the well-being of residents, that provide opportunities for the residents of the city to connect, to tell stories and share experiences? What is the point of building big, award-winning new libraries and theatres if in other parts of Hamilton, library and theatre services are being cut? It's difficult to compare outcomes, intangible versus intangible. Recently, I noticed that the footpath and retaining wall at the corner of Anzac and Memorial Drive is being replaced at a cost of $550,000. For context, $550,000 is the entire annual HCC Community Partnerships grants budget. Why did we just spend so much time looking at a $106,000 saving? Why is this a key point in the LTP? Where are the big cost savings from council? Why aren't these the focus? How many presentations from council on the LTP were about these aspects, about the DCs? How many submissions did council get to the development contributions policy compared to funding of community in the LTP? Where is that transparency from council? To conclude, I'd just like to encourage council to put resident wellbeing first and to really look at your stated priorities. And if you stand by them, use them when making your decisions. Look after what we have. Listen to the experts, want the best for Hamilton beyond your term on council. Consider how you can increase your support for your community organisations, not withdraw from them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. I was a bit surprised that you didn't have 10 minutes on behalf of the organisation.
Oh, the Meteor will be here tomorrow with Deborah.
Okay.
This is just me personally.
Excellent. Okay, well, you've done a very good submission to go with it, written, and so thank you for taking the time to come in. I don't know how you do it in addition to your work and all the other roles that you have. But
I love Hamilton. So
we both love. We all love Hamilton. But thank you very much for all that you do.
Thank you.
And I know that you do an incredible amount of voluntary work, so we appreciate that. Next up is Amber again, who has been away, reinvented herself, and come back now as the Waikato Wellbeing Project.
I told you I'd be back. Tēnā koutou katoa, kei Hironga Toyota o Waikato, aho e mahi ana, ko Amber Hamill tōku ingoa. I remain Amber Hamill. But I'm here now in my capacity as the Kai Challenge lead for the Waikato Wellbeing Project, Hinonga Toyota o Waikato. The project, I'm here to speak to our submission, which I'm sure you've all digested, on the place of food in the Hamilton City Council long-term plan. The Waikato Wellbeing Project is a research, knowledge and storytelling project focused on environmental and social equity in the Waikato. In chief, the purpose of this submission is to illuminate how a food security lens can support the Council to realise a large number of its stated goals and make clear that very much of this work is already underway within Council. What is lacking is a coherent strategy which draws these work streams and initiatives together, making them visible, joined up, coherent, efficient and effective. Ours is not the only submission asking for a food strategy for the city, and I tautoko the submissions of Te Whare o Te Ata Fairfield Chartwell Community House and Tom Tit Farm in particular, who also call for this action in their submissions. Hamilton City Council has a fundamental role to play in achieving local food security and already has several food-related work streams, for instance, those relating to food safety, food waste, urban land use such as parks and gardens, the broader land use strategy and planning functions, space and permissions around commercial outlets, for instance, parking, regulation of premises and activities relating to farmers and food markets, regulation with regard to residents keeping chickens, bees and other livestock, provision for and contribution to community gardens and food procurement through its own venues such as H3. However, despite all this busy work, there is no overarching food-related strategy that ensures all these work streams are working together to achieve their related aims. Of course, working towards a food strategy would have the added benefit of making sure we're able to feed our city in the long term, which for something quite fundamental seems to be taken for granted at present. Despite the experience today all across the city that we all love of our overstretched food crisis providers, I'll come back to that. Opportunities for a food strategy to support the stated goals of the long-term plan are outlined in my written submission, so I won't repeat those here. Suffice to say that a food strategy which draws together the existing work of Council can positively support priorities 1, 2 and 5 in particular. The city's own climate plan commits the city to embed circular economy principles in all activities. Food can contribute hugely to achieving this, as well as many of the other outcomes listed in the long-term plan and climate plan documents. I have included a guide to circular food economies for cities as an appendix to my written submission. You're welcome. According to the city's own research, the largest contributor to Hamilton City Council's carbon emissions is transport, and I don't think you need to be as clever as I am to figure out the links between food and transport. We need the food and the people who want to eat it to be closer together, and we need to change the means by which one moves towards the other. As our city grows, it is increasingly important to reframe the dialogue around urban land use. Yes, we desperately need safe, warm, affordable homes for city residents. We also need to lift our gaze to the challenge of food security in our city, and we cannot be asked to choose between food and housing. Meeting our need for shelter does not need to come at the expense of our need for nourishment. There are ways these needs can be met together, and I encourage Council to consider work from the National Science Challenge Land and Water Stream on opportunities and preferences for peri-urban food production. We can do more to feed our city from within our city limits. To return to my earlier point about food crisis providers, food crisis provision and rescue in the city, the Council helpfully convenes the Kai Collective, for which my gratitude, particularly to Yona Manu. This group was stood up to coordinate these services in a time of crisis, that is the COVID pandemic, and it continues to be an important forum because the need for these services has not reduced with the threat of the virus. In fact, it has grown steadily. So this is the thing about food systems, right? When they're working for you, when you are food secure, it's easy not to think about them. But we are seeing food systems failure or maladaptions at nearly all points of the food system. Our growers and producers are over-leveraged and at increased risk of poor mental health and self-harm. Our soil quality is drastically reducing by the generation. And food waste grows unabated. And as though those things weren't sufficient to grab your attention, 1 in 5 children in Aotearoa live in households which sometimes or often run out of food. I appreciate that council resources have limits, but feeding our residents is a fundamental priority to meet the obligations of council to residents. And the first step to ensuring we're able to do this now and into the future is to be strategic about the work that council is already doing. Thank you very much.
No? Straightforward and vivacious, so thank you very much. We appreciate it.
You are so welcome. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you for the time today. We now have, lost myself, Carla, Shayla, thank you.
And Stacey, my daughter, she's straight after me, but we're going to do our presentation together.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. Mainly we want to discuss why our rates are going to be doubling, quadrupling over the next 5 years. Okay, so I'll let Stacey start.
So, good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our concerns today regarding the 80% increase over the next 4 years, which will effectively increase mower rates by 2028, nearly doubling, which is quite a lot for a new homeowner. And with increased rates proposed to come by council in the subsequent years, I've looked at until 2033. Not great.
Yeah, we understand that the cost of living has gone up, but doubling our rates will not only affect homeowners but renters as well, particularly the elderly who are already struggling with pension allowances. The increase in rates will also affect retail and business, which in turn increase the cost of consumables and ability to increase wages or hire new staff. Food is already expensive.
There is obviously a need for maintenance around the city. However, there is a lot of wasteful spending. For example, Ross Trevor Street and Ward Street. Painting costs $90,000 for cyclists and pedestrians. I'm pretty sure that closed shortly afterwards. Speed bumps to slow down traffic, including emergency services, which now takes an extra 15 minutes around the city. How would you like this if your loved one was needing emergency care and died while waiting the extra 15 minutes? I'm sure everyone here has done the CPR or first aid course and understands the importance for fast responses because that saves lives.
I'm struggling to see why on Pembroke Street that it's a main route for ambulances and the bus stop was moved out into the middle of the lane. Also, there's now a big hump there, so cost of asphalt and moving the bus stop. I've seen some angry drivers and I've seen some really stupid driving while I'm holding up emergency services. We have more humps and traffic lights in our city in the last few years, and we really didn't need as many. I'm kind of speechless a little bit. We do have a presentation coming in a little bit. I'm hoping that someone's going to bring up the first slide for us. We are just wondering about the costs of shifting a bus stop 300 metres down the road. Is it necessary?
Okay. The other one is the Founders Theatre debacle. Apparently it's cheaper spending upwards of $80 million to knock down a few restaurants who have a great reputation in Hamilton and build a new regional theatre than it was to spend $41 million to refurbish Founders Theatre, which is known to a lot of residents. I've graduated there. I've done my high school graduation, and it means it's quite personal to me. And when it's done, the regional theatre, those figures are quick Google search, got the numbers, the current. And when it's done, will Victoria Street be closed when the lorries come in to drop off stage equipment? Or is there going to be more buildings demolished to accommodate the required space? And what about parking for those who are going to the shows? Where are they going to park? There's an emphasis on taking the bus, but at night, as a woman, on my own, I'm not going to take a bus or stand at a bus stop when it's dark. It's not safe. I'm walking with friends in town? No, not going to do it. That's asking for trouble.
Last year, I submitted to the PC 12 hearing panel, and it was interesting seeing so many emails going backwards and forwards, and I actually wonder how much money council has spent on the whole, high density building in and amongst our lovely suburbs. I've seen Claudelands deteriorate quite considerably, and I'm sure, Councillor, I haven't seen you around for a little while, so I'm assuming that you might have shifted out of East Street. Yeah. So go and have a look. It has changed, and it's actually quite sad. We'll show you some photos leading into that. So that was our concerns. We'll start with slide 2. How do we get slide 2 going up? Someone going to... Yep.
There you go. So Claudelands Park is a prime example of the work that's been neglected in Hamilton. Here are some photos of Brooklyn Road leading up to the entrance of Jubilee in Claudelands Park. The grass verge often has lots of weeds growing, not mowed regularly, and trees are overgrowing the bushes' boundaries. Often we find rubbish, including glass and metal in the grass. which must be dangerous for mowers and pass-bys and also kids and dogs walking in the area.
I have put on Intino every month for the last year, complaining about the mess on the gutters. Nothing's been done. Oh, it got swept. You can see on the right the sweeping. That was the very next day. There's lots and lots of debris. Lots of people park along there because they can't actually see the yellow lines anymore. And that's just only a small portion. It's very rarely swept at all, once in 18 months.
Yep. Next slide, please. So this is what happens when it's not getting swept. This was after 10 minutes of rain.
Yeah, so I was out walking my dog in gumboots and I noticed all the flooding. So I spent 10 minutes in my gumboots clearing the drains.
Next slide.
And you'll see that, voila, it all disappears really, really quickly. But the drains and the gutters were really full. I like to keep my neighbourhood clean and tidy. 15 months ago, we used to have a maintenance guy that used to look after Claudeland's area, and he did a fantastic job. Since he was moved on out to Newstead Cemetery, Claudeland's has really gone to the pack, and so has all the streets around it.
Next slide. Now we have inside the park. This is a different day. So we've got more flooding and more blocked drains. And that gap, you can see that's where Mum's actually gone in the gutter, scuffing it out with the gumboots to actually allow the water to flow.
So what we're saying is to councillors, who is doing your maintenance? Who's doing your street sweeping? Who are you spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on them actually not doing their job? Further through Claudeland's, walking, can we have the next slide, please? Okay, so we had some really lovely extra bricks put in the walkway into Claudeland's. Lovely job. They re-sowed all the grass and the mowers have just been doing a terrible job. They're just piling up all the grass everywhere. They're not mowing. And then before the grandstand, they put in a hump. Why? I just don't understand the cost of that hump. When you're saying that you haven't got enough money, there's a hump. Again, don't know why, don't know what it's slowing down, because it's not a main road, it's just a driveway into where the grandstand is and the back of the car park. Next slide, please. Okay, so while they were putting in the hump, they replaced a curbing. I asked the guys why they were doing this, and they says, oh, they just got orders. We don't know why we're doing it, but hey, we're making money. Okay, next slide, please. They said, oh, the reason why we put extra bricks in is because we needed to widen the footpath. Well, I found extra bricks. They're under all the debris.
Which has never been cleared in the entire time that it's been there. We've walked that path since it's been in there, and it slowly leaves and dirt building up.
In the last 15 months.
There's 4 bricks lying under there.
Yeah. So next slide, please. So
there's the actual width.
Yeah, so I'm asking a question. Councillors, what is your maintenance team doing? You know, are they actually going out to the park and having a good look and going, oh, if we sweep back, we'll actually uncover 4 bricks. We will see. How much is it per brick?
And how long it took?
And they did 200 metres or more, all the entire way, all the way in. And you guys are saying, oh, we must increase your rates by 19%. And I'm saying this wastage, and this is just in Claudeland's. How many other areas are being affected because maintenance people are not doing their jobs?
Yep. Next slide. And here's another example of another stretch of the path that you can see that was scraped either side. That's never been swept, and it's encroaching over the many years that the path has been there. Next slide.
So we want to know the cost and why. You know, this is a challenge to you guys. Get your team out there, get them actually on the area. If I'm quite happy to go and walk with someone and show them. You know, it's a real shame, it's a real waste of money. It really is.
But we're open to any questions. That's our talk. We'd just like you to reconsider the huge price increase because it is going to really affect a lot of people.
Yes. We also need to bear in mind we cannot compare ourselves to other cities around New Zealand. We are a unique city, and we have done well up to 6 years ago when the spending has gotten out of control to achieve a 15-minute city when the city is not ready. We need to go back to the basics, supplying good infrastructure and maintenance, and when we have the money in the coffers, then look at the occasional nice idea. And the nice ideas should not come before maintenance on roads, water, or other essential services.
Thank you. That is very clear, and you're out of time now. We've got no time for questions, but thank you for your clear pictures and submissions. We appreciate it. Particularly appreciate young people taking the time to take an interest in their city. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next up we have Sarah Murray and Sam Newton, please. Oh, they're Zooming. Hello.
Hello, kia ora, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Very good. Kia ora koutou, Mayor and Councillors. My name's Sarah Murray and I'm the Chief Executive of Recreation Aotearoa. We're the industry body for recreation in New Zealand, and we provide leadership, advocacy and professional development opportunities for those involved in the broader sector. Hamilton City Council is a Recreation Aotearoa member, and your staff have participated in our professional development and quality assurance programs over many years. We believe that recreation in all its forms, including takaro and play, is vital to a healthy, thriving New Zealand and to a thriving Hamilton City. The benefits of recreational physical activity are extensive and well documented, and these are outlined in detail in our written submission. For Māori in particular, recreation is about te whaioranga, the active pursuit of wellbeing and the connection between people, place and the natural world. In a world struggling with disconnection and environmental challenges, the wisdom of te whaioranga, a te ao Māori approach to recreation, offers a powerful and much needed antidote. We acknowledge Hamilton City Council's relationship with mana whenua and encourage you to invest in providing recreation opportunities that support Māori to recreate in culturally relevant ways. As I'm sure you all know, councils in New Zealand play a critical role in providing opportunities for their community to be physically active. Local government is the single biggest funder of play, active recreation and sport, investing just over 1 billion in the sector in 2022. This is significantly more than central government and Class 4 gaming grants combined. The importance of local government investment in enabling recreation and physical activity cannot be overstated. Recreation Aotearoa recognises that local government is contending with a multitude of financial challenges, including those related to water infrastructure, climate change mitigation and adaptation, inflation, and of course the ongoing pressure to keep rates rises low. Additionally, we note that there has been a notable decrease in the Lottery's Significant Projects Fund in recent years, a fund which traditionally supports sport and recreation infrastructure. Currently, there is no specific central government funding allocated for community sport and recreation infrastructure, and the prevailing financial conditions indicate that this issue may not be addressed in the near future. We note the critical importance of urban green spaces in enabling recreation and improving the quality of life of your community. In March 2023, the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment published a report titled, "Are We Building Harder, Hotter Cities? The Vital Importance of Urban Green Spaces." That report makes many salient points, including noting that in recent decades, urban intensification has reduced both the quality and quantity of urban green space right across New Zealand. Recreation Aotearoa submits that the Hamilton City Council long-term plan pay much more regard to the provision and expansion of urban green space and tree planting within Hamilton. We believe this should specifically focus on areas adjacent to streets and footpaths, which are the most popular places in which physical activity takes place. We face a future in which without adequate tree cover, it may simply be too hot to be physically active outdoors in summer.
Kia ora koutou, ko Sam Newton tōku ingoa. Recreation Aotearoa would also like to acknowledge the Hamilton City Council for their support and contribution towards the Greater Waikato Spaces and Places Plan in partnership with Sport Waikato and adjacent councils. The data provided by the Sport New Zealand Active New Zealand survey reveals that 56% of tamariki and rangatahi in the Waikato do not do enough physical activity to meet Ministry of Health recommendations. This is a significant decline from previous years. I'll say that again. Over half of young people in the Waikato do not do enough physical activity to meet Ministry of Health guidelines. The same survey revealed that there are significant levels of unmet demand in the Waikato region. 70% of young people and 80% of adults have a desire to do more physical activity. Of some concern is that only 68% of adults in the Waikato region are satisfied with the quality of spaces and places to be active in their community. 1 in 4 believe that they do not have access to spaces and places where they can do the physical activities that they want. Participation in physical activity in Hamilton is largely non-competitive. We note that 65% of adults participate in non-competitive activities exclusively. In Waikato, 71% of young people prefer physical activities that allow them to follow their own schedule rather than someone else's. This percentage has increased significantly in recent years. Similarly, 58% of young people in the region prefer to do physical activity that is more flexible and less structured. This has also increased in recent years. This is further evidenced by a decline in participation in school and club teams. In 2017, 84% of young people in the Waikato region were part of a school or club sports team. This has rapidly declined to 69%. We encourage Council to meet Hamiltonians and especially young people where they are at, expressing a desire to engage in informal, unstructured and non-competitive modes of physical activity via play and active recreation. Now move to the specific comments to the LTP. We express our support for the Disability and Older Persons Advisor role within the Hamilton City Council and commend the work undertaken on the Disability Policy Action Plan. We express our support for the Disability and Older Persons Advisor role. We submit that investment enhancing our support for community spaces and facilities with a particular focus on reserves, parks, playgrounds, aquatic facilities and pathways. We also commend and support the underpinning of this investment by the Connecting Communities Plan. However, we notice and express our concern that there exists a significant difference between what is documented in the Waikato Regional Aquatic Facility Plan, the Play Strategy, and the Hamilton Open Spaces Strategy, and what is proposed in the draft LTP. Recreation Aotearoa submits that further consideration be given to incorporating much more of those plans into the LTP. We caution against the unfunded investment in aquatic facilities specifically. It is important that investments in aquatic facilities proceed to meet with demand in this realm. We support the building of what is described as connected and safe walkways and cycleways. Investment in active transport infrastructure achieves the dual symbiotic benefit of easing traffic congestion and making it easier for residents to integrate active recreation in their day-to-day lives. Recreation Aotearoa supports proposed investments outlined in the Shaping a City with Lots to Do priority on page 22. The specified programs, the renewals of parks and community facilities, the Nature and the City Portfolio program, and this Play Spaces program. Recreation Aotearoa supports the Shaping a Green City priority of the draft LTP and specifically the plan to increase native vegetation across the city. Our view on the community infrastructure targeted rate is outlined in our written submission in more detail, but we will take this opportunity to submit the view that targeted rates, and we see these all across the country, should not be utilised to fund the business as usual functions of local government, which include the provision of fit-for-purpose recreational opportunities. This is clearly enshrined in the social wellbeing component of the Local Government Act. And Sarah and I will be happy to take any questions.
Very much. We do have a little bit of time for questions, a couple of moments, if any councillor has a question about that. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hutt.
Hi, thank you so much for your submission. I was wondering if there were specific things in terms of the aquatic facilities that you would like to see further investment in, or whether it's just simply across the board.
Relatively across the board, but I haven't got the detail in front of me, but I did note that there was unfunded plans for aquatic facilities in Hamilton, and there's a pretty well-established demand for that and a well-established supply gap.
I know that there was plans for, one example would be a new pool in Rotorua, but I also know that potentially one of the service level cuts could be to things like partner pools or closing the aquatic. Did they have any thoughts on the retaining services in terms of aquatic facilities?
As a general principle, yes. Aquatic sports and aquatic recreations are among the most popular forms of physical activity in New Zealand and the Waikato. So the provision of aquatic facilities by local councils is under pressure across the country, and Hamilton's no exception to that.
Awesome, thank you.
No, there being none. Thank you very much. It's a very comprehensive submission that you've laid out for us, and we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we now have I'm going to say this wrong. How do you say your name? Please tell me.
Arturian, but you can call me Arty.
Arty. Artu. Thank you very much. I shall get it right next time. Thank you for coming in. So it's excellent to see a young person coming in with their views.
Thank you. Hi, I am Arturian Santa Ruben from Waikato Junior High School. In my class labelled Think Tank, we have been studying about traffic congestion in Hamilton. Today, I will present my recommendations to solve Hamilton's congestion crisis. Traffic congestion is a major problem currently in Hamilton, considering that Hamilton's population is rising by an exponential amount. This causes Hamilton's carbon footprint to increase. When congestion is on the rise, it results in many individuals not being able to get to their destinations on time, as well as big costs in fuel and car maintenance. This is why we need to reduce our congestion in Hamilton. Today, I will talk about what are the best solutions the council should integrate. My first recommendation is that we need to start beautifying sidewalks in Hamilton. This is because in psychology, it is a well-known fact that beauty and safety have a connection, with beauty providing the feeling of safety and calmness. The reason safety is important is that daily commuters may not choose to commute by cycle or walking because the sidewalks are unsafe. Things you can do to improve the safety and beauty of the sidewalks may include smoothing up any uneven pavement to prevent a slip and fall, and also adding flowers or any other plant that is beautiful to the human eye to enhance the beauty. I would recommend that you make sidewalks that act as a shortcut to popular destinations, such as schools and tourist attractions, etc. This will cause people to cycle or walk instead of using their car because they want to get to their destinations on time. My second recommendation is that we should create a public transportation reward system. My reasoning for this opinion is that other reward systems were successful in New Zealand. An example of this is flybys. Flybys increased consumer spending when they went to stores because consumers like us want to earn the flybys points. The public transportation reward system could be exchanges for better seats in a bus and cheaper bus tickets, also discounts in local businesses in Hamilton. The further you travel, the more points you get. I recommend that you do this through an app. My third recommendation is implementing bus lanes in high congestion areas. My reasoning for this argument is that many people choose cars over the buses because buses are known to be late. We're adding bus lanes in high congestion areas. Buses could get a head start over cars in traffic, which may reel in more passengers. For instance, where cars are stalled in traffic, the bus lanes may facilitate buses in gaining advantage over the traffic, thereby attracting more motorists to utilize the bus. My fourth recommendation is that we need to start implementing the congestion charge in Hamilton during peak hours. My reasoning for this is that many countries such as the UK and Singapore have had positive impacts when reducing congestion when they implemented the congestion charge. Many people may wake up or go to their places later or earlier to avoid the fee. And another benefit is that people may start using the public transportation reward system just to avoid the fee. My fifth and final recommendation is that you should make the public transportation offer more comfort and privacy. My reasoning for this statement is that many people refuse to commute by public transportation because of the lack of comfort and privacy. I recommend using comfortable, low maintenance and durable fabric to improve the comfort of the seat. I also recommend implementing seat dividers people can use if they want more privacy. Implementing this idea could bring in more people to public transportation, such as people who have social anxiety. If you implement my ideas, it would enhance the positive impact of transportation. An example of this is if you implement my ideas, it would result in reducing CO2 emissions and get people to their destinations on time. It will also minimize bus frequency rates for buses, which will allow buses to arrive on time. These ideas have been approved by Dr. Matthew Burchell, who is a part of New Zealand's leading think tank, who did a similar project to this. More information and research will be provided in the report papers we handed earlier.
Wow, wow, if there was an award to be the most thought out and well presented submission of the day, yours would get that.
Thank you.
Not only have you given us a lot to think, we haven't got many time for questions today, but you've this brilliant document for us to look through and think about it before we make our final decision. So thank you very much for it. But not only are you a young leader in our community, you have just pulled out all the stops with this. So I want to congratulate you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming.
Around 12 years old.
12 years old. Give it 25 and you'll go from there to there. That's exactly right. You took, I said, I was going to say the same. You could be sitting here, or you could be sitting in one of our staff seats. You could be a future transport engineer. We look forward to seeing what you do with your life. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Well, that's totally inspiring, isn't it? And it's just a fantastic way to approach the end of the afternoon with so many young people in our chambers. We really appreciate that. Next up is Danielle Marks. Hello, Danielle.
Hello, hello.
Thank you again.
Ka pai? Kia ora koutou katoa, ko waio, ko Danielle Marks tōku ingoa, he uri o Aotearoa whānui, mai makutu ki Tongariro, Fiji, Tonga hoki, e noho ana o i te whenua tūturu o Ngāti Wairere. I am anxious for my friends who are losing jobs when it was hard enough to get one in the first place. I mihi to the graduates who are seen as disposable after studying through lockdowns, searching for jobs for months on end, to land jobs like here at council, work hard and still not be certain if they have job security. I hope that their jobs and projects are not thrown away like it's nothing because councils past have intentionally starved the city of assets and service upgrades to now becoming desperate to find money in the cushions to pay for infrastructure upgrades that are not surviving the climate crisis. As a young person navigating the city, I have never felt more a part of community than through council's efforts to support their services like the libraries, and I am really saddened to think that one might shut down. When I lived in Hamilton East as a university student, I often went to the Hillcrest Library to get away from other students. I would jump between Chartwell and Central Library every other week, especially after lockdown, to reconnect with my communities, and now have utilised Te Kite Aronoi because who doesn't enjoy the flashier things in life? These are my life rafts to community, especially after lockdown. The parks were my sanity during lockdowns, as I'm sure they were for you and your whānau too. It has been exciting seeing how investing in our public spaces have increased community, as has the new playground in Claudelands. I can hear the joy from my whare quite literally when kids are there. I'm proud to live in Fairfield and know that playground is accessible and for everybody. I've stayed in Kirikiriroa because of what it brings, the events. I love a Black Ferns game like everyone else. I love heading down to Navarra Lounge for some up-and-coming band from Wintec playing. I like going to the Meteor to watch any show, including my own Whanaunga's show last year. I love our cafes. I love our public transport system sometimes, not all the time. And I love our taiao, I love our gullies, I love our awa, and more. I hope you keep investing in climate action with only a few years left before we succumb to irreversible effects. I hope you make this a safe space for Māori to express their whakapapa and mātauranga. I hope you make this city a safe space for rainbow and disabled communities to thrive. I hope you move forwards instead of backwards, because we cannot take inaction for another 10 years. In conclusion, if you couldn't already tell, I support the rates increases to ensure we keep our services, our assets, and our incredible workforce. Toi tu te tiriti, free Palestine and up the wars.
Thank you very much. Very straightforward and to the point submission. We appreciate it. I don't think there are any questions, but thank you for coming in.
Ngā mihi nui.
Lance is next. Pardon?
Well, it's the council. Mayor and councillors, lend me your ears. G'day, Tim. I originally wasn't going to actually come in here and speak at one point, but then I noticed there was quite a few, it's the best way to put this, anti-cyclist speakers, so I thought I'd turn up. I was quite impressed with the fact that since I've been sitting in here, there's been a number of people that have spoken to the whole cycling issue. As most of you can probably guess, if you don't know me, you could be blind if you don't recognise that as a cycling helmet. I support cycling. I cycle everywhere. I've been cycling 10 years shy of the amount of time the university has existed, which will show my age, but that's beside the point. And the cycling part is important. We need to not slacken off with the cycling infrastructure, especially the safer cycling. And while I'm comfortable on the road, I don't care about mixing it with the traffic. I've come across a number of people, both old and young, who are afraid to ride on the road. While the painted cycle lanes are good, off-road is better for creating safety. I would like to see a day when parents can send their kids off to school on a bike and not have to worry about whether they're going to come home in the afternoon. And that's not going to work too well if they're cycling on painted cycle lanes. They need separated. Or things like Wairau Drive and round by the university, those sorts of things would be ideal. Now, I understand that not all roads can be retrofitted. My own street's one of those examples. But we need to join these cycling networks up together so that people, like some of the people I've talked to who live in certain neighbourhoods, who cycling in their area is fine, but they don't feel comfortable coming into town. They would like to, but they don't feel comfortable. Most of these tend to be over 50, and for a number of reasons they're looking at downsizing the use of cars for a number of reasons, and they shouldn't be handicapped and told, oh no, you don't own a car, so you've got to stay at home, you're not allowed to travel around the city. They should be able to do that quite safely. One area the council could look at saving a bit of money, and it was mentioned before with cycle lanes around Claudelands, that was just a tiny example, is the maintenance of cycle lanes. Council needs to be more proactive. You've got supposed experts in gardening and shrubbery and all that side of things. Why aren't they working out some sort of schedule to keep onto this instead of waiting until cyclists call in about a problem, then spending 2 months before you get round to doing it, like I had a recent experience with? Be proactive. Certain aspects you know are going to happen, like you know in spring certain plants are going to be a problem around cycleways. Why not get onto those and incorporate them into other gardening related activities that are being done at the time? So you're not just sending some out to do one little job and then 2 weeks later sending them out to do a job 50 metres down the road. Send them out to do the whole lot at once. Over time, look at replanting some of the cycleway foliage along the sides to stuff that doesn't grow out. So that way you mitigate the problem to start with by replanting. It doesn't have to be all done at once, but it can be done as a creeping job over time. And that way, again, you save time. Now, I've heard a lot of people say cycleways are empty often, probably because they're not seeing the cyclists at the time they're being used. I've seen empty roads. Maybe we should cut back on infrastructure specifically for cars, because they're a bit of a fad. They'll never catch on. But the reality is there are ways to save money by looking at what your contractors are doing, keeping an eye on them, and effectively thinking ahead, not waiting, but not being reactionary, but thinking ahead instead. So yeah, that's pretty much me.
Questions? No? Straightforward, to the point? Thank you. Oh, one quick question.
How did you get a question out of that?
Oh, it was really clear. And I was just interested, you said, Lance, like for you kind of feel comfortable on the road, but a lot of people also don't. I mean, what's your thoughts on having shared paths and then space on the road versus, say, in some cases we've put in full separated cycle lanes, reallocating road space?
I prefer completely off-road like Wairui Drive. The separated stuff is okay. The trouble is it hems cyclists in, and so when there's broken bottles, you can't get around it easily. Yeah. So, plus I'm not onto the idea of restricting what car drivers can do as such. There are places where we have to do that, but the main focus is giving people an option to choose for themselves to safely go by bike or trike or electric wheelchair or whatever the process is, and do it and know that they can do it safely. And over time, that will reduce car usage, congestion. It builds a healthier society. I know my doctor has actually written me a prescription to ride more. Not sure whether she's just being cheeky or what, but anyway.
Okay, but you're comfortable with the idea of potentially shared paths where it's mixed with walking and cycling versus...
We also need to incorporate into that a education structure with kids on how to be on a shared path. I slow down for pedestrians. I don't pass them at full speed like I have cars pass me often, right? When I was a kid, cars would slow down when they passed a cyclist, then speed up once they were past you. I use that same principle with pedestrians, and I make sure they know I'm there. And I don't expect them to get out of my way, but often they'll step out of my way and let me through, right? So, but that requires education. Unfortunately, because cycling has gone down amongst kids over the generations, we need to re-educate people. And if we do that at the school level, by the time I kick the bucket, we'll have people thinking riding is natural and having respect for pedestrians, not zipping past old grannies who are tootling along and scaring the crap out of them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for cycling in to speak with us today.
Yes, because the weather actually worked for me today.
Next up we have Margaret Evans. Margaret, you've been sitting there so patiently and listening, I can tell. Not an unusual space for you to be in either. How are you?
Thank you. Yes, it's been the usual interesting afternoon, and I'm particularly taken about the number of speakers who I think validate what I'm about to say to you and written in my formal submission. This submission is seeking independent reviews, reforms and significant changes to the council processes and operations. And I'm aiming, as many people are, for fresh thinking. It's pretty obvious from your own draft infrastructure strategy that working smarter and doing things differently is something that you've basically agreed with. In partnership, collaborating, a different approach is needed with significant changes to planning, delivery and funding. And I'm quoting directly from your own document. Incremental and minor changes will not suffice. And finally, you have your own warnings of severe repercussions jeopardising the Council's financial stability. And just in the short time I've been here this afternoon, those comments have been reinforced. However, I'm focused in on solutions. I think you've got enough data, you've got enough information, you've got enough financial information that should encourage you over the next few weeks to make some really significant changes. And obviously my first point is to commit to an urgent, independent, deep dig, because it's pretty clear that you haven't done that yet. And you've had all sorts of marvellous offers just this afternoon. And I could quote people like Chris Williams, and I could quote Charlotte. It's just two examples of people who've said, let us work with you. And I think that by recruiting a small group of experienced locals, pro bono note, not consultants, Hamiltonians who want to work collaboratively with you to come up with some more significant answers. I would certainly recommend that they begin with the high cost matters, not the 50,000 here and the 50,000 there for theatres, or the little bit you're taking off tourism. That is not the way to go. So because of the comments in the last couple of hours, I'm going to refer to the Downers contract, which I understand is $540 million. That's about 50 million a year. And what has so many people said this afternoon? Fix up the roads. And I love the bit about weeding the gardens, let alone that young lad who pointed out that it's not just weeding them, it's the gardens that are about well-being. We human beings love that. And by the way, Lance, this is one for you. I've just come back from New Plymouth and I was so entranced, and this is not in my submission, so entranced by the group of volunteers who are working at Te Henui Cemetery there, older people, and it's magnificent. And they'd be the best gardeners you can get. So I'm saying evaluate your service delivery options. And I'm certainly suggesting, I love the idea of the micro businesses, the neighbourhood-based, multi-skilled businesses that will not only be a lot cheaper than Downers, but will do a lot better job because they love their patch and they will pick up weeds as well as probably tap a couple of young kids on the shoulders because they will know them. Secondly, I know CCOs are not necessarily popular, and I'm not talking about the airport. I'm saying with stern contracts and the right directors, think of the $679 million that is going into such things as the rugby and cricket stadium, Claudelands, the zoo and Hamilton Gardens. Whereas I love local models like Tourism Waikato, Sport Waikato, Creative Waikato. Use a CCO to move into H3, and I am confident you would find millions that you could reallocate to facilities that are community-driven and done effectively. We all know that, unfortunately, the community and business does it much better than council. That's just the way it is. But if it's done collaboratively. I'm going to do two other things. Three Waters, we all know it's not innovative. Be innovative. And finally, orange cones. Everybody knows that they are ridiculous. So Hamilton City Council could lead the way with both ministers of transport and local government, in fact 3 with red tape, and you could save this city millions and a lot of anger. It just needs the rule changing. That's me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming in. Remind councillors that you're to retain a neutral stance until we have made up our determinations. But thank you very much for the questions that you've laid before us that we can answer through our next phase of the process.
I just think, listen to what the people are saying.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Margaret. Okay, we have Liam now, I think. Yeah, Liam? Hey, Liam. Hi.
Hey, team. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I'm speaking as an individual, but just making clear, you all know I run a disability organisation, Radio Track. This is one of our volunteers' tasks. Look, as many of you know, I cycle around the community. I know a lot of the community. I talk to them, and they tell me what they like around Hamilton and the wider country. As many of you know, I did a campaign last year around footpath parking. One, because I know many people in wheelchairs who struggle to leave their homes, go to work, get education, go to school, go anywhere they want because they can't leave because the next door neighbour is parked on the footpath. Same on the other side, and across the road you can't get across because it's a busy main road. And I've seen it time and time again, and my campaign reached well over 200,000 people, many signatures, and I can provide that to council upon request, but that is available online as well. My point is the fine is currently, I could be standby correction, around $40 a car. There's two problems. Yes, we are in debt a lot in rates, and I'm not going to go into rates because one, I don't pay for rates, and I get, I reckon people might question me on that. But two, we've got such a low fine, but we need more money. So my concern is, could we please raise those fines? And the second concern is anyone actually patrolling that? Because I've seen many people on the footpaths and they could be sitting there for days, weeks, months, a year, every night after 5 p.m, and I've never seen a fine on their window. And I'm talking about many people that have a decent effect on this community is doing that. I've seen teachers do it. I've seen company cars do it. I don't see the point. And they go, oh, it's just $40, I make $250,000 a year. What's that for me? Raising those fines to say $500, and as someone suggested a few weeks ago, maybe having an app where if someone reports it, they get $5, $10 in return. And I'm not saying this because I need money. I'm not. I'm saying this because it might encourage people to do the right thing. It might encourage people to report those. It may encourage the community to become a community. I do agree with Lance about tidying up footpath, making sure there's no leaves on the cycleways, and gully pathways, one on Wairere Drive that has never been cleared in my time that I've seen. And my other thing that I would like to raise, a community board. I believe we had one a few years, or I know other councils do it, and I think it's a really good idea, youth council or disabled council, because you're not going to get voices across the line until you ask for that. People can't come to us because they can't leave their home, because they're terminally ill. But I know everyone in the city has a voice or has some way of telling council what to do, how to act, where to go, but they don't use it because council and people abuse them online, in cars, on the road. I've had death threats yell at me out of cars because of what I do. I am advocating for a better voice, a better life for disabled people, and I'm advocating for a better community, a better city. I consider myself as a disability leader, and I want to keep advocating and throwing my voice, but I can't if I keep getting death threats. So it's really important to hear the voices of the community and make sure those are heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if there is time for a short question, but let me just say I'm sorry that that's the reaction that you're getting from people. It's not warranted in any occasion whatsoever to threaten other people or a point of view. So I'm sorry that in expressing your point of view that happens to you. So any questions, councillors? No, but thank you again for the passionate advocacy for us, for the disabled community, but the fact that you do come to council and you keep us honest and you keep challenging us to think of things in a different way, and we appreciate that.
If you have any further questions, you know where to find me.
We do. We definitely do. Okay, Emma, and I think you're represented by all these lovely young people, aren't you?
I have a try. They're coming?
Yes, please.
Okay. That'll be fun. Maybe. Kia ora tātou, my name is Emma Brooks. I'm the president of Tuna Gymnastics Circle. With me I have Rena Schuster, who leads our facility subcommittee. I also have some of our gymnasts here. We wanted to introduce them to how they can impact local democracy. I have Alba. Who's Alba? Alice, Sarah, Ella, Molly, Ava, Clara, Bella V, Anastasia, Amaris, Isla, and Savannah. They are gymnasts, so they may not stand still, but we'll try. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Rena and I spoke to the Community and Natural Environment Committee about a year ago in relation to our training facility. Since then, we have completed a merger with another gymnastics club in the city. So Spirals Gymnastics, who train out of the Te Rapa Sports Dome, are now part of our membership. They compete in rhythmic gymnastics, which is it's a code of gymnastics in terms of ribbon and hoop and those type of amazing tricks. Our membership is still growing. We're just under 500 and it keeps going up. Unfortunately, our situation in terms of our training facility remains tenuous. Our LTP submission contains two key parts. We want to talk to you about community access to Claudelands and our plans in terms of the Eastlink Community Hub. We believe the mandate of H3 and commercial use of Claudelands should be reviewed from the principle that these assets could support both community use and events. These gymnasts are currently training in a facility that we have no lease agreement for. We are technically squatting. We have turned the city absolutely upside down They like to be upside down quite often. But we have turned the city upside down seeking an alternative location, and both from a commercial and community perspective, nothing appropriate has come to light. Last year during the FIFA World Cup, we were able to occupy Shed C at the Claudelands Event Centre for, I think, roughly 10 weeks. And look, that was a perfect location for us. I believe that it is possible for H3 to deliver a positive return for the ratepayers and for groups such as ours to use the assets. We are also ratepayers in this city. We understand that the cupboards are bare. What we're asking for is smarter use of the existing assets that we have. With your help, community groups such as ours can support the vision of making Hamilton an even better place to live, work and thrive, as they constantly do. We have a goal to build our permanent home at Eastlink Community Hub within 3 years. We're seeking your support for both the next 3 years in terms of an interim training facility and for our long-term future at the Eastlink Community Hub. I'm going to hand over to Rena, who's going to share with you our progress and goals in terms of Eastlink.
Kia ora no tātou, ko Rena Schuster hau. He mihi mai oha tēnei ki a koutou, ngā kaunihira o te taone nei. He mihi mai oha hoki ki a koe, Jadine, ngā māngai Māori o Kirikiri Roa. As Emma put it, we need a permanent home. We've been bounced around for about 5 years, and we've been working our backsides off to try and find a home. For the last 3 years, we've been working with Eastlink Hub to try and build a gym sport facility there. Now, I've got 2 hats here at the moment because I work on the master plan for Eastlink steering committee and also the facility committee for Turner Gymnastics Circle. So I'm going to be advocating for the support for both the lease renewal and a sublease for Turner Gymnastics Circle. So Eastlink Park, Hamilton City Council is the owner, and you lease to the Eastlink Trust Board. The current lease expires in 2025, and so do the subleases to the existing member clubs. Now, many of the member clubs are working towards developing, expanding and upgrading their facilities to cater for the growth of their individual memberships. Unfortunately, they've found themselves in a state of uncertainty due to the risks of committing funds to development when the term of their current lease is likely to end with no right of renewal. In engaging with the council early to try and be proactive around this dilemma, an overall master plan for the precinct was identified as an integral step in the renewal of the lease and for the proposed facility developments of member clubs, including a new proposed facility for Turner Gymnastics Circle. The purpose of the Eastlink Master Plan was to provide a long-term 25-year direction for the hub in terms of priority users and related infrastructure requirements. Turner Gymnastics Circle has been represented on the Master Plan Steering Committee and were instrumental in getting the Master Plan process underway. We contributed the first $10,000 of the $40,000 required to engage the consultants. The purpose of the development of the master plan has provided decision makers with the direction for the future investment on what should and should not be developed on the hub. The master plan has provided an overview of how the park will be optimised with a coordinated planning approach while avoiding future ad hoc developments. While the park has several large-scale individual sports facilities, it does not offer any significant provision for informal recreation or any sense of welcoming or interconnection between the clubs and facilities. It also doesn't show any interconnection with mana whenua or the wider community. We hope that the master plan will address this moving forward. Turner Gymnastics Circle has established a memorandum of understanding with the Eastlink Trust Board to become a member of the hub, a sublease holder, and to establish a new gym sport facility at the hub as part of the master plan. This facility we propose not only to be a home for Turner Gymnastics Circle, but also a training centre for smaller gymnastics clubs in the region to have access to better equipment and facilities. As Emma mentioned, we've recently merged with Spiral's Rhythmic Gymnastics Club. Once our facility is built, it will free up more space for other sports that have a shortage in indoor space, like basketball at Te Rapa Sportstrom. Our gymnasts need a home, and we look forward to being members of the Eastlink hub and contributing to a thriving precinct. With regard to the Eastlink Trust Board submission, we're not looking for capital funding. At this stage, Eastlink Hub are asking for the Council's support through the LTP in the form of a formal acknowledgement of the Council support for the Eastlink Master Plan and the identified projects within it, the grant of a new lease of 25 to 30 years, including the amended lease area and short-term facility development proposals as part of the Master Plan. We'd like a collaborative approach to funders for prioritising the projects, and we'd also like support from the Council staff in terms of the alignment with the safety transport upgrades and the micro-mobility plans which align with our vision for the hub. The facilities within the park are positioned to be of significant in terms of venues suitable for community, regional and national sporting events and competitions. Eastlink has the potential to be a premier community hub for Hamilton City and the wider Waikato district, with the ability to cater for a wide range of sporting organisations, events and passive and informal recreation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And we have got the detail in your submissions. I was a little bit like Countdown there for a minute, you know, when they get an activity going behind. I was mesmerised by a few flips and various things. Councillor Mark's got a question. As you know, he holds the role, I know he's met with you recently, and he holds the role of Sports Ambassador. So.
2 questions. Rena, can you do any of that stuff? Sure you could back in the day, eh? Yeah. There's good cohesion between the groups coming into Eastlink, right? There's no, do you feel like there's a collaborative approach to running the Eastlink facility?
Yeah. So the master plan, I'm sure it's been part of your packages, but the master plan itself is, it's a big change in terms of what we're trying to do. Everyone's got their own little projects, but the board itself is trying to pull it together so that we've got a pathway in terms of not working against each other, trying to compete for spaces. There's other, tennis for example, are trying to upgrade some of their things, their courts. They want to change and bring in pickleball and other things, but in general, the feeling amongst the master plan steering committee, the representatives of each of the club was just a great group to be a part of.
Yeah.
It was
the master plan's
excellent.
prioritised, and everyone has agreed.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, right.
Thank you very much. Just one super quick question. You said that leases for all of the activities expire on 2025. Is that what you said?
So the lease is for the overall lease is for the land. Yeah. The subleases themselves do not exist without a lease. So.
Oh, right. So when the lease for the land expires, everything else is right. I've got you. Thank you. Now, last question: the master plan. What's the next step in terms of this coming through any sort of council process? Do you know?
I've unfortunately been appointed as one of the only members of the lease renewal committee as well. So we'll be pulling together everybody's submissions. We're meeting with Karen and the team about, I guess, road mapping the way forward for renewal applications. But yeah, that's just informal at the moment.
Thank you. And we'll have a talk about that at our end. I've been fortunate enough to be in some parts of Eastlink, but not all of it. Okay. So yeah, thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you to the young ladies behind who did things that I can only dream about. I always wanted to be Nadia Comaneci, but you probably don't even remember her, but that shows how old I am. but I wanted to be her and get the perfect score and all of this sort of thing. But as a matter of fact, I turned out to be the mayor instead, so I have to live with that one, don't I? All right, but thank you everyone. Appreciate your submission. Wasn't she the person to get the first? It was Olga Corbett and then Nadia Combination. Didn't she get the most perfect scores? I wanted to be her then once. Okay, everyone. Dujon's up next. You are the last submitter of the day.
You need to dance, mate.
We are expecting. Oh, yay! A little bit of break dancing.
Yeah, I'll be limping out of here soon. Well, ngā mihi kia koutou. What's up, everybody? It's great to be here. Thanks for having me. Last, where your attention span is the shortest. And thanks for lending the ear to the community over the few days. I know there's been all sorts of different kaupapa here. I just wanted to speak promptly about community and arts investment. In March, I was on a beach in Vietnam with a friend, and we were laughing at something ironic. We both direct products of the investment into arts into Hamilton. We both had a community space that was funded by the council 15 to 20 years ago, and we're very fortunate to have a community development worker who would facilitate the space for us as teenagers. And we were both DJing this international street dance festival in Vietnam, of all places, and kind of, I guess, look back fondly at how we both had such an opportunity to be supported, not only by hard infrastructure, but by soft infrastructure, the amazing people that council had at that time. Since then, we've had the opportunity to get ourselves involved with a lot of creative and community work here and around the world. We've been able to obviously provide for our families. We've also, in turn, put on many events, and I've put on lots of events here that have brought thousands into the city, because I'm so proud of the fact that we do have a strong arts and cultural scene and many sub-communities as part of that. So yeah, firstly wanted to make a shout out, because sometimes when we talk about community and arts investment, it can seem intangible, and where did that money go? But I'm a direct result of some of that money from a past age. So shout out to Hamilton City Council. And obviously, I'm advocating that we consider beefing up community and arts investment. Obviously, often we don't see the results of that investment, but because I am a community engagement practitioner of 15 years here in the region and around the country, I directly see the results, and they are amazing. When we invest in our community, we invest straight into the hearts of people, who then reciprocate it amongst other people, and that's the direct, that's exactly what we're looking for when we talk about a thriving city, in my opinion. Lastly, got a few friends on the mic tomorrow who will probably reiterate the same things, but I just wanted to make a last shout out. I grew up in the hood in Te Rapa, where there wasn't a lot of investment. We were very lucky to start dancing at a young age. I would have done some more moves, but I'm getting really old now, and I just judge and look at younger people doing dancing now. But we were really, really lucky to have some people in our community when we were 12, 13 on the edge of going the other way. I think some of our guys were the first generation of Ram Raiders, and some of the people I used to hang with who were into dance and were just, starting to dabble in creativity almost went the way of positive arts and cultural work, but instead went the other way. And I could see why. Our community had some tough challenges and circumstances. Some of those whānau were going through some stuff, but from experience running a dance crew and now leading the national movement around breaking, which is breakdancing, which is in Paris Olympics this year, I've seen some of our dancers and some of our people who are involved in hip-hop get a little bit of support, just enough to push them over the edge into a positive chasm of opportunity. And you all know people in your lives here who have had that opportunity too. So I'm just speaking as a proud dance dad, a community worker, and a direct investment of community and arts, and just challenging us to continue investing strong into community and arts. Ngā mihi kia koutou.
Very straightforward and very passionate advocate for that, so appreciate it. And you are the lucky last of the day. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillors, we have come to the end of a very long day, and we've got an equally long day tomorrow. James, what did you want to do with questions resulting from today to help staff think through? Would you like them emailed to you overnight, or how would you like it?
So the main process is on Friday at the end of the whole 3 days to kind of go around the table at that stage.
Yeah, but that will be a lot. So anything that
if
comes.
there are particularly burning things that people know they're definitely going to be asking, then please feel free to email me as soon as you want, and we can start working on those.
Okay, I think it's valuable if you do have some things that came up popped up for you today to put them down, because by the end of 3 days we'll have heard a lot, and I certainly will be flicking through some ideas and we'll go over them on Friday. Mark, you're so keen.
Will there be bacon tomorrow?
Are you bringing some? Will there be chocolate tomorrow? That's the question.
Not from me.
Yeah. Yeah. So thank you for those who did bring baking and sustained us through a pretty hard day. So thank you very much, everyone. See you bright and breezy. Question? Yep.
Just for James, just curious, like some stuff like the water tower in Hillcrest, like can we take some of those things as assuming staff will go away and come back with a response?
That one we definitely will, yes.
Okay.
But just to avoid any confusion, I think it's best that we don't assume stuff and we just agree what you do want information on. But that one we're definitely working on.
Okay, as long as you're happy for my emails.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah. There's a lot in the information. So we're very grateful for the long day, for everyone sticking in here. Let's go home, refresh for another day tomorrow. All right. See you then. Pardon? Yeah. It's going to all be locked up, isn't it? Yeah. Excellent.